Chapter 1878. Rumble. In the middle of the killing formation, divine fire filled the sky. Endless divine fire gathered towards the center of the formation. This was one of the changes in Haitian's formation, sun transformation. Long Ba Dao cultivated the black Yin devil art. His devil chi was extremely Yin and cold. His true yang energy was the nemesis of the black Yin devil chi. At the center of the killing formation, a divine sun was forming. Endless yang energy gathered and burned the void. It was as if a real sun had appeared in the middle of the killing formation. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The true yang essence was vast and mighty, and everyone could feel a blazing heat wave surging towards them. Roar! Long Ba Dao roared again and again. The true yang energy was a great threat to him. The black Yin devil chi around him was constantly being destroyed by the true yang energy. This wasn't a good thing. Haitian wanted to refine him to death. Long Ba Dao knew Haitian's intention, but he couldn't change anything unless he used his life-saving forbidden weapon. Otherwise, he would be in danger. You guys are ruthless. Long Ba Dao saw that the situation was far from good, and immediately took out his forbidden artifact. It was a pitch-black demonic plate. Without any hesitation, he took it out. Boom! The demonic disc flew up from Long Ba Dao's hand, and countless demonic runes rushed out from it. An unimaginably powerful demonic power rushed out from the demonic disc, directly piercing through the void between heaven and earth. This was a demonic Dao forbidden artifact that displayed tremendous demonic might. Even Black Sky's killing formation couldn't stop it. The demonic plate opened a spatial passage. Long Ba Dao wanted to rush into it, but at this time the passage in front of him suddenly collapsed. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. An ancient cauldron came crashing down from the sky. A powerful shockwave spread out from the ancient cauldron. What? Long Ba Dao's shock was no small matter. One had to know that this life-saving forbidden tool of his could only be used once. Unless it was a life and death situation, he would never use it. However, to his disbelief, his forbidden weapon lost its effect. The ancient cauldron suppressed everything, blocking all his escape routes. Want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? A voice resounded. At this time, a figure walked out from the main hall. This person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was holding a divine light in his hand. Haha! Haitian laughed. The divine light in Gu Fei's hand was emitting pure heaven and earth energy. Needless to say, this divine light was the origin of heaven and earth. Kill! At this moment, it was as though my Tian was on steroids. His entire aura was different as he attacked with all his might. The killing formation was activated, and within the formation, a divine sun was forming. You dare to kill me? This time, Long Ba Dao's expression changed. Countless cracks appeared on the demonic disc in the sky. Then it crumbled and lost its demonic nature. Why not? Who do you think you are? Haitian said disdainfully. Endless divine light trapped Long Ba Dao in the killing formation. Endless pure yang energy was evolving into a divine sun. Long Ba Dao's demonic energy was constantly being destroyed. Kill me and you won't be able to live either. Long Ba Dao roared. He was truly afraid. He couldn't escape even after using his forbidden weapon. He was truly trapped. Is that so? Hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. He took a step forward and entered the Black Sky's killing formation, quickly approaching Long Ba Dao, who was trapped in the center of the formation. You! Long Ba Dao sensed Gu Fei's arrival and turned pale with fright. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge palm covered the sky, enveloping Long Ba Dao and then slammed down. Black Yin devil body. Long Ba Dao didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to die either. He was the most outstanding genius of extraterrestrial divine mountain, and the only son of the mountain master. He was destined to take over extraterrestrial divine mountain in the future. How could he die here? A powerful demonic energy burst out of Long Ba Dao's body. Almost instantly, a layer of black scales appeared on his body. A silver horn grew out of his forehead and his eyes turned blue and black. Ah! Long Ba Dao let out a beast-like sound. His body emitted the sound of bones rubbing against each other. His height increased by a full 3 feet. The extremely cold black-yin devil chi spread out from his body and unexpectedly resisted the pure yang energy of Tian's killing formation. The divine fire couldn't get close to him. Bang! Long Ba Dao sent out a palm to meet Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm head-on. Two powerful forces collided in an instant. The void was annihilated and the surrounding divine fire was affected, dissipating in the void. What? Long Ba Dao withstood Gu Fei's attack, which surprised everyone. One should know that Gu Fei had even defeated the half-step devil saint of extraterrestrial divine mountain. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm dissipated in the void. Why did he choose to be a demon instead of a human? Everyone present disdained Long Ba Dao's behavior, but they had to admit that the black-yin devil body was really strong. The black-yin cold chi seemed to have frozen the void around him. What's wrong with being a demon? You can be free and do whatever you want without any scruples. Long Ba Dao's voice sounded. Eat my fist. Gu Fei held a ball of divine light in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He then punched towards Long Ba Dao. There was no violent power fluctuation, nor was there any dazzling divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary punch. It was this punch that shocked Long Ba Dao. This seemingly ordinary punch made Long Ba Dao feel that it was hard to dodge. There was no powerful fluctuation, but the fist intent of Gu Fei's punch made Long Ba Dao turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was really forcing him to take it head-on. It was hard to avoid, he could only go all out. Black-yin great capture. Long Ba Dao stretched out his hand and displayed a great demon technique. A huge hand met Gu Fei's punch, and a powerful magic fluctuation spread out from that huge hand. Bang! Gu Fei's fist smashed into Long Ba Dao's huge hand. This time Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch contained an extremely powerful force. It was a move that could turn something rotten into something magical. Long Ba Dao's huge hand was immediately shattered. Long Ba Dao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Gu Fei's punch before he could stabilize himself. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Long Ba Dao was extremely shocked. His opponent's power was too strong. He could actually hurt his black-yin devil body. It was really unbelievable. Without any suspense, even if Long Ba Dao used his black-yin devil body, he was still no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei's punch shattered his black-yin devil body. Gu Fei did not care where Long Ba Dao came from or what kind of background he had. He killed him. You will regret it. Long Ba Dao's spirit soared into the sky, wanting to escape. You are the one who will regret it. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Long Ba Dao's spirit back. Don't kill me. At this time Long Ba Dao did not care so much. He hurriedly begged for mercy from Gu Fei. If his black-yin devil body had not been destroyed by Gu Fei, he would have already knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly crushed Long Ba Dao's spirit. The most outstanding descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain died in the hands of Gu Fei. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Roar! At the moment when Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao, in the depths of the starry sky, in a chaotic void, there was an earth-shattering roar. Who killed my son? In the depths of the chaos there was another world. It was an almost perfect world. There was no large land here, only mountains floating in the void. This was the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times there were not many people who could find sky beyond heaven. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was in the depths of sky beyond heaven. There was an incomparably huge divine mountain there. At this time on the divine mountain there was a mighty aura. A demonic shadow loomed on the peak of the divine mountain. My son is actually dead. No matter who it is, whoever dared to kill my son must die. The demonic shadow roared. All the creatures on the divine mountain were trembling. Many demonic experts rushed out, inexplicably shocked. Long Ba Dao was dead. Extraterrestrial divine mountain was under the control of the demonic path. The demonic shadow on the peak was the mountain master of extraterrestrial divine mountain. No one knew how powerful the mountain master of extraterrestrial divine mountain was, but the demonic experts on the divine mountain knew how powerful and terrifying Long Ba Dao was. Long Ba Dao was a half-demon saint. His son was already so powerful, let alone his father. Where is Wind Demon? The demonic shadow on the peak was summoning the experts under his command. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew on the divine mountain without warning. In the black wind, there was a figure faintly discernible. The black wind blew directly to the peak of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. When it reached the peak, the black wind suddenly disappeared, and a man in black walked out. "Greetings, Mountain Master." The man bowed to the demonic shadow on the peak. "Go and capture the man who killed my son." The Mountain Master directly ordered Wind Demon. "Yes." The man then turned into a gust of black wind and rushed out from the peak, quickly disappearing into the distance. At this time, Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao and gave the divine light in his hand to He Tian. Although everyone was extremely jealous, they did not dare to snatch the thing in Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei and the others did not know that the Mountain Master of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain had sent an extremely powerful demonic expert to capture Gu Fei. After He Tian obtained the origin of heaven and earth of this world, he immediately began to refine the origin of heaven and earth. He wanted to merge this world with his formation world. Chapter 1879. Refining a source of heaven and earth was not an easy task. Back then, when Gu Fei refined the source of heaven and earth from the Naraka Tao, it took him hundreds of years. Of course, the world created by the ancient sage could not be compared to the Naraka Tao at all. The Naraka Tao was one of the 6 Taos created by the ancient Buddha. The heaven and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord was already infinitely close to the flawless great heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth created by the sage was worlds apart from the flawless great heaven and earth. In the divine city, a ball of divine light floated in front of He Tian. Above this ball of divine light, the aura of heaven and earth permeated. This ball of divine light was one with the surrounding void. The laws of heaven and earth in this world originated from this ball of divine light. He Tian was refining this ball of divine light. However, the progress was extremely slow. This was because this ball of divine light was imprinted with the mark of the ancient sage. Only by erasing the imprint left behind by the ancient sage and branding it with his own would Black Heaven be considered to have refined this part of the world. However, how could the mark left by the ancient sage be so easily erased? Even though He Tian had reincarnated countless times, he had no way of dealing with the great Tao mark left by the ancient sage. He could only use the method of consumption to erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. He Tian wanted to use his own strength to slowly erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was protecting He Tian. If not for Gu Fei, the Green Emperor would probably be the first to rush up and attack He Tian to snatch the source of heaven and earth. However, with Gu Fei protecting He Tian, no one dared to act rashly. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were waiting patiently. This matter could not be rushed. They also did not want to offend Gu Fei. They could only wait for He Tian to refine the source of divine light. Only the Green Emperor was a little frustrated. He was also a little worried. Once He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, would he attack him? The Green Emperor's worries were not without reason. As long as He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, he would be the ruler of this world. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for He Tian to destroy the Green Emperor. However, the Green Emperor did not dare to do anything to He Tian. Wherever Gu Fei stood guard, who in this world could touch He Tian? Everyone was waiting, but their moods were different. He waited for half a year. At this time, the ball of divine light in front of He Tian grew brighter and brighter. The imprint of the great path left behind by the ancient sages within the divine light was finally shaken by him. Although He Tian's method would take a long time, it was the safest method. There was no day or night in cultivation. He Tian sat there for 10 years. During these 10 years, Gu Fei's cultivation made another breakthrough. He had accumulated a lot of experience, and his cultivation rose from the first layer of half-step saint to the third layer of half-step saint. After the breakthrough, Gu Fei's vital energy and blood became stronger. Every move he made seemed to be able to shake the void of heaven and earth. His cultivation had become even more unfathomable. A martial artist at the third heaven of the half-saint realm could even fight against a quasi-saint without relying on any external forces. In the divine city, the others were also cultivating. Qiu Wuqing's talent was simply heaven-defying. During these 10 years, he had actually improved by a major realm and became a sage-to-be. The mysterious woman had also improved. Although she had not broken through to the sage-to-be realm, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sage-to-be realm. The Green Emperor, one of the 4 giants, was still a half-step sage. During these 10 years, the Green Emperor's cultivation had not improved at all. This was because he would become a sage if he improved any further. However, sages were not allowed to appear in this part of the world. Rumble. On this day, a thunderous sound came from where Heition was. Rays of divine light rushed out from the source of heaven and earth in front of him, and then dissipated in the void. At this time, Heition spat out a mouthful of blood towards the ball of divine light in front of him. This was Heition's blood essence. Each drop contained Heition's life imprint. This was the blood of his heart, which was incomparably precious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Heition's expression immediately became weary. Erebus's heart blood was completely absorbed by the ball of divine light as soon as it touched the ball of divine light. It's done. Although Heition's expression was weary, he was still extremely excited. 10 years. He had been cultivating this ball of divine light day and night for 10 years, not daring to be distracted. At this time he had finally gotten something. Virum. After devouring the blood of Heition, the ball of divine light vibrated continuously and let out a loud sound. A series of blood-colored Tao patterns appeared on the divine light. That was the imprint of Heition's Tao. At that moment, Mahakala's mark of the Great Path replaced that of the ancient sage. Then the ball of divine light began to recede, and soon, a matured fist-sized orb appeared before everyone's eyes. I finally succeeded. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. When everyone else saw that Heition had cultivated the source of heaven and earth, they let out different expressions. This was especially so for the Green Emperor. Right now the Green Emperor was filled with jealousy and hatred. Ha ha! Heition laughed out loud as he stood up from the ground. He had expended quite a lot of energy. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need some time. However, it was all worth it. Even if his energy was greatly damaged, it was still worth it. Swoosh! Heition kept the pearl into his body. The pearl entered Heition's Niwen palace. Then, with a single thought from Heition, the entire world shook. Swoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from Heition's glabella, opening up a spatial passageway. Those who wish to head out, please do so. Heition opened up the passageway between this world and the outside world. The Green Emperor was the first to rush into the sky and disappear into the spatial passageway. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. The outside world was the place for him to show off his skills. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman left as well. They had stayed here for 10 years and did not know what was happening in the human realm. After everyone left, Gu Fei was the last to leave. Heition wanted to try and fuse the world created by the sage into his own world of formations. Therefore, he did not want to head out. Gu Fei naturally knew what Heition wanted to do. Without any hesitation, he left this world. This is. When Gu Fei came out of the spatial passageway, he realized that he was still on a red star. This was a huge barren star. However, there were many ancient beasts lurking on this huge star. Roar! Chapter 1880. Gu Fei exited the Sage Realm and appeared in an unknown region of the vast Crimson Planet. The place was filled with red sand, and the surrounding terrain was undulating with many hills. This was a region without any signs of life. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. On this Crimson Planet, the spiritual qi was so thin that it was almost non-existent. However, in such a place, there were many powerful beasts lurking. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was about to leave this region, a roar was heard from behind a nearby hill. Then, an exotic beast scuttled out from behind the hill and pounced at Gu Fei. This is. Gu Fei moved and instantly disappeared from where he was. The next moment, his figure appeared thousands of feet away at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With a loud noise, the crimson sand filled the sky. The exotic beast pounced down from the sky, and the place where Gu Fei was originally standing was instantly destroyed. A ferocious and ruthless aura began to spread in the air. At this moment, Gu Fei had a clear view of the exotic beast. It was red all over and covered with a thick layer of red scales. There was a black horn on its head, and there was a yellow light lingering on it. This was an unknown exotic beast. At least, Gu Fei had never seen it before, nor had it appeared in the ancient books that he had read. Evil creature, you're courting death. Although this exotic beast was powerful, its strength was at most at the peak of the almighty realm. Compared to the two exotic beasts that Gu Fei encountered when he first came to this crimson planet, it was far weaker. Swoosh! Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a chaotic ray of light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger, directly piercing the forehead of this unknown exotic beast. Puffed! A stream of blue blood rushed out from the eyebrows of the exotic beast. Then with a boom, the exotic beast fell on the red sand, twitched a few times and stopped moving. Boom! Just as Gu Fei killed the exotic beast, a loud sound rang out from afar. Gu Fei felt the entire ground trembling. The red sand on the ground undulated like waves, and a shockwave spread out. What happened? Gu Fei was startled. This kind of fluctuation was a bit shocking. It was as if most of the star had been shaken. Could it be that something big had happened on this star? Although the Crimson Star was not as huge as the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, it was not small either. A power that could move half of the Crimson Star was already very shocking and terrifying. Shua! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and rushed in the direction of the fluctuation. In next to no time, he saw a crimson-colored wave appear in front of him. Yes, it was a wave that was completely formed from crimson sand was surging towards him. And this wave was over 10 kilometers tall. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. He rushed into the sky and dodged this wave. Seeing this wave surging behind him, even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. What kind of power could form this wave that affected more than half of the Crimson Star? Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was shocked, the void in front of him suddenly trembled. Looking from afar, he saw that tens of thousands of miles away, there were rays of divine light rushing up, and terrifying energy fluctuations appeared again. What is that? Gu Fei discovered that within the rays of divine light, there were actually Dao patterns, and they were ancient Dao patterns. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a shocking evil aura appeared in the sky. A huge figure stood up from the ground. What? At this time Gu Fei could not stay calm. The Crimson Star was not simple, and it seemed to have sealed a peerless evil demon. At this time the evil demon had appeared, and it was world-shaking. What is going on? Is it related to the grotto heaven of the ancient sage? It was already abnormal for the ancient sage's grotto heaven to appear on this barren crimson star. Now that the evil demon had appeared, Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Roar! The figure that stood up from the ground roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The figure was entangled by many metal chains. 9 rays of divine light descended from the sky and entangled the figure, binding it tightly. This was a kind of confinement technique. The divine chains of the Great Path had bound the evil demon in the void of this world, trapping it there. Boom! Dazzling lightning appeared in the sky above the Crimson Star, and a power of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above the figure. The power of the evil demon had exceeded the limit allowed by this world, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination was about to descend. Whereas Meng Tian, a spiritual consciousness spread out from the figure, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Boom! At this moment the void above the figure suddenly collapsed. A god city broke through the void and appeared above the head of the evil demon. Buzz! The void shook, and a shocking power exploded from the divine city. Then the entire divine city pressed down on the figure below. When Gu Fei saw the palace, he could not help but be extremely shocked. The appearance of the palace confirmed his guess. The ancient sage indeed had a conflict with the evil demon. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts raged in the sky, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination descended. That was because 2 powers that surpassed the sage level had appeared in this world. The powers that surpassed the sage level could threaten the great Tao laws of this world. The heavenly Tao sensed the threat and hence sent down countless heavenly lightning. The countless heavenly lightning engulfed half of the Crimson Star. Gu Fei quickly retreated. The heavenly lightning of extermination was extremely powerful, and it was much more powerful than the heavenly tribulation of a half-sage. If Gu Fei was struck by the heavenly lightning of extermination, his body and soul would be destroyed. The countless heavenly lightning of extermination was wreaking havoc, and the entire Crimson Star was shaking. Many beasts that were hiding in the Crimson Star escaped. The heavenly lightning of extermination covered a huge area, and most of the beasts were destroyed by the sudden heavenly lightning of extermination. At this moment, half of the Crimson Star was engulfed by the heavenly lightning of extermination. However, the divine city was safe and sound amidst the endless heavenly lightning of extermination. Not a single heavenly lightning of extermination could land on the divine city. The powerful evil demon was also fine in the sea of lightning. The power of the heavenly lightning of extermination could not get close to it. The evil demon that had been sealed for countless years was too powerful. In the current world, existences that surpassed the sage level were not allowed to appear. The world felt threatened and hence, a terrifying heavenly lightning of extermination was about to descend. Chapter 1881. No one knew how powerful the power of a universe was. Even a sage would not dare to go against the power of the entire universe. Although a sage could break the restraint of the great Tao of heaven and earth, going against the power of the entire universe was an entirely different matter. The appearance of two powers that surpassed the sage level on the Scarlet Star had already made the great Tao of heaven and earth feel threatened. Hence, a heaven calamity of annihilation descended. Endless thunder calamity almost engulfed the entire Scarlet Star. Even in the starry sky, the heaven calamity was extremely dazzling. What's going on? How can there be such existences in this universe? Those guys have returned. When the two earth-shattering powers appeared on the Scarlet Star, the invincible existences on the soaring dragon ancestral star that was thousands of miles away from the Scarlet Star sensed the changes on the Scarlet Star immediately. Rumble. In an extremely hidden mountain on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a lifeless god city tore the void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. In the main hall of the god city sat a supreme ghost Tao. This supreme ghost Tao was Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who had created the ghost cultivation path and had lived for countless years. This god city was the legendary ghost city of Fengdu. There were 10 halls in the city, and the legendary 10-court Yama resided in the 10 halls. Swoosh. In the main hall, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's gaze tore through the void and saw through the universe. He saw the extremely huge figure on the Scarlet Star under the heaven calamity. I've already killed the evil lord. I didn't expect there to be another existence that is comparable to the evil lord. Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. That day, he had displayed his great divine power and killed Thousand Illusion Evil Lord. That battle was extremely intense and earth-shattering. However, although Thousand Illusion Evil Lord was powerful, he was still killed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At the same time, in the sky above a devil's den in the northern devil region, a man who was sitting on the yin-yang divine pattern looked up into the sky. His gaze crossed the endless starry sky and landed on the Scarlet Star. Mengtian and Xian Xia. The man on the yin-yang divine pattern said, "These two guys have been fighting for their entire lives. Are they still fighting now?" In the 10,000 great mountains of the southern wasteland, an old man chopping firewood stopped, raised his head to look at the sky, and then muttered to himself. After that, the old man continued to wave the rusty machete in his hand. Roar! From the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons, at the border between the northern demon region and the northern demon region, came a terrifying roar. The other regions of the soaring dragon ancestral star also sensed the energy ripples of supreme experts. What had happened on the Crimson Planet had alarmed these supreme experts who had never shown themselves. Roar Mengtian, you want to suppress me with the God City when you are not here in person. What a joke. On the Crimson Star, evil Lord Xian Xia, who was bound by the divine chains of the Great Path, was howling. His howls reverberated in all directions. Around Xian Xia on the ground and in the air, matrix patterns appeared. These array patterns were all Saint King Great Array patterns, and it was a killing array. Back then, evil Lord Xian Xia and King Sage Mengtian fought in the galaxy. In the end, King Sage Mengtian defeated Xian Xia and suppressed him on the Crimson Planet. In fact, the Crimson Planet was not a lifeless planet. Most of the planets that were adjacent to the soaring dragon ancestral star had lives. It was because of that battle that the planet became a barren land. Rumble. It was not a big deal for the God City to suppress him from the sky. However, the God City actually triggered the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and suppressed Xian Xia with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation. What? Xian Xia was shocked. How was this possible? Could it be that Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Dao? This was definitely impossible. If Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Dao, he would have become an extreme grade supreme being long ago. If Meng Tian was already an extreme grade supreme being, he would be able to kill Xianxia effortlessly and would not need to suppress him on the Crimson Planet. In the God City, there was a wave that resonated with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and triggered the terrifying power that could destroy everything in the world. Roar! Xianxia was ferocious. He roared towards the sky and his white hair danced wildly. The divine chains of the great path on his body clanged, and he used a supreme technique to create a black hole. Boom! A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole and devoured everything in the world. Even the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation was shaken, and it was extremely terrifying. Countless bolts of lightning were devoured by the black hole. The God City was shaking and it was being pulled towards the black hole by the black hole. This, tens of thousands of miles away. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that Erebus was still in the Divine City? This wasn't a good thing. Swoosh! Just as the God City was being pulled towards the heaven-devouring power from the black hole, a figure stood up from the God City and a terrifying aura of a king of sages could be felt from the figure. Buzz! The void shook and the faint figure formed a seal with his hands. The boundless power of the heavenly tribulation was triggered by the figure and struck towards the black hole below. You! Xianxia was shocked. Although the exterminating heavenly tribulation was terrifying, the power of the heavenly tribulation could not be concentrated at one point. Therefore, it could still be resisted. However, once the power was concentrated at one point, it would be a different story. The ancient king of sages was truly heaven-defying. He could actually use the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation for his own use. The power of the heavenly tribulation was continuously gathered and concentrated towards Xianxia. The black hole created by Xianxia's supreme technique immediately became unstable. Preposterous. Xianxia had been suppressed for countless years. Only now could he rush out from the depths of the Crimson Star, and no longer be burned by the true fire of the Earth core. However, he could not truly break free. The ancient king of sages, Meng Tian, also had a backup plan. Swoosh! On the Crimson Star, outside the exterminating heavenly tribulation, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood in the starry sky and stared at the evil lord who was restrained on the Crimson Star. This person's robe was whiter than snow. It was the Ghost Emperor in Fengdu. The Ghost Emperor's arrival attracted the attention of the evil lord on the Crimson Star. It's you! When Xianxia saw the Ghost Emperor in Fengdu, an extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He actually turned around and walked back into the cage that had imprisoned him for countless years, not daring to come out again. Rumble. The black hole collapsed and the God City fell from the sky. Bang! Chapter 1882. The arrival of Ghost Emperor Fengdu shocked the evil lord who had just broken out of the seal and hid in the seal again. Gu Fei was in disbelief. What's going on? Such a thing was too outrageous. Could it be that Ghost Emperor Fengdu could actually kill such an existence? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. White-robed Ghost Emperor stood quietly in the starry sky and watched the scene on the Crimson Star. He did not make a move. When he saw the Divine City pressing down and sealing the evil lord again, he turned and left. Roar! A deep roar was heard from below the Divine City. Xianxia evil lord was unwilling to give up. He had spent a lot of time and effort to break out of Sage King Meng Tian's seal. However, he actually encountered that person when he came out. Rumble! Sage King Dao pattern surged out of the Divine City, and the seal that Meng Tian had set up was being repaired rapidly. This time, the power of the seal was much stronger than before. Meng Tian, you can't stop me. Xianxia evil lord's voice was heard from the Crimson Star. However, his voice soon disappeared as the power of the seal isolated everything. As the seal was repaired, the two powers that surpassed the sage level also disappeared. The terrifying destructive heavenly tribulation lost its target and gradually dissipated in the void. In this short period of time, more than half of the Crimson Star was destroyed. The ground collapsed. Red sand filled the sky and countless beasts died. Most of the beasts were actually the descendants of the followers of the evil lord. Back then, Xianxia evil lord dominated the Chaos era and had many followers. The entire Crimson Star was a prison that sealed the evil lord. Gu Fei did not expect an unparalleled evil demon to be sealed on the Crimson Star. It was a supreme being from the ancient era that could go against a king of sages. If the evil demon was allowed to be born, there would not be many people who could go against the evil demon in this world without sages. Hey Tian. When Gu Fei came back to his senses, his expression couldn't help but greatly change. When he came out of the ancient sage's world, He Tian was still in the divine city. But now, that god city had shattered the void and appeared on Crimson Star. Moreover, it had suppressed that evil demon again. Was He Tian still in God City? Shua. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, displaying the world's fastest speed as he rushed towards the divine city. When Gu Fei arrived near the divine city, he couldn't help feeling bewildered. There was no aura of life coming from the divine city. In other words, there were no living beings in the divine city. Even the stone men in the divine city had disappeared. The divine city was silent. There was no sound at all. This was an empty city. Nothing had changed in the city, but it lacked vitality. Old Black. Gu Fei's spiritual will entered the God City, but he didn't discover anything. He Tian wasn't in the God City, which made him heave a sigh of relief. That guy should still be in that world. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He Tian had obtained the origin source of the world created by the sage. The first thing he had to do was to refine that origin source. Perhaps He Tian had left the divine city when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Gu Fei wandered around the divine city for an hour, but he didn't discover anything. Thus he left Crimson Star and headed in the direction of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was different from the Crimson Star. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was many times larger than the Crimson Star. The vast star gave off a suffocating pressure. The Soaring Dragon Continent was just a part of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The Soaring Dragon Continent didn't even occupy 1/10 of the entire Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. However, the areas outside of the Soaring Dragon Continent were mostly inaccessible places. Some places were even shrouded in demonic qi. One look and anyone could tell that they were forbidden lands. Some areas were filled with demonic qi. It was very likely that they were the territories of the demon race. It's too big. It was Gu Fei's first time looking at the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star in the starry sky. The vast aura shocked him to the extreme. The Ancestral Star seemed to have more than one supreme great Tao law. It was unusual for an ancestral star to have such a situation. It should be known that only ancestral stars that had produced a few supreme great Taos would have such a phenomenon, where several supreme great Taos coexisted. When a supreme achieved the Tao in an ancestral star, the ancestral star would have the supreme great Tao imprint of the supreme great Taos. On the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, there was more than one supreme. The situation of several supreme great Taos coexisting was rare even in the ancient untainted land. It seemed that it was difficult for supreme great Taos to meet each other. For example, during the era of the supreme Tao ancestor, the ancient Buddha Lord would not have appeared to compete with the supreme Tao ancestor. It was said that the collapse of the ancient untainted land was likely due to a battle between supreme great Taos. Of course, this was only a legend. However, it wasn't impossible. It should be known that a battle between supreme great Taos could destroy a large area of the world. Gu Fei charged toward the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star with his 8 steps extreme speed. Just as Gu Fei was about to reach the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, he suddenly realized that there were countless ruins floating in the sky 100,000 li away from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. That's a huge pile of ruins floating in the sky shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that there was a huge battle outside the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star? Gu Fei immediately changed his direction and flew toward the ruins. A distance of 100,000 li was considered a long distance in Gu Fei's eyes. It took him half an hour to get close to the ruins. He saw countless broken bricks, rocks, and mud floating in the ruins. There were even corpses of cultivators mixed among them. An ancient battlefield. Gu Fei finally realized what he had encountered. This was a battlefield within the starry skies, one that had existed for an extremely long time. Broken weapons, mutilated corpses, everything made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. The ancient battlefield in the sky was huge, covering a radius of 100,000 li. Moreover, it wasn't static but moving. It was unknown how long this ancient battlefield had been floating in the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei wasn't in the mood to explore. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. How is this possible? He sensed an extremely weak aura of life. In this lifeless ancient battlefield, there was actually an aura of life. This made him feel very surprised. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei walked in the direction of the weak life aura. Soon Gu Fei approached the place where the presence of life was coming from. What he saw next almost made him lose control. It was a transparent crystal coffin. Chapter 1883. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of the stars, a crystal coffin was floating. The appearance of a crystal coffin in this deathly silent ancient battlefield was a bit strange. When Gu Fei saw this crystal coffin, he felt his scalp tingle. He had seen this crystal coffin before. Inside the transparent crystal coffin, there was a sleeping woman. How could the crystal coffin from the eternally ominous city appear here? All of this was inexplicable, which made Gu Fei horrified. When this crystal coffin appeared, it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to it. The woman inside the crystal coffin should be the remains of a supreme. However, this supreme's remains had changed and were sealed in the eternally ominous city by other supremes. That day, the virtual sky world attracted countless experts to fight for the supreme treasure of the eternally ominous city. But in the end, the crystal coffin appeared and the supreme experts of the human realm also came. That battle even reached the depths of the primal chaos. And even the eternally ominous city was half destroyed. The crystal coffin that escaped that day actually appeared here. Moreover, the breath of life in this battlefield of the stars originated from the crystal coffin. Reborn from death, this is too heaven-defying. Gu Fei knew that the woman inside the crystal coffin was incredible. After being dead for countless years, she unexpectedly gained vitality and showed signs of rebirth. He didn't dare to approach it. Even a supreme expert like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to this crystal coffin. If he approached it, he might not even know how he died. Gu Fei was about to retreat, but at this time he suddenly had a creepy feeling as if something extremely dangerous was peeping at him. In the ancient battlefield of the stars, there were a lot of broken weapons and even skeletons. Some ancient corpses were still dripping with blood. After countless years, their bodies were still immortal. Could it be that there is some evil existence here? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He used 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated back the way he came. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Boom! At this time, the entire ancient battlefield suddenly shook. The countless fragments scattered in all directions quickly gathered together, and a terrifying breath of death appeared between heaven and earth. This is... Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Sure enough, there was an incomparably powerful evil spying on him from the side. When he wanted to retreat, this evil hidden in the dark immediately jumped out and intercepted him. The deathly aura was vast and boundless as countless fragments flew over from all directions. They then fused together and a gigantic figure appeared in the middle of this space battlefield. Gu Fei could clearly sense how powerful this evil being was, because the black aura of death had almost condensed to the point of being solid, turning into rays of black light that lingered around the huge figure. This demon had concealed itself very well. Even Gu Fei had been deceived. At this time, the death aura seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was incomparably abrupt. Haha, what a powerful blood essence. A divine will came from the 10,000 zhang tall figure in front of him and a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Rumble. The void was shaking. Countless fragments actually formed a 10,000 zhang tall humanoid monster. 2 rays of blood light shot out from its gigantic head. The powerful deathly aura shook the surrounding void. This was a very strange evil being. Its battle prowess had most likely reached the Saint Realm. That kind of powerful aura caused even Gu Fei to not have any thoughts of resisting. However, the strange thing was that despite such a powerful existence, the heaven and earth actually didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Such an existence was not allowed to exist. The ancient battlefield was 100,000 miles in radius. The deathly aura of the entire ancient battlefield seemed to have gathered on the body of this humanoid monster. This was a strange type of undead creature. To think that it could actually avoid the detection of the heaven and earth. From a certain perspective, this undead creature couldn't be considered as a real living creature. Perhaps it was because of this that the heaven and earth didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Human, contribute your essence blood. The humanoid monster stood there and the void around it was trembling. Black spatial cracks kept appearing and being repaired by the power of the heaven and earth. Contribute your head. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he wasn't that afraid of this humanoid monster. Because although this humanoid monster was strong, it was still far from being comparable to a real saint. Touch. The humanoid monster didn't say anything else. It directly stretched out its huge hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The vigorous qi and blood on Gu Fei's body was the nourishment that this undead creature needed. All undead creatures had one thing in common, and that was to increase their strength by devouring life essence. Buzz. A huge cauldron emerged from the void around Gu Fei's body. It wrapped around Gu Fei and instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago was immediately hit by the huge hand. A chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of feet was formed. The void between the heaven and earth was directly penetrated. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This monster was able to cause such destruction with just a casual attack. It was really shocking. Do you think you can escape? The divine will transmit it, and a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the monster. He directly turned around and left. With his current cultivation and combat power, he wasn't a match for this monster at all. Only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu might be able to suppress this guy. Rumble. Seeing that Gu Fei wanted to escape, the monster immediately chased after him. Its powerful force shook the heaven and earth. With just one step, the monster overtook Gu Fei and intercepted him. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. How could the other party's speed be so fast? However, he quickly understood that the opponent's strength had reached the saint level, and was much stronger than him. They couldn't be compared at all. The opponent wasn't proficient in any kind of extreme speed technique, but with just one step, the opponent could instantly cross a distance of tens of thousands of feet. Swish! The monster stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. This time, the monster's huge hand enveloped the heaven and earth and sealed all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Gu Fei could feel that the void around him seemed to have frozen in an instant. He couldn't open his inner world even if he wanted to. At this time, he finally understood the terrifying power of the saint level. So what if the saint level had cultivated his inner world? When the saint level's power released a restrictive force, he couldn't open his inner world at all. Chapter 1884. The humanoid monster was extremely powerful. It was a different kind of saint tier life form. The power of the saint tier could confine the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not even hide in his inner world. Boom! The humanoid monster extended its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The powerful saint tier power made Gu Fei unable to resist it. If not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he might not even be able to stand. Roar! At this critical moment, Gu Fei roared angrily. An ancient cauldron rushed out of his body. This was not the shadow of the ancient cauldron, but the real body of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment he had no choice but to use the extreme saint weapon to protect his life. The opponent was too much stronger than him. However, just as the humanoid monster attacked Gu Fei, the crystal coffin floating in the void suddenly shook. Bang! The humanoid monster's body suddenly exploded. The crystal coffin appeared where the humanoid monster was. Then, an endless aura of death gathered towards the crystal coffin. Gu Fei escaped death. He could not help but be shocked. After the humanoid monster was hit by the crystal coffin, it turned into a vast aura of death. Meanwhile, the crystal coffin was crazily devouring the surrounding aura of death. Just as the crystal coffin smashed into the humanoid monster's body, Gu Fei felt his body loosen up. The invisible pressure immediately disappeared. Roar! The humanoid monsters will let out an unwilling roar. The aura of death was continuously devoured by the crystal coffin. However, the crystal coffin shone with various divine lights. The endless aura of death was actually being converted into spiritual energy. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. The method of converting the aura of death into spiritual energy was too shocking. Could it be that the crystal coffin appeared in this ancient battlefield of the stars because of the aura of death? If that was the case, then the woman in the crystal coffin was really going to be reincarnated against the heavens. This was a saint-level death energy, and it had already developed intelligence. It had long since become a humanoid monster. The appearance of the humanoid monster was actually a coincidence. It was condensed from the unyielding remnant thoughts of countless experts who had fallen in the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the humanoid monster's body exploded from the impact of the crystal coffin, turning into boundless deathly aura that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged out from the explosion of death energy. Rumble. The space around the crystal coffin trembled. Death energy gathered from all directions and entered the crystal coffin. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from the crystal coffin. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He retreated 50 to 60,000 miles away and stood in the starry sky. Looking at the surging death chi in front of him, he was shocked. This was the death energy of a saint-rank expert. If it was completely devoured by the woman in the crystal coffin, would she be able to defy the heavens and be reborn? Gu Fei immediately realized that it was impossible. If the woman in the crystal coffin was really the remains of a supreme martial artist that had developed intelligence, even the power of a saint-rank expert wouldn't be able to truly defy the heavens and be reborn. What shocked Gu Fei was that the mass of deathly aura that enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles was rapidly being devoured. This is too fast. Gu Fei was shocked once again. The woman in the crystal coffin was truly too frightening. At this rate, the endless deathly aura would soon be completely devoured by her. As expected, in just an hour, the death energy of a saint-rank expert was completely devoured by the crystal coffin. Within the crystal coffin, the spiritual energy was vast. The vast spiritual energy that was converted from the deathly aura entered the woman's body. Soon, the spiritual energy in the coffin was completely absorbed by the woman. The wisp of life aura that came from the crystal coffin seemed to be slightly stronger. Sensing this change, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. After such a vast amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by the woman's life aura only became slightly stronger. It was really too difficult to defy the heavens and be reborn. Swoosh! After devouring all the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield, the crystal coffin flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He then chased after it. The crystal coffin was moving very quickly in the starry sky. However, Gu Fei had the fastest movement skill in the world. Even so, he could only barely keep up with the speed of the crystal coffin. The starry sky was boundless. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could still get lost in the starry sky. After a few hours, the crystal coffin arrived at the border of the soaring dragon ancestral star. At this moment, Gu Fei could only barely sense the aura of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The starry sky of an ancestral star was usually very vast. Only experts whose cultivation base had reached the half-saint realm would dare to walk in the starry sky. Soon the crystal coffin entered a dim starry sky. There were fragments of broken stars floating everywhere. Some of the stars were already half destroyed. This was an alien battlefield. In the past, a terrifying war had taken place here. Almost all the stars in this starry sky had been destroyed. The dim starry sky was filled with a deathly aura. There was no sign of life. The spiritual energy in a place like this was almost depleted. Cultivators could not cultivate here at all. The crystal coffin entered the depths of the dim starry sky. There was a huge planet floating there. Although the huge planet was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not much smaller. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. His instincts told him that this huge planet should be the ancestral planet of this starry sky. However, there was no sign of life coming from this huge planet. What exactly happened here? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. An ancestral planet with life had turned into a dead planet. Could it be that there was a great battle between supreme existences in this starry sky? It seemed that only such existences could destroy a starry sky and kill all the living beings on an ancestral planet. The crystal coffin's destination was the dead and silent huge planet. This huge planet was covered with wounds. There were hideous cracks and huge pits on it. This ancestral planet had suffered an unimaginable impact in the past. It was almost destroyed. However, this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. Gu Fei knew why this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. It was because he could feel the great Tao fluctuation of an extreme grade supreme on this huge planet. This was an ancestral planet that had once produced an extreme grade supreme. It should be the great Tao seal of the extreme grade supreme that protected this ancestral planet. Otherwise, this ancestral planet would have been destroyed. Why did the woman in the crystal coffin come here? Chapter 1885. Amidst the deathly stillness of space, a once glorious ancestral star was revolving. The crystal coffin's destination was actually such a place. This puzzled Gu Fei. Did the crystal coffin come here to absorb the death chi as well? However, although this star domain had been destroyed, he discovered that there weren't any corpses of powerful existences left in the entire star domain. Apart from the destroyed stars, there was not even a shard of a divine weapon. The war that almost destroyed the entire star region seemed to have only left behind a desolate battlefield. Swoosh! The crystal coffin did not stop. It carried the woman and charged towards the huge star. Gu Fei followed suit. Even though the huge star was almost destroyed and suffered an unimaginable impact, it still gave off a feeling of vastness. There was also the fluctuation of the supreme Tao here. An extreme supremacy had once been born here. A life star that could produce an extreme supremacy was extraordinary. For example, the soaring dragon ancestral star was still the cradle of life, and there were still countless experts rising to power. However, the ancestral planet of this starfield had turned into a dead planet. It was something that no one had expected. A great battle had almost destroyed an ancestral planet of life. All life on the ancestral star was wiped out, and nothing was left behind. However, from the wreckage of the buildings on the ancestral star, one could tell that there were countless cultivators and powerful existences on the ancestral star in the past. Today, everything from the past no longer existed. Bam! The crystal coffin descended from the sky and smashed into a pitch-black crack on the Death Star. It then disappeared into the darkness. Just as the crystal coffin disappeared into the crack, Gu Fei suddenly sensed that the aura of the crystal coffin had disappeared. This made his heart skip a beat. Swoosh! He directly entered the huge star. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was about to land on the edge of the crack, a sword chime was heard. Then a sword ray shot out from the crack and pierced towards him. This is... Gu Fei was taken aback. He immediately soared into the sky and dodged the sword. The sword light swept past him and only dissipated in the void after soaring tens of thousands of feet. The chilling sword chi fluctuations caused him to be shocked. Hidden within the pitch-black crevice was a peerless killing intent, causing Gu Fei to be alarmed. That sword attack just now was very sudden and powerful. Even Gu Fei did not dare to face it head-on. There was a kind of invincible sword intent. What happened? There were no more fluctuations of sword chi in this big crack, which made Gu Fei anxious. He didn't dare to be careless because in this place a careless mistake could put his life in danger. However, Gu Fei had seen the crystal coffin enter the huge crack with his own eyes. When the crystal coffin entered the huge crack, there was no sword light. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body and enveloped him. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. No one knew how long the pitch-black crevice was. It was a hideous wound on the ancestral star. No one knew how deep the crevice was, but it was pitch-black inside. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. He carefully walked forward. After using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, even if he encountered the sword light earlier, it would not be a threat to him. However, unexpectedly, the powerful sword light did not appear this time. Gu Fei successfully entered the big crevice. Although Gu Fei was surprised, he couldn't think of the reason why the peerless sword light suddenly appeared. This made him feel a little uneasy. As he went deeper into the big crevice, Gu Fei felt the temperature below gradually drop. Rumble! At this moment, the whole big crevice suddenly shook. A monstrous death chi surged out from the depths of the big crevice and enveloped the sky and earth. Within the death chi, there were faint strange noises, as if there were countless ghosts howling. What happened? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The death chi covered the sky and the earth. In the darkness, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and all the evil spirits ran out. That crystal coffin. Gu Fei immediately thought that such a movement should be caused by the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin seemed to need a large amount of death chi to be reborn. However, why was there so much death chi on this ancestral star? Although the ancestral star was destroyed, there was no death chi on it. Could there be some secret inside the ancestral star? Only a battle between supremes could affect the entire star field. Even the ancestral star of this star field was destroyed, and all the lives on the ancestral star were wiped out. The means of a supremes was unimaginable. Could it be that someone had tampered with the ancestral star? That seemed to be the only explanation. Gu Fei did not stop. The illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountain and river blocked the deathly aura that surged towards him from all directions. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. This was the divine weapon that Gu Fei refined himself, the 9 Heavenly Stars sword. The 9 Heavenly Stars sword was a divine sword refined from the 9 Heavenly Stars iron, an immortal divine material. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to supremes. Immortal divine materials were too rare. Even for ancient supremes, not every one of them could obtain an immortal divine material. Being able to obtain the 9 Heavenly Stars iron was also a kind of opportunity for Gu Fei. Gu Fei continued to descend. Soon, he noticed that the surrounding death chi was gradually decreasing. An extremely weak life force came from the depths of the crevice. As expected, Gu Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. The crystal coffin was devouring the deathly aura. But this time, the deathly aura here was many times stronger than the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield. The woman in the crystal coffin wanted to be reborn, and the amount of death chi she needed was too shocking. The crystal coffin moved in the starry sky as if it was searching for death chi. The mysterious woman in the crystal coffin turned the death chi into spiritual chi to nourish herself. Gu Fei continued to descend, breaking through the layers of death chi. After an unknown period of time, he felt his body lighten, as if he had entered another world. He felt the fluctuation of other heaven and earth energies. There was indeed another world inside this ancestral star. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, and the ground was covered with white bones. Broken divine weapons and magical treasures could be seen everywhere. These divine weapons and magical treasures had all lost their spirituality. Another ancient battlefield. Chapter 1886. Gu Fei channeled the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Passing through layers of death energy, he entered a dark world. This place was filled with death energy and blood-colored clouds drifted in the sky. On the other hand, the ground was covered in white bones. As far as the eye could see, there were countless weapons and treasures scattered around the bones. Of course, some of these weapons and magic treasures had already been damaged. Although some of them were still intact, they had lost all their spirituality and energy. They had turned into scrap metal. Time had worn away everything. At this moment, in the depths of this world, a crystal coffin was floating in the middle of this world. It was devouring the endless essence of death energy. Countless amounts of death energy gathered towards the crystal coffin from all directions. After entering the crystal coffin, it was converted into pure spirit energy and absorbed by the woman in the coffin. The life aura of the woman in the coffin was gradually growing stronger. An existence born from death was already a strange life form. It was a new life form. The woman in the coffin must have condensed a blood bead of life. Gu Fei had sensed the faint life force fluctuations emanating from the blood orb of life within the woman's body. Roar! Just as the crystal coffin was devouring the death energy from all directions, a furious roar rang out in another area. Following that, a mountain of bones exploded and a creature with green hair all over its body charged out. Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. That green-furred creature was an evil creature known as the green-furred zombie corpse. It was an evil life form born from the endless death energy. Swish! The green-furred zombie corpse was incomparably powerful. It moved through the void at high speed. In just a short while, it had arrived before the crystal coffin. Bang! The green-furred zombie corpse swung its fist at the crystal coffin. Just as the green-furred zombie corpse's fist made contact with the crystal coffin, a shocking change happened to the crystal coffin. A powerful force suddenly emerged from the crystal coffin, sucking in the green-furred zombie corpse's fist. Roar! The green-furred zombie corpse roared furiously. The death energy on its body was rapidly devoured by the crystal coffin. In just a short while, the 3 zhang tall, incomparably ferocious zombie corpse was sucked dry by the crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Roar! Roar! In another part of the world, 2 more furious roars resounded. 2 green-furred zombies rushed out of the bone mountains and rushed towards the crystal coffin. This vast ancient battlefield actually gave birth to such a monster. It was truly unbelievable. The green-haired zombie corpse was extremely powerful. It was one of the evilest existences in the world. This was because this zombie corpse's entire body was filled with fatal corpse poison. Once someone was infected with the corpse poison, they would die without a doubt. Even Gu Fei was wary of this kind of evil monster. Fortunately, these green-furred monsters did not attack Gu Fei, but the crystal coffin. However, the difference between the two was too great. These green-furred monsters could not harm the crystal coffin at all. The 2 green-furred monsters that attacked the crystal coffin were also sucked in by the crystal coffin. Following that, the energy of death on these 2 green-furred monsters was continuously absorbed by the crystal coffin. Soon, the 2 green-furred monsters were sucked dry by the crystal coffin. After absorbing the energy of death from the 3 green-furred monsters, the life force coming from the crystal coffin became much stronger. It was as if an era had been buried in this world. The interior of the ancestral star was simply a super huge tomb. It was as if all the living beings on the ancestral star had died here. Gu Fei had already seen the crystal coffin absorb the energy of death. This time he did not pay much attention to the crystal coffin. He then walked around this world of death. Soon he found an ancient monument at the foot of a mountain that had been split in half at the middle. The ancient tablet was engraved with ancient divine characters. Gu Fei did not recognize these divine characters, but everyone knew the meaning of the ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. This was because the ancient tablet still had the spiritual imprint of the powerhouse who left the ancient tablet. Clear Jade Mountain Gate. This was the meaning expressed by the 4 ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. Could it be that this mountain used to be the location of a sect? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked at the thought of this. How could a sect's mountain gate appear here? It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei continued to walk around this world of death. Soon he found another ancient tablet that was damaged. He also did not recognize the ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. However, even though he didn't recognize these ancient divine characters, he knew what they were trying to convey. Northmont Sword Sect. Gu Fei was very surprised. There were also sword cultivators on this ancestral star. However, it was obvious that this so-called Northmont Sword Sect no longer existed. After regrouping, Gu Fei found the mountain gates of more than a dozen sects in succession. However, without exception, these sects were all destroyed without a single survivor. The places where these sects were located were razed to the ground by a great force. Could it be that this place really buried everything on this ancestral star? It was hard to say. This super huge tomb was not simple, but it was unknown who did it. Who sealed these things inside this ancestral star? No one knew. The person who did this must be a sovereign. In the past, there might have been sovereigns watching the battle between the sovereigns. After the battle, a sovereign took action and sealed all the corpses on this ancestral star into the inner world of this ancestral star. Of course, this lifeless world was definitely created and not something that had originally existed. Who could have done something so extravagant as to bury all the living beings in this star domain? Not many people would know about such a great secret of the world. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei was about to continue his search in this world full of corpses, the entire void suddenly trembled. Gu Fei suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. However, it was already too late. Go! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He immediately rushed towards the exit of this world. The world energy in this world that seemed to be boundless was being drawn. Someone was refining this part of the world. At this time, in the direction of the crystal coffin, there were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. The vast heaven and earth energy expelled all the death chi. The lid of the crystal coffin had already been opened. A woman sat up, holding a divine pearl in her hands. Streams of heaven and earth energy rushed out from this divine pearl and merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Chapter 1887. In the depths of the ancestral star, a crystal coffin floated high up in the sky. Boundless heaven and earth energy emanated from the hands of a woman in the coffin. The pulse of the entire world was under the woman's control, but she could not stand up from the coffin because her body below her abdomen was still deathly gray, lacking vitality. Even after devouring the boundless death chi, the death chi in her body had not been completely expelled. Only her upper body had regained its vitality and regained its color. Being born from death was truly difficult. This was defying the heavens. However, this crystal coffin was a strange object that could convert the death chi into life energy. Even so, the death chi in this woman's body was still difficult to be completely expelled. However, if this woman could successfully refine this world, she might be able to completely restore the vitality of her body and be reborn. Swoosh! Gu Fei executed the 8 desolation void steps and sprinted in this dark world. He had already displayed his extreme speed, and with a single step he was already thousands of miles away. He wanted to escape from this world, while the woman in the crystal coffin was refining this world. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave this place. The woman in the crystal coffin had a mysterious origin. She was the corpse of a supreme being that had regained consciousness. This was a different kind of life form. No one knew if the woman in the crystal coffin was the same supreme being of the extreme Tao, or if she had retained the memories of her previous life. However, this had nothing to do with him. Right now, what Gu Fei wanted to do the most was to hide as far away as possible. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook. The weather in this super great tomb changed. Boundless heaven and earth energy was awakening. On the ground, the soil undulated like waves. Even the bones buried in the ground were dug out. Bolts of lightning flashed across the dark sky, illuminating this world from time to time. This world that had been buried for an entire era was finally no longer silent. Boundless laws intertwined, and this world was about to close. Gu Fei was extremely anxious. The exit was right in front of him. Without thinking, he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged forward. Buzz! At this moment a sword chime rang out. The sword ray that appeared out of nowhere appeared again and slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei ignored the sword light. The sword light instantly struck the ancient cauldron's shadow outside of Gu Fei's body. Although the sword light was powerful, it couldn't break the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron. The defense of the cauldron of mountain and river was probably the strongest among all the supreme saint weapons. Although the sword light was powerful, it was unable to break through the defense of the cauldron of mountain and river. The sword light was shattered, and Gu Fei rushed out of the ancestral star. At this time, the ancestral star's rift was disappearing. The rift that stretched across half of the ancestral star was being repaired. The great Tao of heaven and earth that was on the verge of collapse began to recover, and so did the marks of the great Tao left behind by the autarch. The almost destroyed ancestral planet seemed to have regained its vitality. Rumble! The ancestral star quaked as the various natural laws of the world were awakened. Bolts of lightning flashed across the entire ancestral star. Dark clouds surged, and a heavy rain began to fall. All kinds of phenomena appeared on the ancestral star. The earth was nourished by the rain. Some places were flooded, others were snowing, and in some places, the rain gathered and formed rivers and seas. Gu Fei flew up into the sky, and he couldn't help but feel shocked as he could feel that the ancestral star was no longer lifeless. He didn't stop and left the ancestral star. Every time he saw the woman in the crystal coffin, Gu Fei would feel his scalp tingle, and it made him feel uneasy. The autarch's body was extremely powerful, and even though she was no longer the autarch of the past, she was still not something that Gu Fei could fight against. Because of the changes that had taken place in the ancestral star of this star field, the stars that had not been destroyed began to shine with dazzling starlight again. The ancestral star of life was the center of a star field, and with the ancestral star of life as the center, an unknown number of miles of starry sky formed a star field. The star field was so vast that weaker cultivators wouldn't dare to travel between the star fields, because without a star chart, they could get lost in the vast starry sky. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the star field, a star in front of him suddenly exploded, and a powerful destructive force spread in all directions. The powerful destructive force made Gu Fei's expression change. Roar! A furious roar shook the starry sky, and a figure rushed out from the exploded star. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were filled with blood-red light. Haha, I'm finally free. Where is Lord Taixian? The man was arrogant, and as soon as he came out, he wanted to find Lord Taixian, which shocked Gu Fei. There weren't many people who could be called Lord Taixian since ancient times. Lord Taixian was said to be one of the 9 great disciples of the Supreme Great Elder. Gu Fei sometimes suspected that Taixian's sect might have received some of Lord Taishuan's inheritance, which was why it was called Taixian sect. Of course, all of this could no longer be investigated. Taixian sect had become history. Although Gu Fei wanted to rebuild Taixian sect, the method he cultivated was not the inheritance of Taixian sect. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't care so much, and he quickly retreated. The man discovered the existence of Gu Fei, and then took a step forward, directly appearing in front of Gu Fei. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei. Little ant, how dare you escape from me? The man's words were extremely cold. Hey, you are the heir of the martial ancestor. That person seemed to be startled, but very quickly, a ripple came from that person's hand. It was a strand of divine sense. After this strand of divine sense entered Gu Fei's body, it rapidly entered Gu Fei's Naiwan palace. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Even with his cultivation and strength, he couldn't put up any resistance against this person. Moreover, this person wanted to read his memory. Buzz! At this critical moment, a powerful force exploded from Gu Fei's body, and the shadow of a big cauldron appeared on his body, shaking off the man's hand. The mountain and river cauldron, huh? It really takes no effort to find it. When the man was shaken off by the shadow of the big cauldron, he couldn't help but be surprised, but then he was happy. His blood-red eyes shot out beams of demonic light, and he was inexplicably excited. Chapter 1888. There was a change in an ancestral planet that shook the world. An evil demon that had been sealed in a star broke free at this time. The nefarious demon was incomparably powerful. In front of this nefarious demon, Gu Fei simply had no way of fighting back. However, just as Gu Fei was about to use his trump card, a woman appeared. To be more precise, this woman was not her real body. It was just a clone. Even so, she still had a domineering aura. It's you. When the evil demon saw the woman, it was shocked as if it had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Even its voice was trembling. The woman did not emit any divine will. Swoosh! The woman directly attacked the evil demon. With a wave of her right hand, 9 rays of divine light shot out from her hand and pierced through the evil demon. The evil demon soared into the sky, trying to avoid the 9 rays of divine light. However, the 9 beams of divine light followed them like shadows, changing their direction and continuing to pierce through the evil devil. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until they were stained with the devil's blood. The evil demon seemed to know the woman's background. He did not dare to fight her and turned to leave. However, the woman did not let the evil demon go. The 9 rays of divine light intertwined and formed a huge net that enveloped the world, trapping the evil demon. Roar! The nefarious devil roared again and again. It wanted to break the divine net and rush out, but the net was unbreakable. It trapped the nefarious devil inside. Rumble! A destructive force suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless lightning descended from the sky and struck the evil demon. This was a terrifying heaven's tribulation of extinction. The evil demon no longer hid its strength. It was actually a demon saint. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. A saint-level existence had finally appeared. The current world would not allow such a powerful existence to appear. Once a saint-level expert appeared, the world would sense it and send down a heaven's tribulation of extinction. However, a saint-level existence could not necessarily not appear in the current world. A saint-level existence could seal themselves to prevent a heaven's tribulation from descending. This demon had sealed itself, but at this moment, it had no choice but to release its seal and display its true saint-rank strength. The powerful energy fluctuations had indeed triggered the annihilation tribulation. Countless lightning bolts circled around the nefarious devil, but they were unable to truly threaten it. Shua! After the evil devil displayed the power of the sage rank, it actually tore a big hole in the divine net. The fiend rushed out of the hole in the divine net. However, just as he rushed out, a fist came flying towards him. Bang! The slender fist smashed into the evil devil's nose bridge, and the evil devil's nose bridge collapsed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere as the evil devil was sent flying. That woman's punch had nearly smashed that fiend devil's head apart. At this time, Gu Fei had already fled far away. What a joke! If he were to be affected by a battle of this level, his body and soul would be destroyed. There was no suspense in the following battle. Although the woman did not truly descend, the combat strength she displayed was too shocking. Although the evil devil was a great demon saint, he was still no match for the mysterious woman. In the end, he was killed by the mysterious woman's clone in this starfield. After killing the great demon saint, the woman glanced at Gu Fei before disappearing. "It's the person in the coffin." Gu Fei's heart trembled. The woman in the crystal coffin was extremely powerful. Just a clone was able to kill a great demon saint. How powerful was her combat strength? The performance of the evil devil made him feel even more uneasy. Of course, the great demon saint had been sealed for countless years, and his vitality had been damaged. He had almost fallen from the sage rank, so he could not display much of the true strength of a sage rank expert. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, a powerful wave came from the direction of the ancestral star. Gu Fei suddenly returned to his senses, and then he turned around and left without looking back. He knew that a change had finally appeared in this star domain after countless years of silence. Half a day passed. Gu Fei was walking in the star field. He could no longer sense the wave of the huge star. He was already far away from that place. However, Gu Fei was in big trouble. He realized that he was really lost in the endless starfield. He did not have a star chart with him. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Gu Fei to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. It would be great if He Tian was here. With He Tian's attainments in formations, it would be a piece of cake for him to find the 4 cardinal directions. Gu Fei continued to travel through the starfield. He wanted to find an ancestral star with life. However, there were not many ancestral stars with life in this boundless starfield. Apart from the soaring dragon ancestral star that Gu Fei knew of, he had never seen another ancestral star with life. Gu Fei continued to wander in the starfield. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. Gu Fei, who was lost in the starfield, kept looking for a way back. After a few years, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a weak wave. He followed the wave and soon, a life aura appeared in this starfield. That is, Gu Fei finally saw the source of the life aura. It was a blue star. 70% of the star was ocean, and the remaining 30% was land. Without hesitation, he flew directly towards the blue star. At this time, the humans on this blue planet saw an unbelievable scene through the satellites in space. A person actually appeared in space without any protective clothing on his body. Alien. The people in several secret places on the blue star were in an uproar. An explosive news was spreading rapidly, causing some people on the entire star to be extremely nervous. There were even powerful weapons that had locked onto the person who had appeared in space. Gu Fei, who sensed some kind of danger, disappeared from the outer space of the blue star. He directly entered the atmosphere of the star and landed on the highest mountain of the star. With the appearance of Gu Fei, a team of mountaineers who had painstakingly climbed the highest mountain in the world were scared to death. A person wearing simple clothing had actually descended from the sky. Could it be that they had encountered a legendary immortal? The spirit energy here is too thin. Gu Fei sensed the concentration of spirit energy on this star. Such a concentration of spirit energy was not suitable for cultivation at all. Even an existence with a heaven-defying physique would not be able to achieve much by cultivating on this star. In the next moment, Gu Fei arrived in front of a team of people wearing thick clothing. He reached out and pressed his hand on the head of a middle-aged man in the team. Chapter 1889. Compared to the soaring dragon ancestral star, the aqua blue planet couldn't be compared at all. This planet was too small, but there were many humans living on it. It was a completely different planet from the soaring dragon ancestral star. The soaring dragon ancestral star focused on cultivation, pursuing immortality. Longevity was the goal of all living beings. On this planet called Earth, although there were quite a few humans, the vast majority of them were not cultivating. Billions of them were mortals. Moreover, Gu Fei noticed that there wasn't even a single immortal on this planet. Even if there were some cultivators, their cultivation was pitifully low. Swish. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from this mountain called Mount Everest. "Boss, we met an immortal." A tall youth came back to his senses and said with a trembling voice. Everything that had happened in front of him was beyond his understanding. Immortals of legends. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. He was the leader of the team and was an experienced climber. This wasn't his first time climbing the highest mountain in the world. All the members of the mountaineering team were shocked to the extreme. What happened today could no longer be explained by science. A person wearing a thin set of clothes could actually appear on the world's highest peak. This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. When they regained their senses, they hurried down the mountain and sent the news to their friends and family. On this earth, there was something called the internet and Weibo. News spread at an absurd speed. Soon, the news of an immortal appearing on Mount Everest spread. At this time, Gu Fei had arrived on Earth in a place called China. Here there was a place with decent spiritual energy called Kunlun. Why would there be a mountain called Kunlun here? Gu Fei was shocked. There were also legends of Kunlun on the soaring ancestral star. It was a sacred mountain in ancient times. Legend said that a supreme female lived on it. When Gu Fei arrived at Kunlun, he was incomparably shocked. Kunlun Mountain was actually sealed by a formation. Someone had used great magic to hide the real Kunlun Mountain. The so-called Kunlun Mountain in the outside world was just a corner of the real Kunlun Mountain. In Gu Fei's eyes, this grand formation sealing Kunlun Mountain was nothing. However, this was definitely the work of a sage. Apart from a sage, no one could hide a sacred mountain. Land of the Soaring Dragon. When Gu Fei set foot on Mount Kunlun, he couldn't help but be startled by the momentum of the world before him. It was truly surprising that there was a land of soaring dragons on a small planet like Earth. However, the more Gu Fei observed, the more astonished he got. The terrain before him did not seem as simple as a soaring dragon ground. The outer perimeter of the entire Kunlun God Mountain was actually surrounded by mountain ridges one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time around, Gu Fei was truly stunned. How was this a land of soaring dragons or whatnot? This was just a heaven-revolting terrain. There had never been a terrain as such in all of history. 10,000 Dragon Reverence. Gu Fei's voice was quivering right now. A terrain as such was way too heaven-revolting. Could this Kunlun God Mountain truly be that legendary ancient God Mountain? 10,000 Dragon Reverence. Could there be an ancestor dragon being nurtured within this Kunlun God Mountain? At the thought of this, Gu Fei was astounded beyond anything else. This wasn't impossible. The 10,000 Dragon Reverence ground was something that had never appeared in all of history. To think that it would appear on a small planet as such. No wonder there was someone who could seal up such a heaven-revolting terrain with their powers. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak at the outer perimeter of Kunlun Mountain. Just as he was about to enter this heaven-revolting region, a beam of God light bolted over from the distance. Shoo! That beam of God light landed on the top of the mountain that Gu Fei was at. When the light dissipated, a young Taoist appeared before Gu Fei. This was a Taoist with a spiritual nature. His face was like a crown of jade, and his body was tall and slender. His long hair was tied up casually with a green ribbon that draped behind his head. Who are you? How did you get in here? The tone of this Taoist was icy cold, with a haughty look on his face. In his opinion, the fact that a mere mortal like Gu Fei could make it into this Kunlun immortal realm was pretty unbelievable. However, anyone who could make it into this place would definitely have some immortal affinity. If their physiques were decent, they might even be able to be taken in as disciples by the immortal sects within the Kunlun immortal realm. The immortal sects within Kunlun were the rulers of this Kunlun immortal realm. Yes, the moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but feel a little displeased. Even though this man could make use of shifting lights, his cultivation state had yet to truly break through the shackles of post-celestial. It could be said that such a cultivator had not really entered the path of cultivation. Only by breaking through the shackles of post-celestial could he be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. There were so many people like this in the Tunglong continent. It seems that your physiques as a mortal are not that good. I'd better kill you. After looking at Gu Fei from head to toe, the Taoist said such words. This made Gu Fei a little speechless. He could not believe that he had been ignored by an ant. If a person with average physiques happened to enter the Kunlun immortal realm, there would only be two outcomes. One was to be sent out by the people of the Kunlun immortal realm, and the other was to be killed on the spot by the people of the Kunlun immortal realm. Cultivators were very straightforward. They would do whatever they thought of. When this Taoist said that he wanted to kill Gu Fei, he was definitely not joking. He really wanted to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei still had a calm expression on his face. This calmness surprised the Taoist. I didn't expect you to have a good temperament, but it's a pity. The Taoist shook his head, seeming to feel a little sorry. However, since he had already wanted to kill Gu Fei must die. Humph, it's a pity. Gu Fei looked at the Taoist and said indifferently, "You." When the Taoist saw that Gu Fei was still so calm, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This was too abnormal. After all, he was a disciple in charge of guarding the entrance of the Kunlun immortal realm. He had also encountered several mortals who had entered the Kunlun immortal realm by mistake. In front of him, none of those mortals behaved as calmly as the young man in front of him. Go to hell. The young Taoist didn't think too much. He directly took out a talisman, then recited an incantation and threw the talisman to Gu Fei. Boom! After the young Taoist threw the talisman, it immediately turned into a ball of flame and burned toward Gu Fei. This was an ordinary fireball talisman. Chapter 1890. Gu Fei had entered the Kunlun immortal realm. This was a world that had been opened up by someone. Protected by a barrier, it was not known to outsiders. However, on this planet known as Earth, there were countless of legends regarding Kunlun. Kunlun immortal realm. That was a place that only existed in myths and legends. But today Gu Fei had stepped foot into this place that existed only in myths and legends. This was a place where the 1,000 dragons' reverence grounds were gathered. Around the Kunlun God Mountain, there were a total of 10,000 mountain ridges. Not only that, all of the mountain ridges were facing the Kunlun God Mountain as though they were kowtowing to it. The reason why the spirit chi on this planet was thin was most likely due to the terrain of this 1,000 dragons' reverence grounds. All of the spirit chi in the entire planet was gathered towards Kunlun. In the entire planet, the Kunlun immortal realm was the only place that was suitable for cultivators to cultivate. There were no other places on this planet that had any cultivators around. And just as Gu Fei was about to enter that heaven-revolting terrain up ahead to take a good look, a young man wearing a Taoist robe bolted out. Go to hell. Before long, that young man had already developed a killing intent towards Gu Fei. He then tossed out a fireball talisman at Gu Fei, wanting to burn him alive. Humph! Gu Fei snorted out coldly before waving his hand. Instantly, that fireball flew back towards that young Taoist. Bam! The fireball struck that young Taoist squarely, and the flames engulfed him entirely. When the flames dissipated, the young Taoist's entire face was charred black. There were a few huge holes in that Taoist robe that he was wearing. That head of elegant long hair of his was completely burnt off, leaving him bald. That bald head of his was still steaming. That young Taoist spat out a mouthful of turbid air before pointing at Gu Fei in shock, unable to say anything for a long time. Who's the ant? Who's the colossal dragon? Gu Fei calmly looked at the young Taoist priest who was in an extremely pathetic state and said those words. When the young cultivator heard this, he was stunned. Then, he knelt before Gu Fei and his entire body trembled. At this point, how could he not know that the young man before him was a powerful cultivator? Senior, please spare my life. At this moment, the young Taoist only wanted to stay alive. However, the cultivation world was definitely a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If the person who broke into the Kunlun paradise was not Gu Fei, the ending would be completely different. Any mortal who was hit by the fireball talisman would be burned to ashes, and not even their bones would be left. Furthermore, if he were to die, so be it. No one would be interested in a mere mortal. After all, within the Kunlun God Mountain, everyone from the Kunlun immortal sect was cultivating for the sake of longevity. I'll forgive you. Gu Fei looked at the young Taoist priest who was kneeling before him. His heart did not waver in the slightest bit. He was already used to seeing life and death. Something as such would not be able to move him at all. "Senior, please just treat this lowly person as a fart and let him go," the young Taoist priest begged. The fact that the other party was not even afraid of the fireball talisman meant that he was at least an innate cultivator. Innate cultivator. An existence like that could squash a postnatal cultivator like him to death with a single finger. The difference between innate and postnatal was way too huge. One could only be considered as an official disciple of the Kunlun immortal sect after entering the innate realm. Otherwise, they would end up like this young Taoist priest, who was just an errand boy who was ordered around by the official disciples of the immortal sect. This young Taoist priest was sent by the sect to guard the entrance of the Kunlun paradise. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and placed it on the top of the young man's head. He read the memories of this young man before tossing him out of the Kunlun paradise. As for whether this young man would fall to his death or not, he didn't care that much. Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain and pondered for a while. Then his figure began to change. Soon he became the young Taoist who was directly thrown out of the Kunlun paradise. He decided to travel in the Kunlun immortal sect as this Taoist. Just now, he read the memory of this young Taoist priest and knew that this Taoist was a disciple of the Guanghan sect, one of the three major immortal sects of the Kunlun immortal sect. In this Guanghan sect, most of the disciples were female, but there were a few male disciples. However, in this Guanghan sect, the status of the male disciples was very low. They could only do some menial work and could not learn the superior cultivation secrets of the sect. The young Taoist priest was called Wu Gang. He was at the peak of the postnatal realm. In Wuxia on Earth, such an existence could be regarded as the top existence. But in the Kunlun paradise, the cultivation at the peak of the postnatal realm was nothing at all. This Wu Gang wholeheartedly wanted to practice the real cultivation method of immortal cultivation. In the Guanghan sect, he worked hard without complaint because he wanted to become an official disciple of the Guanghan sect. However, it was much more difficult for a man to become an official disciple of the Guanghan sect than it was for a woman. It was Wu Gang's bad luck. Originally, it was the turn of another cultivator at the peak of the postnatal realm to guard the entrance of the Kunlun paradise. But that person had something to do at the last minute, so he took the position. As a result, the things mentioned above happened. In a few hours, someone will come to replace me. Gu Fei found a place and sat down cross-legged. He was now the young Taoist priest Wu Gang. He was waiting for the arrival of the person who would replace him. 6 hours later, a beam of divine light rushed out from the depths of the Kunlun paradise. It was a middle-aged cultivator whose cultivation had reached the half-step to the innateness realm. Half-step to the innateness realm. As long as he advanced half a step, he would be a disciple of the immortal sect in the innateness realm. It was difficult to enter the immortal sect before reaching the innateness realm. This middle-aged man was the same as Wu Gang. He was just a coolie in the three major immortal sects. However, once someone broke through to the innateness realm, he would become an official disciple of the three major immortal sects. "Brother Wu, you can go back now." The middle-aged man went straight to the top of the mountain. Gu Fei nodded and then flew toward the depths of this world. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the mountains. The spiritual qi here. When Gu Fei entered the heaven-defying terrain, a stream of extremely pure spiritual qi rushed toward him. Gu Fei directly ran his magic skill and swallowed the spiritual qi just now. This was simply a place where treasures gathered. Spiritual qi overflowed everywhere. In some places, there were even spiritual springs and spiritual caves that were spewing spiritual qi. It was really strange that it was difficult for the cultivators here to break through to the innateness realm to cultivate in such a heaven-defying place. It should be known that such a heaven-defying terrain was most suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The spiritual qi in the thousands of dragons greeting sect was endless. The spiritual qi in the Kunlun paradise was almost endless. Even Gu Fei could not devour all the spiritual qi here. Wu Gang, you're back. Chapter 1891. Not everyone could enter the Kunlun immortal realm. There was only one entrance and exit connecting the Kunlun immortal realm to the outside world, and very few people could break in. Of course, the spiritual qi in the outside world was thin, and the cultivators in the immortal realm were not willing to go out. The Guanghan sect where Wu Gang was located was said to be the inheritance of Chang'e of the Moon Palace. However, whether it was really the inheritance of the Moon Palace was unknown. However, most of the disciples in the Guanghan sect were women, and there were very few male disciples. Moreover, the male disciples did not have a high status in the Guanghan sect. After reading Wu Gang's memory, Gu Fei knew that the current head of the Guanghan sect was Mingxia Fairy, a great cultivator in the void-controlling realm. In the Kunlun immortal realm, the cultivators in the void-controlling realm were the most powerful cultivators. Immortals on this planet called Earth had already become a legend, and cultivators in the imperial void realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. This Mingxia Fairy was actually an old woman who was 800 years old, but she had a technique to maintain her youthful appearance, so she still looked like a young girl of 18 or 22. The location of the Guanghan sect was one of the dragons in the 10,000 Dragons Greeting sect. The location of the mountain gate was the place where the dragon condensed spiritual qi, which was also the place where the real dragon spits out pearls. The spiritual qi is so thick, but why is the cultivation of the people here so low? Gu Fei was puzzled. Take the Guanghan sect for example. The place where the Guanghan sect was located was called the real dragon spitting pearls, and it was the place with the thickest spiritual qi in the dragon vein. It was reasonable to say that cultivating in such a place would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, in the entire Guanghan sect, there was only one Mingxia Fairy. With the cultivation of the void-controlling realm, she was already able to compete with the leaders of the other two forces. Gu Fei, who was disguised as Wu Gang, returned to Wu Gang's residence. It was a very simple wooden house, and there was only a futon made of unknown grass. In the wooden house there was only a futon and a wooden cabinet, and there was nothing else. Gu Fei found that there were many wooden houses nearby, and they could be seen in the forest. This was where the male disciples of the Guanghan sect lived, while the female disciples of the Guanghan sect lived on the mountain with the thickest spiritual qi. Wu Gang, come out. Just as Gu Fei returned to the wooden house, a woman's voice came from outside. Yes. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. Why would a female disciple of the Guanghan sect come to find Wu Gang at this time? He had only briefly read some of Wu Gang's memories, not all of them. Senior Lingyu. When Gu Fei walked out, he saw a woman dressed in snow-white clothes standing under a tree, looking at him with a look of annoyance. This is bad. This woman was Wu Gang's lover. Her name was Lingyu. She had been in the sect for less than 30 years. She was a disciple of the Guanghan sect's martial uncle. The three great immortal sects of Kunlun would regularly send their experts to the human world to take in some disciples with good physique, and then bring them back to the Kunlun immortal realm. This girl named Lingyu had a good physique. Although she had only entered the sect for less than 30 years, she had already become an official disciple of the Guanghan sect. There was a huge difference between an official disciple and a nominal disciple, because only an official disciple could practice the various cultivation methods of the sect. As for a nominal disciple, they could only practice some of the most basic cultivation methods. Of course, if one's talent was heaven-defying, even if they practiced these basic cultivation methods, they could still enter the innate realm. However, this Wu Gang was a person who loved ease and hated work. His physique was not that good. He entered the sect 10 years earlier than Lingyu, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the postliminary realm. However, this Wu Gang had a handsome appearance and hooked up with this junior sister Lingyu. Senior sister. Gu Fei didn't want to expose his identity, so he had to walk towards the woman. He felt that there must be a big secret hidden in this Kunlun immortal realm. Moreover, in this 1,000 Dragon Greeting Land, he wouldn't make any moves before he figured out the situation. One should know that the 1,000 Dragon Greeting Land was a place where the ancestral dragon came from. Follow me. That senior sister Lingyu just glanced at Gu Fei, then turned around and walked away. Gu Fei had no choice but to follow behind that senior sister Lingyu. Soon they arrived at a forest. Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. A man and a woman came to this hidden forest together. What were they doing? You bastard! Did you take advantage of the time when I was in seclusion to hook up with other senior sisters and junior sisters? That senior sister Lingyu suddenly turned around and grabbed Gu Fei's left ear with incredible accuracy. Then she twisted it hard. and a burst of pain spread from his ear to his brain. You! While Gu Fei was shocked, he couldn't help but be furious. He really wanted to slap this woman to death. Really, you can't judge a book by its cover. Originally, she was a quiet lady from a respectable family, but now she had indeed turned into a tigress. You what? Your wings have hardened, right? That senior sister Ling Yu twisted Gu Fei's ear and refused to let go. Humph. Gu Fei let out a cold snort. Then a force exploded from his body, causing senior sister Ling Yu to fly a dozen steps back and fall into the forest. Aya, you bastard, you're going to die. Senior sister Ling Yu was shocked and angry at the same time. She didn't dare to speak loudly. One should know that this was the Guanghan sect. If someone found out that she was having a tryst with a male disciple, it wouldn't be good. That senior sister Ling Yu jumped up like a tigress. However, before she could stabilize herself, a big hand grabbed her head. As long as Gu Fei exerted some force, he would be able to kill this tigress. You're not Wu Gang. Who are you? At this moment, senior sister Ling Yu finally realized that the person in front of her was not Wu Gang. Because Wu Gang definitely didn't have this kind of cultivation and strength. One should know that someone who could easily suppress a Xiantian realm cultivator was definitely not a weakling. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He had already made up his mind to kill. One should know that ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever twisted his ear. This was the first time in his life. Senior sister Ling Yu's attack was fast and accurate. Moreover, Gu Fei had sealed his own cultivation. Therefore, he actually failed to dodge senior sister Ling Yu's grasp. Don't kill me. I can do anything for you. Senior sister Ling Yu was scared. She could feel the murderous intent of the other party. She was horrified. However, at this moment her mind was still very clear. She knew that her life was at the mercy of the other party. Could it be that the other two forces in the Kunlun immortal realm are going to deal with the Guanghan sect? Thoughts flashed through her mind. What can you do for me? Chapter 1892. Gu Fei did not kill this woman called Ling Yu. However, he had placed a restriction on her body so that she had no choice but to work for him. This woman was pretty smart. She knew that her life was in the hands of Gu Fei. Her life or death was in the hands of the other party. The woman called Ling Yu did not dare to have any other thoughts as she returned to the inner sect. As for Gu Fei, he continued to use the identity of Wu Gang to stay in the Guanghan sect. He could sense that there was an earth-shattering secret hidden within this Kunlun. If he did not get to the bottom of it, he would feel uneasy. The spirit qi in the Thousand Dragons revering grounds was extremely dense. However, for those who cultivated here, even if they cultivated to their strongest state, they could only break through to void ascension state. To Gu Fei, this state was way too low. One had to know that even if a sage were to appear in the Thousand Dragons revering grounds, there would be nothing strange about it. However, not only were there no sages here, there were no immortals either. This was way too unbelievable. But before long, Gu Fei found out what was going on. On the third day he was here, he could already sense an invisible pressure in this world. This pressure was suppressing his cultivation state. When Gu Fei realized this, he could not help but be astounded. No wonder there wasn't a single immortal even though the spirit qi here was so dense. To think that there would be such a suppressive force in the Kunlun immortal realm. This suppressive force seemed to originate from the Kunlun God Mountain. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility and broke out in cold sweat. If that were truly the case, he would have to leave this place as soon as possible. For the next few months, Gu Fei walked around the Kunlun immortal realm carefully. Other than the woman called Ling Yu who knew that he was an outsider, no one else knew of his identity. There were no restrictions in the Thousand Dragons revering grounds, and everyone could enter and exit freely. However, it was not that easy to leave the Kunlun immortal realm. That was because the three immortal sects had sent people to guard the exit. If one wanted to leave this place, one would have to obtain the approval of the three immortal sects. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation state, he could naturally enter and exit this place freely. However, the more Gu Fei learned about this place, the more shocked he became. What were these 10,000 dragon veins nourishing? Could there truly be an ancestor dragon-level unparalleled existence, hidden within the belly of the Kunlun God Mountain? That was because that sealing power that was spreading out from the Kunlun God Mountain was more than enough to affect the laws of the entire world. Only Gu Fei, who was at the third heaven of the Sage-to-Be realm, could sense this suppressive force. Other people, even peak almighties, might not be able to sense the existence of this suppressive force. In other words, there was a startling power within the Kunlun God Mountain. This was a power that could affect the entire Kunlun immortal realm, or even the entire planet. Before this, Gu Fei only knew that only supreme beings could have such power that could affect the entire star. This planet called Earth was not simple. Someone had used supreme means to hide some things. Even an existence like Gu Fei could not discover too many things. One had to know that given Gu Fei's cultivation state, he was already invincible on this planet. But, was he truly invincible on this planet? Gu Fei did not have much confidence. He already knew that there must be some sort of huge secret hidden within the heaven and earth within the thousand dragons' revered grounds. Otherwise, there was no way a place as such could remain undiscovered until now. But of course it was by chance that Gu Fei had come to this place. He had lost his way in the endless starry skies and had to wander for a couple of years before he stumbled upon a planet, as such that had a large amount of life on it. This planet called Earth was simply way too small. Compared to the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not even a millionth of its size. Even a random region on the soaring dragon ancestral star would be countless of times bigger than this planet. In the endless starry skies, a planet as small as this was simply way too insignificant. In the past few months, that woman called Ling Yu had not been able to bring much useful information to Gu Fei. However, within the ancient records of the Guanghan sect, there was a record of something. This Kunlun God Mountain was originally the ancestral ground of this entire planet. In the distant past, this planet did not look like this right now. This place had a long history that had gone through a mythological era. In that mythological era, the Kunlun God Mountain had already existed. The Kunlun God Mountain was the Tao ground of a female supreme being. Of course, all of these were just legends. However, within the Kunlun immortal realm, all the cultivators believed that the existence of that female supreme being was real. That was because at the peak of the Kunlun God Mountain, there was a palace called the Jasper Pool. Jasper Pool, Jasper Terrace. Could there be some sort of connection between the two? Gu Fei could not keep his composure right now. One had to know that in the soaring dragon ancestral star, there were legends regarding female supreme beings as well. And in the ancient legends, it seemed as though there was only a single female supreme being in the entire world. Could there have been another female supreme being that had once appeared in this unknown star region? The so-called Jasper Pool sacred grounds was nothing more than an ancient ruin. As Gu Fei walked through the ruins, he was a little disappointed. There didn't seem to be anything of value left behind in this place. However, at the center of the ruins there was a small pond. This pond wasn't too big, only having a radius of a few dozen feet. However, there were 3 figures seated cross-legged beside this pond. The appearance of Gu Fei startled the 3 of them immediately. 3 extremely powerful consciousness swept out at the location where Gu Fei was at. Gu Fei was taken aback. The ripples of these 3 consciousness were extremely strong, and did not seem like something that a void ascending state cultivator should possess. However, these 3 people were truly only a void ascending state. Who are you? Forbidden grounds of Kunlun. Death to all trespassers. The 3 people beside the pond stood up as 3 powerful auras appeared within this ancient ruin. Instantly, the peak of the Kunlun mountain was filled with a killing intent. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei didn't pay attention to these 3 people. He only wanted to know why these 3 people, who clearly only had void ascending state cultivation, seemed to have a combat strength infinitely close to that of an immortal. Could it be related to the sealing force in this part of the world? Of course, even if a real immortal appeared in front of Gu Fei, he would only be in existence akin to an ant. Taoist Mingxia. Look at this person's clothes, he seems to be from your Guanghan sect. Yes. That's right, this little guy is from the Guanghan sect. Taoist Mingxia, what do you say? Among these 3 people, there was a white-robed fairy, and the other 2 were 2 middle-aged Taoists. These 2 middle-aged Taoists had the intention to kill Gu Fei. The rules were set by the ancestors. You can do whatever you want to this person. Chapter 1893. At the peak of Kunlun beside a small pool, sat the three grandmasters of Kunlun Immortal Realm, Mingxia Fairy of Guanghan Sect, Changchunzi of Kunlun Jade Palace, and Yunzhongzi of Immortal Taishu Sect. These three were the void-controlling cultivators of Kunlun Immortal Realm. They were the three strongest grandmasters of Kunlun Immortal Realm, and they ruled Kunlun Immortal Realm together. Gu Fei's arrival had alarmed the three grandmasters. Kunlun Forbidden Grounds, trespassers shall die. Changchunzi of Jade Palace stood up and looked at Gu Fei coldly. Yunzhongzi of Immortal Taishu Sect also had killing intent towards Gu Fei. Only Mingxia Fairy sat down cross-legged and did not say a word. Not to mention a male disciple of Guanghan Sect trespassing into Kunlun Forbidden Grounds. Even the most outstanding female disciple in the sect would not be able to protect her, because this was the rule left behind by the ancestors. Trespassers of Kunlun Forbidden Grounds would die. It's still unknown whether it'll be you guys or me who will die. Gu Fei's face was indifferent. A void-defending realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Initially, he did not want to alarm the three great immortal sections, but it seemed that it was impossible not to alarm the three great immortal sections. When he was in Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, Gu Fei had seen the name Kunlun in ancient books. Of course, everything about Kunlun had been lost in the long river of time. But, to think that there would be a Kunlun God Mountain on this tiny little planet. Not only that, there was even a heaven-revolting place where the ancestor dragon was born in the 10,000 Dragons Reverence sect. To think that he would have stumbled upon this legendary terrain. The strength of the ancestral dragon was undeniable. One should know that Old Tortoise's father was an ancestral dragon. Such an existence could compete with an extreme Tao Supreme Being. How dare you? Yunzhongzi of Immortal Taishu Sect said angrily. In this Kunlun Immortal Realm, no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a tone. Did this young man think that he was a Tao ancestor? Kunlun was the origin of immortals in the Divine Land. There were countless legends about Kunlun. Little ant, go and die. Yunzhongzi from the Immortal Sect of Great Void pointed with his finger. A beam of divine light shot out from his finger and pierced through Gu Fei's forehead. He wanted to pierce through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and destroy his Naiwan palace, causing Gu Fei's soul to dissipate. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and pointed his finger. A ray of light rushed out from the tip of his finger, and the two rays of light instantly collided. With a loud sound, Gu Fei's finger light broke through Yunzhongzi's immortal light and shot towards Yunzhongzi. What? Changchunzi and Fairy Mingxia of the Hollow Jade Temple were shocked. They never expected that the young man in front of them would have such cultivation and combat power. Pooh! There was a flash of blood, and Yunzhongzi's right shoulder was pierced. The immense force sent Yunzhongzi, the sect leader of the Great Void Immortal Sect, flying 100 zhang away. Changchunzi and Fairy Mingxia were dumbfounded by this scene. Who the hell are you? Fairy Mingxia asked Gu Fei. At this moment everyone looked at Gu Fei differently. Just one move and this person had injured Yunzhongzi. This was too unbelievable. One should know that on the entire earth, there were definitely no more than 5 people who could injure Yunzhongzi. And of these 5 people, 2 were here. Moreover, even if these 5 people wanted to injure Yunzhongzi, it would not be so easy. Humph, the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun. What a great reputation. Gu Fei walked over step by step. He did not have any strong aura, but to the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun, this young man was extremely dangerous. Yunzhongzi's face was ashen. He was injured in one move. He was shocked and angry. Ever since he reached the Yushu Grandmaster realm, he had never been pierced through by anyone. What about me? I'm not convinced. When Gu Fei came before the 3 of them, he remarked calmly. It was only at this moment that he realized that there was a boundless amount of spirit chi within that small pond. This was a spirit spring of Kunlun God Mountain. This spirit spring was far from simple. It carried the essence chi of the earth ancestor meridians. Cultivating beside this small pond would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. What Kunlun Forbidden Grounds? It was just some people who wanted to occupy this sacred ground for cultivation. Naturally, cultivating with the spirit chi of the earth ancestor meridians was much better than cultivating anywhere else. However, there was no way an immortal could appear on this planet. That was because the existence that was being nurtured within Kunlun God Mountain was suppressing this entire world. An existence as such was absolutely horrifying. The aura that it gave off could suppress an entire planet with life. Even if the spirit chi within Kunlun immortal grounds was even denser, it was impossible for an immortal to appear. Even if there were people with heaven-defying tendons and bones on this planet, they would not be able to cultivate to a higher state. They would only be able to stop at Yushu state. At this moment, the three grandmasters could not help but admit defeat. The pressure that Gu Fei was giving them was way too great. It was as though he could kill all of them with a single finger. Earlier on, this young man had already shown them mercy. "Senior, where are you from? Could you be a powerful being who has returned from the outer worlds?" The sect master of Hollow Jade Temple, Chang Chunzi, asked cautiously. His Hollow Jade Temple was said to be an orthodoxy passed down by the primordial Heavenly Lord. However, that was just a legend. Whether or not the primordial Heavenly Lord existed back in the ancient times, no one knew. As for the immortal sect of Great Void, it was said that it was an orthodoxy passed down by the ancestral Tao ancestor. As for that unparalleled ancestral Tao ancestor, he had a huge reputation in the soaring dragon ancestral star. Even though he had disappeared for countless of years, everyone still remembered that there was once an unparalleled being who had created the unparalleled immortal Tao in the distant past. Returned from the outer worlds. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be stunned. This sect master of Hollow Jade Temple did have some foresight after all. Actually, Chang Chunzi could not be blamed for having such doubts. One had to know that the three grandmasters of Kunlun were already the strongest beings on earth. Even those fellas from the west were nothing in their eyes. However, this young man was so powerful that they had to look up to him. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that this young man was a powerful being who had returned from the outer worlds. The inheritance of the three immortal sects of Kunlun was incomparably ancient. There were countless books and records in the sections. They knew very well that there were still some immortals on Earth thousands of years ago. However, after a great change, Earth became unsuitable for cultivation. Even in a place like the Kunlun immortal realm, it was still difficult to cultivate the celestial immortal Tao. Therefore, those powerful beings left Earth one after another, and entered the depths of the starry sky to search for the legendary path to heaven and enter the legendary heaven realm. In fact, the three grandmasters of Kunlun did not want to continue staying in the Kunlun immortal realm. However, they did not dare to enter the starry sky rashly. Of course, there was a transmission array in the Kunlun immortal realm that led to the depths of the starry sky. It was an ancient road. Some people who were nearing the end of their lifespans would eventually set foot on that ancient road to find a suitable place for cultivation in the outer worlds. There's actually a transmission array here that leads to the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 1894. Gu Fei was surprised that there was a teleportation formation in Kunlun immortal realm that led to the starry sky. However, on second thought, this place even had the heaven-defying terrain of the 10,000 Dragons greeting sect. What else was impossible? The three great masters of Kunlun had to admit defeat because they were no match for Gu Fei at all. In the cultivation world, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The three great masters of Kunlun had to be careful. If Gu Fei was unhappy, they would be in trouble. "Senior, are you really an expert who came back from the starry sky?" Mingxia Fairy asked carefully. One had to know that many powerhouses had gone out from Earth. Over the past few thousand years, there had been powerhouses who had made a breakthrough in their cultivation and returned. Gu Fei did not answer. However, the three grandmasters had already determined that Gu Fei was one of the experts who had gone out from Earth and had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Of course, such people were very rare. Even in the past thousands of years, there were only one or two. Moreover, those people had left after discovering that Earth was not suitable for cultivation. However, Mingxia Fairy still felt a little strange. How could an expert who went out from Earth not know about Kunlun immortal realm? This place is not bad. Get out of here. Gu Fei did not kill the three great masters of Kunlun. Instead, he drove them away. Mingxia Fairy and the others quickly retreated and left the ancient ruins. Who the hell is that person? After leaving the legendary Jade Lake ruins, Yun Zhongzi could not help but say angrily. He was defeated by that person in one move. He really had no place to vent his anger. How would I know? Chang Chunzi also felt very aggrieved. However, the other party's cultivation was there. So what if he was aggrieved? We still have a trump card that we haven't used. Yun Zhongzi's eyes became sharp, and his face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Don't even think about it. If we can't kill that person, the 3 great immortal sects of Kunlun will be in big trouble. Mingxia Fairy said quickly. We have to be careful. Chang Chunzi's face also became serious. If they used their trump card, it would cause too much movement. If they were not careful, they might lose more than they gained. No one could bear the consequences. The 3 grandmasters of the Kunlun sect descended the mountain. None of their sects were located on the Kunlun God Mountain. For others, the Kunlun God Mountain was a forbidden ground. This pool. After Gu Fei drove away the 3 Kunlun Grand Masters, he sat cross-legged beside the pool. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuation in the pool, even he couldn't help but be moved. This spirit spring was connected to the ancestral veins of Kunlun, and the spiritual energy was almost limitless. Of course, Gu Fei would not miss such an opportunity. He operated his Xian Qi and started cultivating next to the pool. The surrounding spirit Qi was quickly drawn and converged towards him. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there. Spiritual light constantly rushed out of the pool and entered his body. The spiritual Qi of the ancestral vein was different. Even a physique cultivator like Gu Fei could feel the benefits of this spiritual Qi to his martial body. Under the cleansing of the spiritual Qi of the ancestral vein, his martial body actually showed signs of improvement. His blood, flesh, tendons and bones had become even stronger under the effect of the ancestral vein's spiritual energy. Those fellas sure are guarding over a treasure ground. Gu Fei lamented. If he were to guard over such a treasure ground, he would have long reached the quasi-saint state. However, in the Kunlun immortal realm, even with such a sacred cultivation ground, Fairy Mingxia and the others could only reach the imperial void state. If this were on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a sacred cultivation ground like this would definitely cause all the cultivation forces to fight over it. Even an existence like the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu might not be able to sit still. After a long time, Gu Fei's body suddenly gave off a heaven-devouring power that devoured all the surrounding spirit Qi into his body. Thereafter, a series of explosions rang out from within his body as a chaotic glow circulated around his body. Gu Fei opened his eyes and let out a long breath before standing up. He could feel that his martial body had taken yet another small step forward. A tremendous amount of energy surged within his body as the chaotic true Qi became even purer. Shoo! Gu Fei took a step forward. The next moment he arrived before a stone wall. On the stone wall there was an ancient diagram that seemed like a totem. The totem was blurry and indistinct. At first glance there didn't seem to be anything strange about it. However, when Gu Fei released his consciousness, the ancient totem changed. There was an imprint left on the totem. Even after an endless amount of time had passed, this imprint had not dissipated. This was an epiphany. Gu Fei tried to sense this epiphany seriously. He just stood there without moving for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, Gu Fei descended the Kunlun God Mountain and left the Thousand Dragons Greeting Grounds. Exiting the Kunlun immortal realm, he began cultivating in the secular world, training his heart in the secular world. Gu Fei sealed up his cultivation state entirely and turned into a mere mortal to roam the world. He traveled all over the Jiangnan competition, from all corners of the world, meeting all sorts of people and events. He spent every single day in an ordinary manner, experiencing all sorts of things in the secular world. After training his heart in the secular world for dozens of years, Gu Fei finally returned to the Kunlun immortal realm. Arriving before the stone wall once more, he sat down cross-legged. When the 3 Kunlun grandmasters caught sight of Gu Fei's return after dozens of years, they could not help but be astounded. This fellow was truly an oddity. They had thought that Gu Fei would never return. Just what in the world is that fella doing? The 3 grandmasters were guessing. However, they did not dare to disturb Gu Fei. And the moment Gu Fei sat down below the stone wall, another 10 years passed. His entire body was covered in dust, making him look like a clay figurine. Roar! On a dark and windy night, A long roar broke the silence of the entire Kunlun immortal realm. The voice boomed out in all directions, with the Kunlun God Mountain as the center. In fact, it even spread out into the outside world. A horrifying shockwave rippled out from the peak of the Kunlun immortal realm, causing the entire world to change in color. Even the sealing power that was being emitted by that existence within the ancestral vein could not suppress it. After dozens of years of training my heart in the secular world, I've finally broken through. Standing beneath the stone wall, Gu Fei reared his head into the sky and roared out. A startling aura spread out from his body. However, it didn't take long before the sealing power of that existence within the Kunlun God Mountain surged out from all directions, trying to take him down. Gu Fei was astounded beyond anything else. This time around, his Dao heart was even firmer than before, and his cultivation state had surged all the way to the pinnacle state of half-saint level 9. He was just a single step away from breaking through to the quasi-saint state. Not only that, he could sense that he wasn't too far away from the quasi-saint state. Training one's heart in the secular world was truly important. When one was able to experience the various forms of life, one's mental state would rise as well. Chapter 1895. After cultivating his heart in the secular world for decades, Gu Fei had traveled all over the world and even visited the Western families. He realized that there were a few places on this planet that were similar to the Kunlun immortal realm. Someone had opened up many small worlds with great power. All the cultivators hid in these small worlds and cultivated inside. Of course, these places could not be compared to the Kunlun immortal realm. When he traveled in the Divine Land, he had specially visited the famous mountains and rivers that had left behind legends of immortals. However, there were no immortals or people who really knew how to cultivate in these places. After coming to Earth for more than 100 years, Gu Fei felt that it was time for him to leave. However, this planet was not as simple as it seemed. He had a feeling that in the near future, there would definitely be a huge change on this planet. In the Kunlun immortal realm, the ancient teleportation formation was located on the mountainside of the Kunlun God Mountain. When Gu Fei came to the front of the teleportation formation, he could not tell that it was a teleportation formation at all. There was only a platform with a diameter of about 3 feet and a height of only 3 feet in front of him. Around the platform there were 9 depressions. This was where the spirit stones were placed. This ancient formation platform needed spirit stones to provide energy to activate the power of this teleportation formation. Since Gu Fei was leaving, the 3 Kunlun Grandmasters naturally came to send him off. Even the woman called Ling Yu appeared near the teleportation formation. This woman called Ling Yu still had the restriction that Gu Fei had placed on her. Before Gu Fei left, he had removed the restriction on her. However, because this woman was valued by Gu Fei, she was secretly appointed as the next Guanghan sect leader by Fairy Mingxia. However, Fairy Mingxia did not know that in Gu Fei's eyes, this woman called Ling Yu was just an errand girl. In the past few decades she had done a lot of things for him. "Senior, are you really going to leave?" Among the 3 Kunlun Grandmasters, only Fairy Mingxia had a good relationship with Gu Fei. This time she asked. In the past 100 years, Fairy Mingxia's appearance had not changed at all. However, her lifespan was only left with a few decades. A void-resisting realm cultivator only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Once their lifespan was up, they would also die. Only by breaking through to the demigod realm could Fairy Mingxia survive. However, in the Kunlun immortal realm, it was impossible to break through to the demigod realm. One must know that in these thousands of years, there were already many void-controlling realm cultivators who had exhausted their lifespans and were unable to break through to the demigod realm. These cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans had either set foot on the ancient starry sky path or died of old age in the Kunlun immortal realm. There had never been an exception. Some people who were stronger than Mingxia Fairy also ended up the same way. Chang Chunzi from the Jade Void Temple and Yun Zhongzi from the Great Void Immortal Sect were both younger than Fairy Mingxia and had a few hundred more years to live. Naturally, they didn't know what Fairy Mingxia was feeling right now. "This isn't a place for me to stay. Naturally, I have to leave." Gu Fei glanced at Fairy Mingxia. He knew that this Fairy Mingxia still had a few decades to live. If there was no miracle, this Grandmaster from the Guanghan sect would die of old age. If one of the three grandmasters from Kunlun died, then the balance of power in the Kunlun immortal realm would be broken, and the Guanghan sect would be in trouble. However, these things had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He was just a passerby here. After staying here for more than 100 years, it was time for him to leave. No one knew how many things had happened on the Soaring Dragon ancestral star in the past 100 years. Gu Fei had to go back, but he didn't have a star chart, which was a problem. Although his cultivation had improved, it was hard to say whether he could find his way back. This is for you. If we are fated, we might be able to meet again. Gu Fei took out a young king herb from his inner world and handed it to Fairy Mingxia. A fragrance immediately spread out, and the three grandmasters couldn't help but be shocked. They were knowledgeable, and they knew the value of this young king herb. It was a celestial medicine that could extend one's lifespan. Even in the Kunlun immortal realm, this kind of celestial medicine that could extend one's lifespan had long been picked. One should know that no one was willing to die of old age, especially those who had lived for more than 1,000 years. They were even more afraid of death. Changchunzi and Yunzhongzi were extremely envious. Such a young king herb could extend one's lifespan by at least a few hundred years. This celestial medicine was also very important to them. The two grandmasters were extremely jealous, but in front of Gu Fei, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. This is for me. Fairy Mingxia's voice trembled. Such a young king herb was extremely important to her, who didn't have much lifespan left. This was equivalent to giving her a second life. A young king herb was equivalent to letting Fairy Mingxia live a second life. No, Gu Fei said. Yes, yes, yes. Fairy Mingxia quickly took the young king herb from Gu Fei's hand carefully. Her hands were trembling. A few hundred years of lifespan was enough for her to cultivate a void-controlling realm cultivator. In fact, Fairy Mingxia really wanted to leave with Gu Fei. However, once she left, the Guanghan sect would face the threat of the immortal sect of Taishu and the Jade Palace. A sect without a grandmaster could not exist in the Kunlun immortal realm. The Jade Palace and the immortal sect of Taishu would definitely attack the Guanghan sect. One should know that there were only so many cultivation resources in the Kunlun immortal realm. The three immortal sects seemed to be very harmonious, but in fact the competition was very fierce. Fairy Mingxia had something in her heart, so she couldn't leave. Take this elixir immediately, and then I will help you refine its power, Gu Fei said. He didn't mind doing this Fairy Mingxia a small favor and extending her lifespan by 1,000 years. If Fairy Mingxia took this young king herb herself with her cultivation, it would be difficult for her to completely refine the power of the young king herb. A part of the power would be lost. If Gu Fei helped, then the power of this young king herb could be fully exerted. In this way, Fairy Mingxia would really get a new life. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Mingxia was extremely excited. This, Changchunzi and Yunzhongzi couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the two of them were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Only now did they know that they had missed a great opportunity. They didn't express their goodwill to Gu Fei. For more than 100 years they just had to deal with Gu Fei. They weren't like Fairy Mingxia, who worked hard for Gu Fei. However, it was too late to regret now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Fairy Mingxia took the young king herb. With Gu Fei's help, she only used a little less than an hour to refine the huge power of the young king herb. Her cracked soul was now brand new. All the signs of her lifespan ending had disappeared. Fairy Mingxia felt that her essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to their peak state. She could feel that she could live for another 1,000 years. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Mingxia didn't know what to say. Gu Fei waved his hand and walked to the platform in front of him. He took out 9 immortal crystals and put them into the 9 holes on the edge of the platform. This is... The 3 masters were shocked to see Gu Fei take out 9 crystals that contained a huge amount of spirit qi. Even they had never seen such crystals before. That's immortal qi. Changchunzi of the Hollow Jade Temple said in shock. Immortal qi. Fairy Mingxia and Yunzhongzi were shocked. Immortal qi. Could it be that this senior was actually an immortal? Otherwise, how could he have these crystals that contained immortal qi? Using crystals that contained immortal qi to activate this teleportation formation was such a waste. The 3 masters of Kunlun felt their hearts aching. However, at this moment, Gu Fei didn't have the time to care about the three masters' feelings. The teleportation formation had already been activated. The 9 immortal essences flowed into the teleportation formation. Buzz! The void trembled. A ball of divine light rushed out from the teleportation formation and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Then the void suddenly collapsed. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the teleportation formation. Immortal crystals. After Kunlun's 3 great masters saw Gu Fei disappear, they immediately went to snatch the 9 immortal crystals on the teleportation array. Those 9 immortal crystals still contained immortal spiritual qi. Activating the teleportation formation wouldn't consume too much immortal qi. A battle broke out between the 3 masters of Kunlun. This was something Gu Fei didn't expect. 9 immortal crystals actually caused a massacre. In the end, Fairy Mingxia snatched 6 immortal crystals, Changchunzi snatched 2, and Yun Zhongzi only got 1. Such a result made Yun Zhongzi vomit blood. 100 years ago, he was injured by Gu Fei once. He didn't expect his cultivation to fall to the bottom of the 3 masters. This was something he didn't expect. After this battle, the relationship between the 3 masters of Kunlun was completely severed. The conflict between the 3 sects was finally about to erupt. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei anymore. This place is. After roughly 2 hours, Gu Fei appeared on a dark and cold star. The surface of the star was sealed by a thick layer of ice. Of course, this degree of coldness didn't affect Gu Fei at all. It can't be. When Gu Fei saw the surrounding situation clearly, he couldn't help but be speechless. He found that he was still in the solar system, and this cold star should be Pluto, one of the 9 planets of the Sun. Gu Fei had experienced the process of refining his mind in the mortal world on Earth. Naturally, he knew all kinds of things about the universe near Earth. There was no life on this cold star. Under this kind of low temperature, no life could exist. Of course, except for abnormal existences like Gu Fei. On the silent star, there was not a trace of sound. It was as if even the air here had frozen. This should be the first stop of the cultivators on Earth. There must be a teleportation formation here. Thinking of this, Gu Fei began to look for it. The teleportation formation from Kunlun Immortal Realm on Earth was a one-way teleportation formation. Sure enough, Gu Fei soon found an ancient site. In the center of this site there was an inconspicuous platform. Chapter 1896. Pluto was a cold star. The temperature here was very low, unsuitable for the survival of living creatures. Only cultivators like Gu Fei were not afraid of the cold here. On this star there was a ruin that covered an area of more than 10 miles. In the center of this ruin there was the thing that Gu Fei was looking for, a formation platform. It could be seen that this used to be a city. However, this city had turned into ruins. Furthermore, this city had been destroyed for a very long time. Around this formation platform, there were several people sitting cross-legged. Gu Fei sensed that there was no trace of life in these people sitting beside the formation platform. They were all dead, a total of 5 people. People from the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Looking at the clothes on these people, Gu Fei had already recognized their origins. These people were wearing the clothes of the 3 great immortal sects of Kunlun. They were the people of the 3 great immortal sects who were at the end of their lifespans and had to leave Earth. What a pity! These people were able to cultivate to the void-controlling realm in the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Their muscles and bones were absolutely amazing. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to cultivate to the void-controlling realm in that kind of environment. Among the 5 people sitting around the formation platform, there were men and women. There was an old man with white hair and a ruddy face, a middle-aged man, and even a young cultivator. For cultivators who had cultivated to the void-controlling realm, it was very easy for them to change their appearance. How did these people die? Did they die of old age when their lifespans were exhausted, or did they encounter something else? Gu Fei was about to step forward to check. At this moment, a chilly wind suddenly emerged without warning and then swept toward Gu Fei. There seemed to be something else in the chilly wind. Humph! A bright light burst out of Gu Fei's eyes. His gaze directly penetrated the chilly wind and saw the thing in the chilly wind. He directly reached out and grabbed the thing that was pouncing toward him. It was a black snake as small as a little finger. The snake's body was less than a foot long, and its whole body was pitch black. Some stripes could be vaguely seen. SSS. The black snake struggled in Gu Fei's hand and fiercely bit towards Gu Fei's wrist. Gu Fei could clearly see two poisonous fangs with blue tint sticking out of the black snake's mouth and stabbing towards his wrist. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. He was not afraid of the black snake's bite. He exerted force in his hand and the black snake was directly crushed to death by him. He threw away the black snake in his hand and went forward to check if the 5 of them had any injuries. At this moment, he knew that this planet was not safe. Shua. As Gu Fei approached the 5 people sitting on the ground suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Gu Fei couldn't help but jump in fright when he saw this scene. He knew very well that these 5 people didn't have the slightest trace of life on them. They were already dead. He was shocked to find that the pupils of these 5 people who opened their eyes were actually black, like a bottomless black hole. There was a strange power that wanted to devour people's souls. Playing tricks. Gu Fei strode forward. The 5 people stood up and faced Gu Fei. Traces of black gas emerged from their bodies and then lingered around them. There are people here who are proficient in Ghost Dao cultivation techniques. Gu Fei could feel that these 5 people had the aura of Ghost Dao. This was the power of Ghost Emperor Fengdu's lineage. Someone was using Ghost Dao divine ability to control the bodies of these 5 people. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly punched out. A powerful fist force erupted and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void in front of his fist. The bodies of the 5 people immediately collapsed. They were all smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's punch and scattered in all directions. Just as Gu Fei's punch shattered the bodies of the 5 people, black martial arts shadows rushed out. They were 5 black snakes. These 5 black snakes were exactly the same as the black snakes that Gu Fei had pinched to death. What are these things? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and the 5 black snakes that wanted to escape immediately flew back and fell into his hand. The moment the 5 black snakes were caught by him, they suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. This shocked Gu Fei. It seemed that someone was secretly controlling these black snakes. Rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. As Gu Fei muttered to himself, a powerful wave of divine will rushed out from between his eyebrows and spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, his divine will had enveloped the entire Pluto. This planet is not simple. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei sensed that there were a few places on this planet that even his divine sense could not enter. Roar! Right at this moment, a deep roar resounded from within the star. After that, the entire star began to tremble as a shocking aura appeared in the world. Finally can't help but jump out. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The divine light in his eyes became even brighter. It was like 2 magic lamps had lit up in the dark void. Bang! Outside the ruins, a part of the ground suddenly exploded. Soil flew everywhere, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the ground. The huge black shadow rushed into the sky and an extremely powerful murderous aura spread in all directions. It was a huge snake that was thousands of feet long. It had a single horn on its head and no claws under its abdomen. Insignificant human, it was you who killed my descendant. A cold voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication at the level of divine sense. The huge black snake coiled in the air and raised its giant head high. A pair of huge black eyes stared at Gu Fei. Waves of black energy swirled around and the huge snake's figure was faintly discernible. Blackwater mystical snake. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw the giant serpent. This serpent was actually the Blackwater mystical serpent of ancient times. Who? Seeing that Gu Fei was ignoring it, the huge snake was enraged. It directly spat out a mouthful of black energy at Gu Fei. This black energy was not simple. It was the cold energy that this huge snake had cultivated for countless years. Even a true immortal would be frozen to death if it breathed out. The space enveloped by the black energy was annihilated. Wherever it passed, nothing was left behind. The huge black snake's origin was extraordinary. It was an ancient Blackwater mystical snake. This was indeed a surprise to Gu Fei. It should be known that this ancient species had long been extinct. He didn't think that there would be one hiding on Pluto. Even Gu Fei could feel the danger as the black chi surged forth. Bzzz. The space around Gu Fei trembled. A qi shield formed from chaotic energy emerged from Gu Fei's body and enveloped Gu Fei, resisting the black energy. The black energy collided with Gu Fei's qi shield. The qi shield immediately dimmed, as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei was startled. He quickly executed the 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated, escaping from the range of the black gas. Huh! The Blackwater mystical serpent was very surprised to see that Gu Fei was not frozen to death by its black qi. It should be known that its natal cold qi was extremely powerful. As long as one was enveloped by this cold qi, there was no one who could survive. Kid, your cultivation is pretty good. The Blackwater mystical snake's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Kid. Gu Fei was speechless when the Blackwater mystical snake called him that. Although the snake was powerful, it couldn't unleash the power of a sage. This was strange. Could it be that this planet also had a sealing power that suppressed their cultivation? Gu Fei couldn't sense any sealing power. Who's the kid here? Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He no longer concealed his aura, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as his battle intent surged. You! The Blackwater mystical snake stared at Gu Fei in shock. It realized that it had severely underestimated this human cultivator's cultivation and combat ability. Whoosh! The Blackwater mystical snake turned and left. Once a battle of this level broke out, one side would die. The Blackwater mystical snake didn't think it was a match for Gu Fei yet. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to the Blackwater mystical snake in an instant. He then soared into the sky and arrived above the Blackwater mystical snake. His right foot stomped down on the Blackwater mystical snake. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake's giant body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The ground shook like waves. This Blackwater mystical snake wasn't fully grown yet. If it were an adult one, Gu Fei would have run as far away as he could. An adult Blackwater mystical snake was absolutely terrifying. Legend had it that an adult Blackwater mystical snake could fight against a sage and even kill one. Oh no! Gu Fei suddenly realized something and hurried down from the sky. By then, the Blackwater mystical snake was nowhere to be found. It had escaped through the earth. How dare you! Gu Fei was furious. The Blackwater mystical snake must have escaped into its nest. But that place was too dangerous. Even Gu Fei felt threatened. At this time, Gu Zhong and Old Jiao, who had been thrown into his inner world by Gu Fei, were already in seclusion. It would be difficult for him to find a helper. This solar system was very unusual. There was a land of thousands of dragons on Earth, and a Blackwater mystical snake was lurking on this planet called Pluto. He wanted to subdue the snake, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He returned to the ancient formation platform. After carefully examining it, he couldn't help but be shocked. There were a few parts of the ancient formation platform that were damaged. Of course, a broken teleportation matrix couldn't be used. Chapter 1897. After scaring the Blackwater mystical snake away, Gu Fei came to the ancient transmitting formation in the center of the ruins. He wanted to repair the transmitting formation and then leave this place. There were some places on this star that even he could not see through, and the place where the Blackwater mystical snake was located was one of them. Otherwise, he would have rushed into the depths of this star. The Blackwater mystical snake was not yet an adult. If he could subdue it, it would definitely be a great help. The ancient teleportation formation was made up of countless mysterious runes. A portion of the runes were already missing and damaged. It should have been caused when the city was destroyed. Could it be that snake? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The Blackwater mystical snake was extremely powerful, and its combat capability was close to the half-saint realm. On this Pluto, such an existence was absolutely invincible. Those cultivators from the Kunlun fairyland were no match for this giant snake. Fortunately, Gu Fei's attainments in formations were also good. Although he was not as good as He Tian, who was a formation guru, it was not difficult for him to repair this transmitting formation. After more than 2 hours of deduction, Gu Fei finally succeeded in repairing this formation platform. He also made some modifications so that people who were teleported from the Kunlun fairyland to this star could directly appear on the formation platform. He left a few words next to the formation platform to remind the latecomers that there was danger here. After doing all this, Gu Fei threw out another 9 fairy crystals, activated the ancient formation platform, and then directly left this star. This ancient road was not easy to travel. At the first stop, he encountered a black water mystical snake that was infinitely close to the half-saint realm. Such an existence was not a match for the cultivators from Earth at all. They could only end up being killed. Where was the next stop? Where was the end of this ancient road? Gu Fei was very curious. He had refined his mind in the mortal world on Earth for decades, and learned a lot about the legends of immortals and gods on Earth. These legends were surprisingly similar to some ancient legends on the Tunglong continent. Was there any connection between the Tunglong continent and Earth? Gu Fei did not know that there must be a great secret on Earth, and there were many secrets on the Soaring Dragon ancestral star as well. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base and strength, he did not have the ability to solve these mysteries. Perhaps he would only be able to truly understand these things after he became a sage. After an unknown amount of time, the teleportation array teleported them to a very far distance, causing Gu Fei to almost forget about the passing of time. When he reappeared, he discovered that he was in the void, and below him was an endless expanse of yellow sand. The yellow sand danced in the air, enveloping the entire world. This was a world of yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand. Gu Fei didn't sense any signs of life nearby. In other words, there was no sign of life within a radius of 10,000 miles. Given the range of Gu Fei's current spiritual force, even if he did not deliberately release his spiritual force, he could still sense the area within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. This was the ability of a peak half-sage. His martial body had reached the bottleneck of a breakthrough. As long as he made another breakthrough, his martial body would transform and become even stronger. The source of a martial artist's strength was the martial body. Only when the martial body continuously transformed and became stronger, the martial artist's combat strength would also increase. Could this be a Death Star? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, and then left this place. He wanted to find a teleportation array. There must be a teleportation array nearby, and this ancient road would not stop after 2 stops. Where is it? Yellow sand filled the sky, and it was difficult to find a teleportation array in such a place. One should know that everything here was covered by yellow sand. A strong wind blew, and the yellow sand danced in the air. Even if there was an ancient teleportation array, it would be buried under the yellow sand. Soon Gu Fei discovered that this star was very big, and it was many times bigger than Earth. This was a huge star, and there was a divine sun in the sky of this huge star. This was a rare star that could have life. However, it was very strange that there was no life here. There were no rivers, lakes, mountains, or plains. There was only endless yellow sand. Could something have happened to this star and it became like this? This was not impossible, because a battle between sage-level experts was enough to destroy a star with life. If a battle between sage-level experts had happened on this star, then this star might have become a Death Star. However, in this endless yellow sand, Gu Fei did not find any traces of a battle between sage-level experts. Of course, this was not what Gu Fei was interested in. Right now, he wanted to find the teleportation array, or he would not be able to continue his journey. In this way, he would be lost in the vast universe again. The universe was unbelievably vast. Even an expert like Gu Fei would be in trouble if he got lost in the endless starry sky. One should know that Gu Fei did not have a star chart. Where is it? Gu Fei walked through the entire huge star, but he still could not find the teleportation array. This yellow star would occasionally produce sandstorms that were tens of millions of meters wide. In such a harsh environment, only cultivators could survive. Could it really be underground? Gu Fei had no other choice. He directly broke through the yellow sand and entered the interior of this star. What? After passing through thousands of meters of yellow sand, he encountered a large number of skeletons at the bottom. Countless living beings had fallen here and were buried here. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Just what happened on this star back then that caused all the living beings on this star to fall? This star was so huge that it definitely had billions of living beings. The bottom of the yellow sand buried an extremely powerful aura of death. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of death here, his expression changed. The aura of death condensed from the deaths of billions of living beings was too powerful. In the void, there seemed to be the souls of billions of living beings howling and screaming. Such a land of death was a paradise for cultivators who cultivated demonic arts. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Demons loved the aura of death the most. Ghost cultivators were the same. If a group of ghost cultivators were to gather here, they would probably turn this place into a ghost domain. In the depths of this star, Gu Fei did not dare to go too close. There seemed to be an unimaginable existence lurking there. Even Gu Fei felt danger. He walked underground, searching for the ancient teleportation formation. Sure enough, he found a ruin buried deep in the yellow sand. Among the ruins, there was an inconspicuous array platform that had broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Chapter 1898. In an underground ruin, Gu Fei finally found the formation platform. However, the formation platform had been broken into 5 pieces and was destroyed. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This ancient road that started from Earth had been broken for many years. Even the ancient transportation formation was destroyed. However, judging from the ruins around the ancient transportation formation, this ancient road was already very prosperous in the past. With the ancient transportation formation as the center, a city had already been formed. However, this ancient road still changed in the end. The ancient transportation formation was destroyed, and the cities around it were not spared. The ancient road was completely cut off. In the present world, Gu Fei came to Earth and continued this ancient road. Gu Fei directly moved the broken ancient formation platform to the surface of the star, and laid down a formation to protect the formation platform. However, just as he was laying down the formation, a few black shadows suddenly rushed out from the surrounding yellow sand. A powerful death aura appeared in this area. This is... Seeing these black shadows, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow. These were 5 evil corpses shrouded in a black death aura. Each of these corpses was wearing tattered clothes. Some parts of their bodies even revealed white bones. A strong corpse stench diffused from these 5 corpses. Ancient corpses with intelligence. Gu Fei was shocked. This star had buried billions of creatures. After these billions of creatures died, the death aura generated was simply endless. Under the nourishment of the endless death aura, some ancient corpses with immortal bodies could very likely regrow their intelligence and become evil corpses. However, Gu Fei quickly discovered that these 5 evil corpses were not ancient corpses with intelligence. They were puppets controlled by some kind of power. The existence deep underground finally couldn't help but take action. Humph! Gu Fei directly slapped the 5 evil corpses with his palm. Bang! The 5 evil corpses that were rushing towards Gu Fei immediately suffered a great impact. Their bodies exploded, turning into 5 clouds of black blood mist that dissipated in the void. Roar! A deep roar came from the depths of the earth. Gu Fei had actually killed his evil corpse puppet in one move. This caused the guy deep underground to feel shocked and uneasy. Bang! A cloud of yellow sand rose up, and another black figure rushed out of the ground. A powerful wave of death energy spread out from this figure. This was an intact ancient corpse. It was wearing blue armor, and its eyes were emitting a black light. A black death aura spread out from its body and enveloped the void for about 100 meters. So what? Gu Fei took a step forward and once again slapped towards the ancient evil corpse. A violent gust of wind swept up the yellow sand in the sky, enveloping the evil corpse. Bang! Without any suspense, the evil corpse was sent flying thousands of zhang away by Gu Fei's slap. Its body was actually not destroyed by Gu Fei's slap. Yes. Seeing this result, Gu Fei was also surprised. This evil corpse's body was too strong. It was hard to imagine how strong it was when it was alive. However, no matter how strong it was, it had now become an evil corpse without its own consciousness. It was controlled by someone and turned into a fighting puppet. Roar! The evil corpse roared and dashed towards Gu Fei from afar. It stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. This evil corpse must have been a peerless character when it was alive. Even though it had been dead for countless years, its bones and muscles were still amazingly flexible. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei displayed his martial path battle skill. A huge hand covered the sky, covering the world. Boom! The evil corpse that was rushing over was slammed into the yellow sand. Under the attack of the heaven-covering palm, the yellow sand within a radius of a few hundred li violently undulated and spread out like waves. Bang! A black shadow soared up to the sky. The evil corpse that was slapped into the yellow sand by Gu Fei was still fine and dashed out again. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my cultivation? The evil corpse stood in the air and a voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Humph, it seems that you provoked me first. Gu Fei snorted. The existence deep underground was a guy that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once it realized that it couldn't defeat Gu Fei, it resorted to such a shameless method. This is my territory. You are trespassing on my territory. The voice resounded again. Humph, everything depends on strength. If you can't defeat me, this place is mine. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. The existence deep underground must be a terrifying opponent, but he was fearless. On the contrary, he yearned to fight against such an existence. When the existence deep underground heard this, it fell silent. Swoosh! The evil corpse suddenly swooped down from the sky, broke through the yellow sand, and disappeared into the yellow sand. Seeing this, Gu Fei was startled. Could it be that the fellow deep underground was scheming something? However, after waiting for a while, he didn't see the fellow deep underground attack him. Could it be that the fellow couldn't come out? However, if that existence really couldn't come out, then Gu Fei wouldn't need to worry about it. He could activate the teleportation array and leave this place. Gu Fei's guess was correct. The existence deep underground was at a critical point in its cultivation. It couldn't be distracted, nor could it move its body, or else all its efforts would be for naught. If that happened, then there would be no place for it to cry. Gu Fei ignored it and focused on the array runes on the platform. Very quickly, he realized that this teleportation array was much more complicated than the previous two. He spent the better part of half a day to successfully evolve all the runes of the ancient teleportation formation. Then, he began to repair the ancient teleportation formation. Several hours later, Gu Fei once again departed from this dead planet. After that, a muffled roar rang out from the depths of the earth. It was as if a primordial beast that had been in a deep slumber had awakened. A shocking energy wave spread out from the man's body. Preposterous! A ghost-like silhouette appeared before the teleportation array. It could finally come out, but it realized that the other person had already left. The silhouette lingered outside the array for a while before leaving. This is Chapter 1899. The starry sky was boundless, but there were very few planets with life. The birth of life was not that easy. When Gu Fei came out of the void transfer channel, a wave of life energy hit him in the face. This was a planet with life. He realized that he was in the sky above a primitive mountain forest. The fresh air, which he hadn't smelled in a long time, made him feel invigorated. Releasing his divine consciousness, Gu Fei sensed that there were many powerful beasts in this primitive mountain forest. He even found a human tribe thousands of miles away. That human clan had opened up a place in the forest that was suitable for human beings to live in. In that place, human beings had built a medium-sized city with large rocks. The outer city wall was built with huge rocks and was dozens of feet tall. Inside the outer city wall was an inner city wall. The inner city wall was not as tall as the outer city wall. It was only 70 to 80 feet tall. The inner and outer city walls protected this simple and crude city very well. Outside the city was a primitive mountain forest, but inside the city lived thousands of humans. Compared to the humans on Earth, the humans here were living the most primitive life. Most of the people in the city were hunters who relied on hunting for a living. Gu Fei arrived outside the city. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the city. The ancient road that started from Earth was actually a road of no return. This was because the ancient transfer channel was a one-way transfer. Once one left Earth, there was no way back. Because of this, the three Kunlun sect grandmasters were shocked by Gu Fei's return. This was a city built with rocks. There was a moat outside the city. It was noon, and the drawbridge over the moat had already been lowered. Many hunters wearing animal hides, carrying bows and arrows, and holding long spears were walking in and out of the city. There was plenty of prey in this primitive mountain forest. However, there were also terrifying beasts lurking in the forest. Once they encountered a beast, even the most powerful hunter in the city would suffer a calamity. At this time, a series of roars came from a valley several miles away. Gu Fei discovered that there were more than a dozen hunters hunting a fierce tiger in that valley. Roar! The roar of the ferocious tiger could be heard for dozens of miles. Even in the Stone City it could be heard. The young master of the Meng clan is finally going to hunt the tiger. Hearing the tiger's roar, some people in the city began to discuss. The Meng clan was one of the clans in Stone City. Ever since the founding ancestor of the Meng clan, they had been in charge of everything in Stone City. The young master of the Meng clan was currently undergoing his coming-of-age ceremony. In Stone City, 16 was considered an adult. Therefore, at the age of 16, all the youths in Stone City had to kill a fierce tiger. Only a teenager who successfully hunted a tiger could be considered an adult. The young master of the Meng clan happened to be 16 this year. In this savage world, the reality was cruel. Only the strong could survive, and the weak could only be eliminated. There was no such thing as mercy. Every year, there were always a few 16-year-old boys who failed to hunt a tiger and were bitten to death by a tiger. Roar! The roars of the ferocious tiger could be heard continuously. The dozen or so hunters were all watching from the surroundings. In the middle of the rubble, a man and a tiger were fighting. Menglong put in a bit more effort. This big tiger is about to die. An old man stood on top of a 30 to 40 zhang tall boulder and shouted at a youth draped in animal skin in front of him. That was a bare-handed youth. The animal skin on his body was torn in several places, and blood was seeping out from under the skin. This big tiger's claws are really sharp. The bronze-skinned youth's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the ferocious tiger in front of him. This tiger was at least 20 zhang long, and it was incomparably ferocious. There were also many wounds on the tiger's body. This tiger wasn't a ferocious beast, and it didn't have any intelligence. It only hunted by instinct, and it wasn't as scary as a ferocious beast. At this time, the tiger was obviously enraged. It roared again and again, and its 4 claws dug into the ground. The muscles on its limbs were bulging, and it could pounce on the youth at any time. While the youth and the tiger were confronting each other, Gu Fei had already arrived nearby. He looked at the scene below with interest. This youth's qi and blood seemed to be more vigorous than ordinary people. Soon, Gu Fei noticed the abnormality of the youth who was confronting the tiger barehanded. This planet was incomparably huge, and the spiritual energy was dense. The humans who lived in this primitive forest seemed to have much more qi and blood than the humans on Earth. Gu Fei immediately understood the difference between the two in an instant. In this world, in the wilderness, to survive, one had to fight with the surrounding ferocious beasts and hunt for enough food to survive. People who lived in danger were definitely much stronger than those who lived in peace and prosperity. People were born in adversity and die in peace and happiness. This saying couldn't be wrong. Only with a sense of crisis could the human race continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. The muscles on the youth's body were tense, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from his forehead and rolled down his back, dripping onto the soil on the ground and seeping into it. Roar! The tiger roared and slammed its 4 claws on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Then it turned into a yellow shadow and pounced at the youth. This pounce was extremely ferocious. This was the tiger's most powerful attack. Before it pounced, a gust of wind blew over. Roar! The young man also roared angrily. He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the soil on the ground to sink a few inches. His entire body rushed out and instantly appeared below the ferocious tiger. Swoosh! His right leg was like an arrow kicking from the bottom up. It was like a divine arrow piercing the sky, extremely swift and fierce. Pft! The youth's right foot directly kicked the position of the tiger's heart. The strength of this kick was all concentrated on the tip of the youth's foot. The tiger's sternum was broken, and then it was inserted into the tiger's heart. The figures of the youth and the tiger instantly crossed each other. Phew! The youth half knelt on the ground and let out a long breath of turbid air. Then his entire body relaxed. Bang! The tiger's body heavily smashed onto the ground. Then a gush of blood flowed out from the tiger's body, and it stopped moving. Phew! The surrounding hunters all cheered when they saw this scene, especially the old man, who was extremely excited. One should know that the youth was his grandson. To be able to kill a ferocious tiger at the age of 16, and in a clean manner without any serious injuries, this was already very rare. Not bad. Chapter 1900. There was only one human tribe in the Great Desolate Mountain Range. The rest of the mountain range was occupied by other races or beasts. There were only a few thousand humans. This tribe was not a big one. A few thousand tribesmen in the Great Desolate Mountain Range could easily be wiped out. However, the human tribe still managed to survive. Although the beasts were strong, the human tribe could build stone cities to defend against the beasts. This was the power of wisdom. If one could not fight against the beasts, they had to use their wits. It was very difficult to break through the human tribe's stone city. Even the beasts did not want to provoke the humans in the city. It was not a coincidence that the human tribe appeared in the Great Desolate Mountain Range. It was most likely that the cultivators from Earth came here to live and reproduce. In the Stone City, the Meng family made up about half of the population. It was one of the biggest clans in the city, and the leader of the city was from the Meng family. The leader of the Meng family was a 150 years old man. Although he was no longer in his prime, he was still a powerful cultivator. The average human in the Great Desolate Mountain Range could live for more than 100 years. Of course, in such a harsh environment, it was rare to find someone who could live for more than 100 years. Of course, this old man was not a cultivator. However, in the Great Desolate Mountain Range, even if the human tribe only knew a few simple body refinement techniques, they were still not something ordinary beasts could provoke. Today there was a joyous event in the city. The direct descendant of the Meng family, Meng Long, had successfully killed a tiger and completed his coming-of-age ceremony. As night fell, the city was brightly lit. Torches were placed in every corner of the city, illuminating the entire city as if it was daytime. The young man named Meng Long was the star of the night. These guys. When Gu Fei saw that the people in the city had actually used a stone platform in the center of the city as a platform for the banquet, he was a little speechless. All the important people in the city were sitting around the stone platform. The leader of the Meng family was sitting on the highest seat, and next to him was the star of the night, the young man who killed the tiger with one kick. On the square, everyone was drinking wine and eating big pieces of meat. These people who lived in the primitive forests were straightforward and forthright. This kind of mentality made them very cohesive. Thousands of humans were tightly united. This kind of strength was the guarantee of their survival. The hustle and bustle in the stone city lasted until the latter half of the night. Then, the people who had gathered in Guangqing gradually dispersed. Some people even rolled on the ground, snoring loudly in the square. Shua! Gu Fei descended from the sky and landed directly on the stone platform in the center of the square. Who is it? Enemy attack! Just as Gu Fei landed on the stone platform, a series of shouts rang out. Groups of hunters rushed into the plaza from outside. Not only did the hunting team go out to hunt, but they were also responsible for the defense of Stone City. Although they had partied for a whole night, the hunting groups in the city still maintained a high degree of vigilance. As soon as Gu Fei showed up, these hunting groups found him. Your reaction isn't slow. Gu Fei stood on the stone platform with a calm expression. In just a few breaths, the stone platform was surrounded by dozens of well-equipped hunters. You are not one of us. The elder of the Meng family walked out. This old man had already cultivated the body refining technique to the point where he could produce inner chi from the outside. This kind of situation was similar to the martial arts on Earth. Gu Fei had been cultivating his heart on Earth for decades, and had encountered all kinds of things. There were people who cultivated martial arts on Earth. If the cultivation of this old man was judged by the martial arts on Earth, then this old man was already a martial master. This kind of existence could already be considered as a master. With this old man here, normal ferocious beasts would not dare to attack this stone city. Martial arts masters who cultivated energy into chi were much stronger than normal ferocious beasts. Could it be that you are from that place? The old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. Why would a branch of the human race appear in the Great Barren Mountain Range? The appearance of the human race in this barren land was very abrupt. However, if this branch of the human race was from outside, then everything could be explained. You are quite observant, Gu Fei said. He did not put these people in his eyes at all because there were almost no cultivators among them. Only this old man was a character. You really are from that place. The old man's face turned red. He seemed to know something. The origin of the Meng family might really be related to the cultivators from Earth. Gu Fei did not say anything. Stand down, all of you. The old man shouted at the hunters. The hunters had already drawn their bows and pointed their arrows at Gu Fei. The arrowheads were glowing with a layer of blue light. It was the arrowheads that were stained with pain. This kind of arrowhead was meant to be used against the enemy, not the usual kind of arrowhead used for hunting. Elder, this. A man who seemed to be the leader of the hunting group said to the old man. I said stand down. Did you not hear me? The old man panicked. This person could enter the stone city without anyone knowing. This was enough to prove that this person did not care about them at all. Yes. Although the middle-aged man was unwilling, he could not disobey the order of the elder. Stand down. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the dozens of hunters immediately put away the bows and arrows in their hands, then retreated in an orderly manner. With one look, one could tell that this was a well-trained hunting team. Meng Qi greets Immortal Master. After all the hunters had left, the old man bowed to Gu Fei on the stone platform. Immortal Master. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He was not a cultivator, and it was only a coincidence that he chose this ancient path. Of course, if he didn't choose this ancient path, the path of the human race would have been broken, and no one would be able to continue it. Immortal Master, are you from the ancestral land of Kunlun? The old man did not stand up. He prostrated on the ground and asked respectfully. So you do know about Kunlun? When Gu Fei heard this, he knew that his previous guess was correct. This branch of the human race in the mountain was indeed from the Kunlun realm. They were said to be descendants of the Kunlun realm. He never thought that he would meet a descendant of Kunlun on this planet with life. Immortal Master really came from the ancestral land of Kunlun. Please help us return to the ancestral land. The old man kowtowed to Gu Fei again and again. Tears streamed down his face. They had lived here for thousands of years. They had been through dozens of generations, all for the sake of returning to Kunlun. Return to Kunlun. Chapter 1901. The human race's ancient road was a road of no return. It was easy to come out, but it was not so easy to go back. Even an existence like Gu Fei would find it hard to return to the Kunlun realm. Only a formation grandmaster like He Tian would be able to reverse the formation and return to the Kunlun realm. Although Gu Fei had a certain level of attainment in formations, he was not a formation master after all, so it was difficult for him to reverse engineer a formation. In the Great Wilderness, it had been many years since someone came out from Kunlun. The first stop after leaving Kunlun was the end of this ancient road. The Blackwater mystical snake on Pluto was enough to wipe out all the cultivators from Kunlun. However, Gu Fei was an exception. With a cultivation base at the peak of Half Saint, he could do whatever he wanted even on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei's arrival made the patriarch of the Meng family wild with joy. The patriarch invited Gu Fei to the ancestral ground of the Meng family. This was a forbidden area in Stone City, where the ancestors of the Meng family were worshipped. From the first generation to the current generation, in the ancestral ground of the Meng family, there were dozens of memorial tablets. According to the patriarch, the Meng family had been in the Great Wilderness for 68 generations. It had been 3,000 to 4,000 years. This period of time was nothing for immortals, but it was extremely long for ordinary people. The Meng family had been able to survive for thousands of years in the Great Wilderness because of a body-tempering technique passed down by their first-generation ancestor. Although this body-tempering technique was not a great technique, it was enough for the Meng family to protect themselves. From the patriarch, Gu Fei knew that this star with life was called the Great Desolate Star. However, nobody knew why this planet was called the Great Desolate Planet. It was a coincidence that the ancestors of the Meng clan fell here. It was an accident. The Great Desolate Star. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This name was very appropriate. This star was completely a wild world. Here the strong preyed on the weak at every moment. Furthermore, this planet was much bigger than Pluto. Even with the range of Gu Fei's spiritual force, it was difficult for him to sense how big this planet was. According to the old patriarch, There were many terrifying forbidden areas on this planet. There were peerless ferocious beasts residing there. These ferocious beasts were incomparably powerful. If they provoked these ferocious beasts, the human race here would suffer a calamity. Therefore, the people of the Meng family could only hunt in the vicinity of Stone City. They did not dare to go too far. The ferocious beasts in the depths of the mountain were not something they could provoke. 1,000 years ago, this branch of the human race was almost exterminated. The reason was that the human race broke into the territory of a fierce beast in the mountains. Even now, the humans living in the mountains were still threatened by this ferocious beast. Every year, they had to send a pair of virgin boys and girls to the ferocious beast as food. Using virgin boys and girls as food. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Immortal Master, I have learned that this year's sacrificial day will be in a month's time. The old patriarch said carefully. This immortal master was able to descend from the sky. He must have extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he could help them get rid of this great threat. Damn it! Gu Fei released his spiritual force. His powerful spiritual force instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. All the ferocious beasts in this area felt a great pressure and were all terrified. What ferocious beast is this? Gu Fei stared at the old patriarch. Although this old patriarch was already 150 years old in front of Gu Fei, he was still a kid. One must know that Gu Fei had already cultivated for hundreds of years. That's a water Kirin, the old patriarch said. Water Kirin. Gu Fei instantly locked on to a ferocious beast. It was a ferocious beast in a deep pool a few hundred miles away from the Stone City. The water Kirin was a ferocious beast of the water element. It was best at escaping through water. However, in front of Gu Fei, the water Kirin's escaping technique was like a three-legged cat's technique. No matter how it tried to escape, it was useless. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the ancestral grounds of the Meng clan. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above a deep pool a few hundred miles away. There were traces of death aura lingering around this deep pool. It was unknown how many living beings this water Qilin had killed to form this kind of death aura that was visible to the naked eye. Damn it! This water Kirin had harmed countless lives. Without hesitation, Gu Fei pressed his palm down towards the deep pool. A powerful force came crashing down, causing the deep pool below to collapse. Spare me! From the deep pool came a horrified spiritual will. The water Kirin hiding in the depths of the pool wanted to beg for mercy. However, Gu Fei was unmoved. With a single palm he smashed the deep pool deep into the ground, completely destroying it. The water Kirin hiding in the deep pool was instantly destroyed. Gu Fei could not let go of a ferocious beast that fed on humans. Such a ferocious beast deserved to die 10,000 times over. After killing the water Kirin, Gu Fei returned to the ancestral grounds of the Meng clan. In just a few breaths' time, a ferocious beast had been eliminated. Alright, no ferocious beasts can threaten you in the future. After Gu Fei sat down, he said to the old patriarch. Could it be? The old patriarch's voice trembled. In just a few breaths' time, this immortal master had killed the water Kirin. That ferocious beast was a water Kirin. It was definitely a king among the ferocious beasts. Yet, this immortal master had killed it in an instant. The old patriarch felt that everything was so surreal. It's impossible to return to Kunlun, Gu Fei said. What? The old patriarch heard this and immediately woke up from his shock. How could this be? The old patriarch did not give up. For thousands of years, the Meng clan only had one wish, and that was to return to their homeland. Because this is a path of no return. Gu Fei looked at the old patriarch and said calmly, a path of no return. The old patriarch was shocked to the extreme. The ancient path from Kunlun was actually a path of no return. This was hard for the old patriarch to accept. This star is not bad. It's rich in spiritual energy. You guys can cultivate here. When your cultivation is successful, you might be able to find your way back. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. I'll let Immortal Master know that our Meng clan lacks a technique that can help you become an immortal. The old patriarch said helplessly. Swoosh. Chapter 1902. On the Great Desolate Star, Gu Fei had left behind a few cultivation techniques and imprinted them into the mind of the old tribe leader. Because the ancestors of the Meng family had passed down a simple body cultivation technique, Gu Fei had imparted a few martial arts techniques to the old tribe leader. If the people of the Meng family were successful in cultivating them, they would be able to become sages. These techniques that could be cultivated to the sage realm were extremely precious. If these techniques were circulated on the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, it would definitely shake the entire cultivation world of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. Techniques that could be cultivated to the sage realm would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the Great Desolate Star, something big happened on the planet. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The entire Great Desolate Star was in chaos. Dark light rushed out from the ground and a demonic power appeared in the sky. I didn't expect there to be a demon in this place. Gu Fei was shocked. In the depths of a mountain range on the Great Desolate Star, the ground collapsed and endless demonic chi surged out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. It was originally a planet rich in spiritual chi, but now it was facing a great calamity. The demonic chi devoured the spiritual chi of the sky and earth. The spiritual chi of the Great Desolate Star was decreasing rapidly. The originally flourishing trees were gradually withering, and their vitality was being lost. How is this possible? This wasn't an ordinary demonic power. This demonic power was actually devouring the vitality of the planet. If this demonic power was allowed to continue devouring the vitality of the planet, it wouldn't take long for the planet to become a dead planet. This huge commotion affected the Stone City. However, the Stone City was protected by the formation that Gu Fei had set up, so the Stone City wasn't affected much. How extravagant! Gu Fei was shocked. Devouring the vitality of an entire planet was simply too terrifying. A demon that could do this must be an unparalleled demon. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed out of the Stone City and came to the sky. A gigantic demonic figure vaguely appeared in front of them. The life force of the entire planet was being continuously devoured. It's not a real demon. It's just a remnant soul. Could it be that this demon wants to borrow the endless life force to be reborn? Gu Fei activated his martial Dao divine eyes and saw a shocking scene. There was a terrifying demonic embryo being nurtured. And it was precisely this demonic embryo that was devouring the boundless life force. You're unlucky to be born at this time. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly attacked. The demonic fetus seemed to feel threatened. Countless demonized beasts soared into the sky and charged at Gu Fei. Demonic clouds covered the sky. Roar! Countless demonized beasts were extremely ferocious. Under the control of the devil fetus, they all attacked Gu Fei without any regard for their lives. Die! Gu Fei punched out. With just one punch, the countless demonic beasts that attacked him were all turned into a mist of blood, completely dissipating in the void. This punch was too strong, shaking the heavens and the earth. Not only did it kill countless beasts, but it also almost dissipated the demonic aura that shrouded this part of the world. Who are you? We've minded our own business. Why do you want to stop me from achieving the way? A wave of divine will came, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Demons, everyone has the right to kill them. Gu Fei strode over, and the demonic fetus could not stop Gu Fei at all. Buzz! The void shook, and billions of demonic light shone from the demonic fetus. Black demonic chains appeared in the void and then wrapped around Gu Fei. This was a type of divine chain of the Great Path formed by the interweaving of demonic patterns. Countless patterns of the Great Path appeared on the demonic fetus. A remnant soul entered the demonic fetus, and the power of the Great Path surged out from the demonic fetus. The demonic path was also a type of Great Path. When cultivated to the highest level, one could also become a supreme existence like the demon ancestor. After the remnant soul merged with the demonic fetus, the power of the entire demonic fetus soared to a level infinitely close to the saint level. The powerful power made the entire world shake. Demonic aura fell from the sky like dancing dragons, and the demonic might shook the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and weaved through the countless demonic chains, avoiding all of them. He killed his way to the vicinity of the demonic fetus and then attacked. Boom! Endless martial arts true power burst out, and a huge hand covered the sky, covering the demonic fetus below it. The huge hand descended, and the powerful martial arts power shattered everything. Gu Fei displayed his formidable battle prowess and unleashed the heaven-covering palm. Rumble! The huge hand covered the sky and descended, shattering countless demonic chains of the Great Path. It slapped the demonic fetus that was covered in demonic aura down from the sky. A peak half-saint warrior was too strong, and his combat ability was unparalleled. Even the demonic fetus that was infinitely close to the saint level was not a match for Gu Fei. Of course, although the power of the demonic fetus was infinitely close to the saint level, it was still not the power of the saint level. Boom! The ground shook, and the demonic fetus was smashed down by the sky-covering hand. The huge hand smashed the demonic fetus deep into the ground. Many mountains collapsed and the ground sank. Gu Fei's attack had destroyed everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. But Gu Fei knew that the demonic fetus would not be destroyed so easily. Just as he was about to kill his way into the ground, endless demonic aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the ground. The vast demonic aura wrapped around the demonic fetus and shot into the sky. It wanted to rush out of the great desolate planet and escape into the starry sky. Humph! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and used his fastest speed to chase after the demonic fetus. Roar, when my main body returns, you will be the first to be killed. The demonic fetus roared. This was a spiritual wave, and its voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. I am not afraid of you. I will destroy your remnant soul today, and then I will destroy your main body in the future. Gu Fei was fearless and he chased after it. One chased, one fled, and very quickly they entered the starry sky. Gu Fei also caught up to the demonic fetus in the starry sky. Die! Gu Fei roared. After that he made his move. He struck out with his primal chaos fist, shattering the void. His 2 fists were like 2 immortal divine mountains, emitting powerful fluctuations as they smashed towards the devil fetus. The strong fist energy caused the starry sky to shake. This was a battle without any suspense. In the end, the demonic fetus could not defeat Gu Fei. It was destroyed by Gu Fei, and it completely disappeared from the world. After the demonic fetus was destroyed, the great desolate planet regained its peace. However, the demonic fetus had devoured half of the life force on the planet, and the density of the spiritual energy on the planet had decreased significantly. Celestial Master, please take us away. Chapter 1903. The great desolate demonic calamity was quelled by Gu Fei. The demon fetus could not escape and was killed by Gu Fei in space. The demon fetus was unlucky. It was born when Gu Fei came to the great desolate star. Otherwise it might have succeeded, using the lives of the entire planet as the price to go against the heavens. This was too much. Perhaps the demon had already planned this countless years ago. After this battle, the spiritual energy of the great desolate star decreased. When Gu Fei and the demon fetus fought, many regions were destroyed. After quelling the demonic calamity, Gu Fei returned to Stone City. Immortal Master, are you leaving? Asked the Meng family's old chief. Gu Fei did not hide it. He was just a passerby. He would have to leave in the end. The soaring dragon ancestral star was where he should stay. On the path to becoming a saint, he had to occupy a place. However, he was already lost in the starry sky, so finding his way back wasn't an easy task. He could only continue on his way. He wanted to see where the end of the ancient Kunlun Road was. He was looking forward to the end of the ancient Kunlun Road. Perhaps Kunlun and the soaring dragon ancestral star were connected. Immortal Master, bring us on our way. The Meng family's chief did not want to give up this chance to leave the great desolate star. One had to know that the human race's lives here were too bitter. They could only live a primitive life of hunting. They were constantly worried that the beasts in the mountains would come out. If not for Gu Fei, they would still be bullied by the water Qilin. Every year, they would have to send a pair of young boys and girls to the beast as food. They had had enough of such days. I'll bring you with me. Gu Fei looked at the respectful old man in front of him and couldn't help but frown. He had already imparted a few martial arts techniques to this old man. He didn't want to bring these people along with him. But now he had an idea. Didn't he want to build a faction? Perhaps these thousands of humans could be of use. The great ancient star was filled with spiritual energy. After living here for a long time, the spiritual energy here could change one's physique. Those who could survive on the great ancient star all had strong physiques. Although these people had only cultivated the simplest body technique, they could still kill beasts with their bare hands. Especially the young man named Meng Long. He was only 16 years old, but he could easily kill a tiger with a kick. Compared to the humans on Earth, he was much stronger. The physiques of these people were very suitable for the cultivation of martial arts. If he accepted these people under his guidance, he might really be able to teach a few powerful martial arts experts. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation erupt from his inner world in his dantian. Roar! In a valley within Gu Fei's inner world, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. That person's entire body flickered with golden light as rays of golden rainbows shot out from his body, illuminating the world. An extremely powerful wave of metal elemental energy rippled out from the golden body. The entire valley was shaking, and all living creatures in the surrounding area were trembling. Haha, I finally broke through. Gu Zhong laughed to the sky. His voice shook the sky, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the rolling sound waves. After cultivating in seclusion for dozens of years, he finally broke through. This made Gu Zhong extremely excited. He had successfully broken through to the second heaven of Almighty. Metal elemental energy circled around his body, making him look like a god of war made of gold. Congratulations, Brother Gu. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the valley. It was a woman. This woman was Zhongli Meng, who had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world with Gu Zhong and Old Jiao in the sage world. Gu Zhong stood up from the boulder. The powerful aura on his body began to recede like the tide. Soon, even the golden light on his body was completely retracted. Fairy Zhongli Meng. Gu Zhong could not help but be stunned when he saw this person. Behind Zhongli Meng were three extremely powerful undead creatures. They were the three Undying emperors that Gu Fei had subdued. Greetings, young master. The three Undying emperors behind Zhongli Meng bowed to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple and had an extremely powerful cultivation. They did not dare to slight him. Gu Zhong only nodded at the three Undying emperors before his gaze landed on Zhongli Meng. He realized that Zhongli Meng's cultivation had increased by quite a bit over the past few decades, and he was not far from the peak of the Almighty Realm. You can see it now. Cultivating in this place allows my cultivation to rise very quickly. I can't even imagine it. In just a few decades, I'm only half a step away from becoming a pinnacle almighty being. Zhongli Meng said. It had to be said that Zhongli Meng's physique was indeed not bad. In the past, she had to take care of the drunken immortal abode and had too many things to worry about. It was difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. At this time, she took the opportunity to calm her heart and cultivate for a few decades. Her cultivation actually kept increasing, and she almost stepped into the realm of peak almighties. Gu Zhong was very envious of Zhongli Meng's continuous increase in cultivation. Zhongli Meng had cultivated for dozens of years, and his cultivation had increased by several small realms. On the other hand, Gu Zhong had only increased by one small realm. Even his junior brother's cultivation speed was much faster than his. However, even if you have broken through to the peak almighty realm, you are still no match for me. Gu Zhong was very confident. Although he had only advanced by a small realm, his fighting strength was strong enough to compete with a peak almighty. Your lineage is really monstrous. It was impossible for Zhongli Meng not to be envious. Who didn't want to be invincible in the same realm? However, how many people were there in the same realm? However, there was such a person in front of her. She looked at Gu Zhong with a different gaze. So you have broken through. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Master. Gu Zhong was surprised and overjoyed when he heard the voice. He had just broken through and wanted to go out and meet those people. He did not know that Gu Fei was no longer in the sage realm, nor was he in the soaring dragon ancestral star field. A figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. Gu Fei. Zhongli Meng could not help but exclaim when she saw the person. Greetings, master. The three immortal sovereigns hurriedly knelt down when they saw Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and waved his hand to dismiss the three immortal sovereigns. He did not like the aura of death around the three immortal sovereigns. Your junior brother is still in seclusion. Gu Fei looked at Gu Zhong and asked. Yes, junior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. Do you want me to call him out? Gu Zhong said. No need. Chapter 1904. Gu Fei only had 2 disciples. One was Gu Zhong and the other was Old Flood Dragon. Although Old Flood Dragon had already transformed into a dragon, his strength was the weakest among Gu Fei's 2 disciples. Old Flood Dragon had been in seclusion for decades and had yet to come out. Even Gu Zhong had broken through, but he was still cultivating in the same place. Gu Fei knew that nothing had happened during Old Flood Dragon's seclusion. Old Flood Dragon's seclusion was at the bottom of a large lake. At the bottom of the lake there was an outlet for Earth Vein spiritual qi. Old Flood Dragon was sitting cross-legged at the outlet of Earth Vein spiritual qi, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi as he cultivated. Gu Fei sensed it slightly and knew that his second disciple had reached a critical juncture. If Old Jiao could pass this stage, his cultivation would definitely catch up to Gu Zhong. Old Flood Dragon's potential was not bad. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. Gu Fei planned to establish his own force. There were many benefits to having his own force, as he didn't need to deal with many things himself. Moreover, after having his own force, it would be much easier to find the lost disciples of the Taishan sect. There was strength in numbers and it would be better than looking for them himself. His strength alone was very limited. Master, you've finally made up your mind. After Gu Fei told Gu Zhong his plan, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be extremely excited. Establishing a powerful force had always been Gu Zhong's goal. Otherwise, Gu Zhong wouldn't have accepted those 9 disciples. Brother Gu, do you want to establish a sect like the ancient people did? Zhong Liming stood to the side. After hearing Gu Fei's words, her expression changed several times. Establishing a sect on the Soaring Dragon ancestral star wasn't an easy task. It should be known that Gu Fei had offended a lot of people, and there was no lack of ancient powers among them. If Gu Fei was alone it would be easy. If others wanted to cause trouble for him, they would need to be able to find him first. However, it was impossible for a sect to not have a sect. With the mountain gate there would be a fixed location. At this time it would be much easier for Gu Fei's enemies to seek revenge on Gu Fei. Unless Gu Fei was strong enough, no one would dare to provoke him. Founding a sect. Gu Fei shook his head and said, I just want to establish a force that belongs to me. This? Zhong Liming was speechless. If this wasn't establishing a sect, what was it? By the way, Gu Zhong, your master has something to tell you. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Gu Zhong and said, Master, what is it? Gu Zhong asked. Yes, it's like this. Gu Fei said with some embarrassment. He told Gu Zhong about how he was lost in the boundless starry sky. Gu Zhong couldn't help being startled. He had been lost in the starry sky. This? Gu Zhong was stunned. He didn't know what to say at that moment. How could this be? Zhongli Meng's expression changed. She was born in the Zhongli clan of the Southern Desolation. Even though the Zhongli clan couldn't compare to the ancient Desolation factions, it was still a powerful faction in the Southern Desolation. She knew the consequences of being lost in the starry sky. The boundless starry sky was boundless. Some people said that it was only a corner of the Great Desolation World when the Great Desolation World was destroyed. However, no one knew what had happened. Being lost in the starry sky was a terrifying thing. If one was unlucky, they would never be able to find their way back. However, there were also some lucky people who accidentally obtained a map of the starry sky and found their way back. Even though Zhong Liming was shocked, she suddenly thought of something. She quickly took out her storage pouch and searched for something. Found it. Soon after, Zhong Liming's face was filled with joy. Following this, she took out a black piece of metal from her storage bag. The piece of metal was square and covered in a layer of rust. Fairy Liming, what is this? Gu Zhong was surprised when he saw Zhong Liming taking out something like this. No one would take a second look at it even if it was thrown on the ground. This is a treasure. Zhong Liming carefully held the metal piece in her hands. It was only a foot wide and a foot long. Apart from some rust, there was nothing else on it. Huh. Gu Fei's expression changed. When he scanned the metal piece in Zhong Liming's hand with his divine sense, he sensed a faint ripple. It really is a treasure. Gu Fei said. Could it be fake? Zhong Liming glared at Gu Fei and said, Master, this thing is really a treasure. Gu Zhong took a few more glances at the metal piece in Zhong Li Meng's hand after hearing Gu Fei's words. However, he couldn't see anything strange with his cultivation base. It would be strange if even he couldn't see anything strange about it. This is an ancient object that I obtained from a strange person. According to that strange person, this object was brought out from an ancient ruin. Zhong Li Meng explained the origin of the metal piece. It was brought out from an ancient ruin. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were shocked. Ancient ruins were rare in this world. As long as it wasn't strengthened by an extreme Dao supremacy, it wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of time. Only the power of an extreme Dao supremacy could allow an object to be passed down without rotting. Gu Fei waved his hand and the metal piece in Zhong Li Meng's hand flew into Gu Fei's hand. The moment the metal piece entered his hand, Gu Fei felt his hand sink. The metal piece wasn't light. It was just a small piece, but it seemed to weigh over 5,000 kilograms. This isn't an ordinary metal. Gu Fei exerted force in his hand. He wanted to break the metal piece in half, but it didn't budge at all. He couldn't even damage it with the strength of his hands. Humph! Gu Fei exerted force again. This time, the strength of his hands had more than doubled. Crack! A faint sound came from the metal piece. Small cracks appeared on the rusty metal piece. Then, a layer of the metal piece actually broke apart. There's a universe inside. At this moment, Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng looked nervously at the black metal piece in Gu Fei's hand. After the layer of the black metal piece broke apart, the thing that was revealed was still a black metal piece. However, it wasn't empty anymore. There was a simple pattern carved on it. Star Chart. Chapter 1905. The rusty piece of black iron revealed its true appearance. It was a piece of 9 heaven star iron. Specks of starlight flickered on its surface and formed a starry sky. The surface of the 9 heaven star iron already had specks of starlight on it, just like the stars in the pitch-black sky. However, the specks of starlight on this piece of star iron seemed to have been refined by someone to form a starry sky map. Such a method was unimaginable. Gu Fei tried to release his divine sense into the black iron in his hand. Boom! As soon as Gu Fei's divine sense came into contact with the black iron, he felt a sudden tremor. Then he found himself in the endless starry sky. This is... Galaxies with life kept evolving in front of him. The soaring dragon ancestral star, the unknown ancestral star domain, and several other star domains with life that were not inferior to the soaring dragon ancestral star domain. There were a total of 5 life star domains recorded in the black iron block. Each of the life star domains had a unique characteristic, which was that they had a giant life ancestral planet. In the vast universe there were countless star regions, but there were only 5 true ancestral planets with life. Moreover, Earth was one of the 5 ancestral planets recorded on the black iron block. The Earth recorded on the black iron was called the Kunlun ancestral star. Gu Fei found it hard to believe that such a small star was also an ancestral star. He had been to Earth before, so he knew that it was a very small star with life. In the endless starry sky, a star like Earth was not eye-catching at all. However, there must be a reason why it was marked as an ancestral star. The 5 ancestral stars were extremely far apart. Gu Fei carefully observed the constantly changing starry sky in front of him. Soon he found the soaring dragon star domain. It's so far away. When he saw the distance between the soaring dragon star domain and his current location, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. It was too far away. Even with his cultivation, he would probably have to fly in the starry sky for hundreds of years to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Of course, there was a shortcut, which was to enter the Hell Path, and then enter the extreme west of the Soaring Dragon continent through the Hell Path. However, this was not the path that Gu Fei wanted to take. He wanted to gain experience and grow through constant training. Xiao Chun wanted to continue walking the Kunlun ancient road. He looked forward to seeing what he would encounter at the end of this ancient road. The starry sky chart on the astral iron did not record the ancient Kunlun road. That was to say, when that supreme character left the starry sky chart, the ancient Kunlun road might not have appeared yet. After all, this was a starry sky chart refined by a supreme existence during the ancient times. After knowing his location, Gu Fei's spiritual force withdrew from the metal block. Master! When Gu Zhong saw that Gu Fei had recovered, he couldn't help rejoicing. It had to be known that his master had been standing there for almost an hour, staring at the piece of metal in his hand the entire time. Gu Fei's abnormality caused Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng to feel uneasy. "It's fine, your spiritual will didn't enter it," Gu Fei said strangely. Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng shook their heads in bewilderment. They couldn't sense anything strange from the metal block. Although the rust on the surface of the metal block had already fallen off in their eyes, there was nothing special about the black metal other than a few spots of light on it. "What's going on?" Gu Fei was a little puzzled. Only his spiritual force could enter the 9-heaven star metal, while others couldn't. However, he immediately understood something. After all, his cultivation and realm were a whole realm lower than Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng's. His spiritual force was extremely strong, and it wasn't something that Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng could compare to. Perhaps the spiritual force of at least a semi-sage realm cultivator was needed to read this starry sky chart. "Alright, let's go out." As Gu Fei spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him. His finger immediately drew a spatial crack that was several meters long. "We can finally go out." Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng were very happy. Although Gu Fei's inner world was a cultivation treasure land that cultivators dreamed of, it was too small. Moreover, there were some places that they couldn't enter. For example, they couldn't enter the area where the immortal herb was. They couldn't enter the area where the divine spring of life was either. The divine spring of life and the immortal herb were the two most important things in Gu Fei's inner world. With the nourishment of the divine spring of life, this part of the world could grow infinitely. The immortal herb was a life-saving item. A drop of the immortal herb could bring a person back to life. No matter the degree of injury, as long as the person's spiritual soul didn't dissipate, they could be saved. At this moment, Gu Fei had already taken a step out. Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng hurriedly followed. When they walked out of Gu Fei's inner world, the spatial crack behind them instantly disappeared. After Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng came out of Gu Fei's inner world, they saw a large group of people in front of them. These people were all wearing beast skins and holding bows and arrows. A valiant aura emanated from them. In front of this group of people stood an old man and a few young men. "Greetings, immortal master." When the old man saw Gu Fei, he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. They had been waiting here for several hours, but even though some of them had stood until their backs were aching, they did not dare to complain. This was because they had already learned from their old patriarch that this young man was an immortal master from Kunlun. In their opinion, the methods that Gu Fei had displayed were no different from that of an immortal god. What they didn't know was that Gu Fei wasn't an immortal god, but a peak half-saint who was many times stronger than an immortal god. Being able to meet such an existence was already a blessing in disguise for their ancestors. These people's foundations are not bad. I plan to bring them into my inner world. You'll do it. Gu Fei ignored the old patriarch and turned to Gu Zhong. Yes. Gu Zhong was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied. He realized that these primitive people's physiques were indeed not bad. Their bodies were strong and their qi and blood were vigorous. Such people were very suitable to cultivate the martial Tao. Where did Master find these people? Gu Fei didn't tell Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng about the Great Desolate Star. Brother Gu, are you really going to nurture your own forces? Zhong Li Meng said in shock. Gu Fei actually planned to bring these thousands of people into his inner world. Could it be that he wanted to nurture a large group of martial artists? Zhong Li Meng couldn't help but shiver when he thought about how abnormal Gu Fei and his disciple were. Chapter 1906. Rumble. Gu Fei used his inner heaven and earth power to cover a 10-mile radius. Heaven and earth shook. His inner heaven and earth power pushed against the great ancient star's inner heaven and earth power. With the stone city as the center, the 10-mile radius was separated from the great ancient star by Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth power. Then it rose into the sky. The people in the stone city had never seen such a shocking scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many of them even knelt down towards Gu Fei and the others. Such a method was too shocking. Celestial Master. The Meng family's old patriarch was so excited that his body trembled. His decision was right. After the Meng family followed the Celestial Master, they would definitely become stronger. The stronger this Celestial Master was, the better it was for them. As the patriarch of the Meng family, The old man had to find a way out for the Meng family. On the great ancient star, the Meng family had no way out. At this moment, the 10-mile radius rose into the sky. A huge hole appeared in the sky. Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth power surged out from the hole. The hole was expanding. A great suction force was generated from the hole, sucking the stone city and the surrounding area 10 miles into it. At this moment, the people in the stone city could see another world through the hole in the sky. It was a world filled with spiritual qi. Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng were shocked by Gu Fei's method. It was the first time they had seen someone put an area into his inner heaven and earth. Inner heaven and earth was a name that was very far away from them. Gu Zhong and Zhong Li Meng were almighty, but they couldn't open up their own inner heaven and earth. Not everyone could open up their own inner heaven and earth. Gu Fei being able to open up his own inner heaven and earth was an anomaly. Of course, one couldn't only open up one's own inner heaven and earth. Some ownerless inner heaven and earth could be refined as long as the cultivator's cultivation was strong enough. In the end, the stone city was moved into Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth. Gu Fei moved the stone city to a valley where the earth veins spiritual qi converged. Cultivating in such a place would yield twice the results with half the effort. The process of cultivation was very difficult. Even with Gu Zhong's guidance, the people in the stone city couldn't become powerful all of a sudden. Gu Fei had made a long-term plan. He wanted to use these thousands of people as a foundation to establish a martial Dao inheritance. He wanted to carry forward the martial Dao. However, Gu Fei knew very well that the path he was taking would be extremely arduous. After settling down the Meng clan and the others, Gu Fei left the inner world. He handed everything over to Gu Zhong and became a hands-off shopkeeper. Zhong Li Meng also stayed in Gu Fei's inner world. As the big boss of Drunken Immortal's residence in Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, she knew how to establish a force. With her help, Gu Fei was very reassured. As the boss of the Drunken Immortal residence in the Dragon Emperor City of the Southern Wilderness, she knew how to establish a force. With her help, Gu Fei was very reassured. The ancient Kunlun road could not be broken in his hands. Gu Fei could not possibly take away this transportation formation. He chose a place and placed the transportation formation there. After that, Gu Fei walked around the entire great ancient star. He even went deep into the earth. However, he didn't find anything. Therefore, he chose a place and set it up. Then, Gu Fei walked around the entire great desolate planet. He even went deep into the planet. In the end, he didn't find anything. Then, he returned to where the teleportation portal was and activated it. After that, Gu Fei walked around the entire great ancient star. He even went deep into the earth. However, he didn't find anything. Therefore, he returned to the place where the formation was and activated it. The ancient Kunlun road had always been a road of no return. Gu Fei had no idea when this ancient road had appeared. Even the 3 grandmasters in the Kunlun immortal realm probably did not know about it. Gu Fei didn't know where the Kunlun immortal realm led to. What were the ancestors of the Kunlun ancestral star looking for? Gu Fei was very curious. After a long time, when the aura of the outside world appeared, Gu Fei knew that he had finally arrived at his next destination. This is. When Gu Fei came out of the space tunnel, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What's going on? He discovered that he had actually appeared on an incomparably huge continent. There was a formation protecting the sky above this continent, and a divine sun hung high in the sky. This was a continent floating in the boundless starry sky. It had a radius of millions of kilometers. Someone had refined a sun star with great magic power and fixed it in the sky above this continent. It was the existence of the sun in the sky that allowed the countless living beings on this continent to survive in the endless starry sky. Only a sage could do something like that. Even half-saints and demi-saints couldn't set up a super grand formation that covered an area of 500,000 kilometers, much less refine a sun star and place it in the sky above this continent. Could it be that a life-bearing star had been destroyed by someone, and someone had used an unparalleled power to protect this area of 1,000,000 miles? The appearance of life was not man-made, but natural. The world evolved into all things, and the ancestral star was the carrier of life. Rumble. Suddenly, countless figures appeared at the end of the plain opposite the mountain where Gu Fei was. That's? Standing on the mountain peak, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in the distance. It was an army of mortals, numbering in the tens of thousands. What surprised Gu Fei was that these tens of thousands of cavalrymen were chasing after a group of less than 3,000 cavalrymen. This situation seemed to be a battle between two armies. One of the cavalrymen was defeated, and was then chased by the other cavalrymen for thousands of miles. Among the pursuing cavalrymen, there was a woman wearing bright yellow armor. At this time she was still fearless as she led her thousands of subordinates to flee for their lives. In Kunlun's ancestral star, Gu Fei knew that only the royal family could wear bright yellow armor. Although this wasn't Kunlun's ancestral star, Gu Fei's intuition told him that this valiant woman should be from the royal family of some country. Whoever can capture Princess Yao Yu will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, and will be given the title of Marquis. A war chariot charged out from the rear of the enemy army. On the chariot stood a young man wearing the same bright yellow armor. It was this young man who was shouting, "Jiguang, you bastard!" Princess Yao Yu suddenly took out the bow and arrow hanging on her saddle. She turned around and shot an arrow at the young man on the war chariot. Whoosh! Chapter 1907. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the air, turning into a ray of cold light that shot towards Jiguang's throat. This arrow was fast and ruthless. Although it was hundreds of zhang away, it arrived in an instant. Clang! Jiguang's reaction was not slow either. He instantly drew his sword and slashed it away. Haha, Yao Yu, don't struggle pointlessly. The young man called Jiguang drove his chariot with a long sword in his hand, chasing after Princess Yao Yu. Behind him were tens of thousands of armored cavalrymen. Their hooves thundered, causing the ground to shake. Jiguang's chariot was even faster than the armored cavalrymen because the chariot was pulled by 4 black horses without a single strand of hair on their bodies. This was a divine steed called Black Cloud, a famous thousand-li steed. The 4 black clouds exerted their strength together, their 4 hooves flying, actually getting closer and closer. The distance between Jiguang's chariot and Princess Yao Yu was gradually decreasing. "Princess, you go first," an old general next to Princess Yao Yu shouted, then turned his horse around and charged towards Jiguang. Zhongyi Marquis. Seeing the old general risking his life against Jiguang, Princess Yao Yu couldn't help but tear up. This Zhongyi Marquis was actually her uncle, a brave general of Dragon Country who had fought for most of his life. Who would have thought that in his old age, he would not be able to enjoy his old age? The old general was also not bad. He used the long spear in his hand to block Jiguang's path and started fighting with him. However, Jiguang was very strong. The long sword in his hand actually shot out rays of sword light. Obviously, he had already cultivated to the realm of external qi. The old general's great spear also had a green light flickering on its spearhead. However, the aura released by the old general could not be compared to Jiguang's sword light. If it wasn't for the old general's rich battle experience, he would have already been killed by Jiguang. Even so, the old general was already in danger. His armor was constantly being cut by the sword light. Blood dyed his armor red. Kill! The old general was like a tiger. A ferocious aura burst out from his body. His white beard fluttered in the wind. The great spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon that continuously tried to devour Jiguang. Zhongyi Marquis truly lives up to his name. The light in Jiguang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He couldn't help but admire this old general. He knew that his cultivation was much higher than this old general, but he still couldn't kill him. This was because he didn't have enough experience. The old general had killed countless people in his life, and this kind of experience was accumulated from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although Jiguang was stronger than the old general, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. "Uncle." Seeing the old general risking his life for her, Princess Yao Yu could not help but shed a stream of tears. "Let's go." Seeing that Princess Yao Yu was still watching, the old general couldn't help but shout. Because he was distracted, he was struck by Jiguang's sword light, causing blood to bloom. With tears in her eyes, Princess Yao Yu turned around and galloped away. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cavalrymen behind Jiguang charged forward like a flood, with a general wielding 2 hammers stepping out of the crowd. "Your Royal Highness, allow me to kill this old man." That general was as tall as a black iron tower. His face was covered with a full beard, and the two hammers in his hands were each around 1 meter in diameter. Roar! The old general roared, his voice shaking the sky. You brat, you want to take my life? You don't have the qualifications, shouted the old general. Old man, eat my hammer. That general directly charged over, blocking the old general. Prince Ji Guang took this chance to escape, driving his war chariot to continue chasing after Princess Yao Yu. At this time, Gu Fei was on top of the mountain. When he saw this scene, his heart couldn't help shaking. The scene of tens of thousands of cavalrymen charging was grand, but he had never seen something like this before. This was a battle between mortals, incomparably bitter and cruel. Gu Fei had no intention of interfering in the battle between mortals, but he had to know what kind of place this was. This continent spanned millions of miles, and there were countless life forms within. Clearly, on this continent the human race was the main character. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. With just a step, he arrived above the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. At this time, a few hundred miles behind the cavalrymen, a black aura surged up. That black aura rolled in the air and actually condensed into an incomparably huge black skull. I didn't expect there to be demons here. Gu Fei sensed a demonic energy condensing. Haha, Imperial Preceptor's power has increased by another level. The day of my Ji country unifying the world is approaching. Ji Guang also saw the black skull in the sky behind him, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Imperial Preceptor. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but shoot out a bright light. Inside the skull in the sky, there were countless souls struggling. These were the souls of people who had died not long ago, and they were imprisoned by someone. Someone was using these souls to cultivate demonic arts. Your Ji country has actually joined hands with the demons. At this moment, everyone noticed the shocking changes in the distant sky. Countless souls were struggling and howling in the skulls. Everyone seemed to hear the terrified screams of countless people on the verge of death. Swoosh! At this time, a few black shadows appeared behind the cavalrymen. They were 5 demons wearing black clothes and bamboo hats. Their bodies were shrouded in demonic energy. Imperial Preceptor's people are here. You're dead for sure. Ji Guang stopped. He knew that the remnants of Dragon Country no longer had any hope. Once Imperial Preceptor's people arrived, these people would die without a burial ground. Pooh! A black shadow flashed by. The head of the old general who was fighting with the Ji country's general flew up into the sky. Blood spurted high up into the sky. Uncle! Seeing this scene, Princess Yao Yu let out a sorrowful roar and almost fell from her horse. The 5 demonic shadows didn't make a sound. They directly charged into the thousands of cavalrymen and slaughtered them to their heart's content. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. The souls of the Dragon Country cavalrymen were continuously devoured by the 5 demonic shadows. The more they killed, the more souls they devoured, and the stronger they became. These demons were using the souls of the living to cultivate demonic arts. Damn it! A loud roar came from the sky. After that, a huge hand descended from the sky, directly grabbing the demonic shadows that were still charging into the Dragon Country cavalrymen. A huge pressure came down from the sky. The 5 demons were instantly shocked. They knew that they had met an expert. They couldn't care less about the souls anymore and wanted to escape. But unfortunately, their opponent was Gu Fei. The hand directly grabbed the 5 demon dwellers and exerted force. The 5 demon dwellers' bodies immediately exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Even their souls couldn't escape. A puny demon dares to harm the human race? Courting death. Gu Fei descended from the sky and stood in the air. Tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded at this scene. Who was this person? Could he be a legendary immortal? Since there were demons on this continent, there were also righteous cultivators who couldn't coexist with them. However, the strength of these righteous cultivators couldn't compare to the demons. Just like the war between the Ji country and the Dragon country, the Ji country had the support of the demons, while the Dragon country had the support of righteous cultivators. However, the Ji country supported by the demons destroyed the Dragon country supported by the righteous cultivators. From this, it could be seen that the demons actually had the advantage on this continent. This wasn't a good thing. The demons used the war to collect the souls of the dead. This way, their cultivation would rapidly increase, and the righteous cultivators would be no match for them. Gu Fei coldly glanced at Prince Jiguang, who was standing on the war chariot. Shit! Prince Jiguang couldn't help but be alarmed. Just at this time, Gu Fei waved his hand. Prince Jiguang flew up and landed at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly read the prince's memories. He quickly found out where this place was and why the Ji country wanted to attack the Dragon country. The demons wanted to destroy the Dragon country because they wanted to obtain the Dragon country's treasure. The Dragon country's treasure was said to be discovered by the first emperor of the Dragon country, the Dragon Emperor. Inside was something that the demons yearned for even in their dreams. It was also because of this that the demons joined hands with the Ji country to destroy the Dragon country. However, when the Ji country's army broke through the Dragon country's capital, the Dragon country's monarch gave the treasure map to his most beloved daughter, Princess Yao Yu. Princess Yao Yu took the treasure map and led thousands of cavalrymen out of the Dragon country's capital. As long as there were treasures, the Dragon country would be able to rise again. The demons were also determined to obtain the treasure. Therefore, Prince Jiguang personally chased after Princess Yao Yu. Colluding with the demons and harming your own kind, you deserve to die. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably cold. Don't kill me. At this moment, Prince Jiguang was terrified to the extreme. This person was too frightening. He had already cultivated to the realm of externalizing inner qi, but in the hands of this person, he was like a helpless child. Actually, what he didn't know was that even if the state preceptor of the Ji country came, Gu Fei would be able to kill him with one slap. Gu Fei didn't say anything and directly threw Prince Jiguang towards the tens of thousands of cavalrymen of the Ji country. Your Royal Highness. Seeing this, the general of the Ji country immediately threw away the twin hammers in his hands and rushed forward. He stretched out his hands, wanting to catch Prince Jiguang, who was flying over. However, just as the general was about to catch Prince Jiguang's body suddenly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The general of the Ji country was instantly dumbstruck. He stood there with his hands outstretched and was drenched by the blood mist. Prince Jiguang is dead. Chapter 1908. Tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded, especially the Ji country cavalry. They found it hard to believe that their future king was actually killed by someone. Not even his corpse was left behind. This is the result of colluding with the devils. Gu Fei's gaze swept across the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. You. After the black iron tower-like bearded general regained his senses, his voice was trembling. He was shocked and furious at the same time. The opponent was too powerful. Even the imperial preceptor's subordinate was killed just like that. How could he be this person's opponent? Gu Fei waved his hand again, causing the bearded general to fly up as well. Roar! Bang! The bearded general's divine body exploded. He could only let out a furious roar before his body and soul were annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Wah! The Ji country cavalry was in an uproar. Gu Fei's method was too mystical. With a wave of his hand, he could kill an incomparably powerful general. This was simply unimaginable. Damn it, who killed my disciple? At that moment, the skull formed from demonic energy in the distant sky rapidly disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky and quickly flew towards Gu Fei. A devil at the Imperial Void Realm. When Gu Fei saw that person, he couldn't help but shake his head. This person couldn't even be compared to the three great masters of Kunlun. There was no sense of accomplishment in killing such a devil. If an ancient devil were to appear, it might be able to ignite Gu Fei's battle intent. That person flew through the sky. His body was shrouded in strands of black devilish qi, like a black smoke. His entire person seemed illusory. It's the Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor is here. Among the several tens of thousands of cavalry, many generals recognized that person and couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Princess Yao Yu and the rest stopped fleeing. This person who suddenly appeared seemed to be the archenemy of those devils. Moreover, this person was incomparably powerful, not even afraid of the Imperial Preceptor. Could this person really be a legendary immortal? Princess Yao Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. It was you who killed my disciple. That country of Ji's imperial preceptor stood in front of Gu Fei. His entire body was surrounded by demonic qi, and his voice was incomparably cold. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Gu Fei. Others might not be able to see the face of this state preceptor, but Gu Fei was different. He could already see that this was a middle-aged man with a thin face. This person's eyes were deep, his cheekbones were high, and there was a trace of an evil smile on his face. In particular, his blood-red pupils were emitting waves of ominous light. With one look, one could tell that this was a sinister and malicious person. Of course, those who cultivated the devil path used the power of all living beings to increase their cultivation. Their killing intent was very heavy, and they were all vicious and merciless people. Only such people would not hesitate to walk the devil path. So what if I killed that kid? Gu Fei calmly looked at the middle-aged man opposite him, his tone incomparably calm. You! Seeing how calm Gu Fei was when facing him, this state preceptor couldn't help but feel nervous. Where did such a person come from? Seeing that Gu Fei was able to stand in the air, that state preceptor had already viewed Gu Fei as a formidable opponent. One must know that only cultivators of the Imperial Void Realm could fly in the air. Then you can accompany him in death, the middle-aged man said as he took out a black gourd from his waist. Immortal Elder, be careful, that's the devil fire gourd. Princess Yao Yu shouted at Gu Fei. It was precisely this devil weapon in the hands of the state preceptor that caused the Dragon Country's army to suffer a crushing defeat, allowing the Ji Country's army to easily invade the Dragon Country's capital. This Dragon Country's princess had already viewed Gu Fei as a legendary cultivator. In this Tianyuan continent, there were legends of devil cultivators and cultivators. Devil cultivators gradually hid themselves, and in the recent hundreds of years they began to appear. Wherever a devil cultivator appeared, there would be death following them. Devil cultivators roamed the continent. At the beginning they were very mysterious, and their whereabouts were strange. But gradually, some of the devil cultivators' misdeeds began to spread in the Tianyuan continent. In the end, it caused the righteous cultivators to take action and fight against the devil cultivators. Devil cultivators were not invincible. They also had enemies, and their mortal enemies were the legendary cultivators. However, the cultivators did not appear at all. Because of this, devil cultivators in the Tianyuan continent became more and more rampant. In the current world, disputes arose in the Tianyuan continent. All the human countries were constantly at war with each other, and the number of people who died was uncountable. And every battlefield was a paradise for devil cultivators. The reason why living souls were called living souls was because they were the souls of people who had just died. This kind of soul contained powerful soul power, which was a great supplement for devil cultivators to increase their cultivation. As long as they could collect enough living souls, the devil cultivators' cultivation would become stronger. The state preceptor of the Ji country started the war between the Ji country and the Dragon country. Both countries had countless casualties, which allowed the state preceptor to collect countless living souls, and his cultivation broke through to the peak of the void-controlling realm. He was only one step away from becoming a devil god with endless lifespan. Then, he would be invincible in the world. Even if those cultivators jumped out, they would not be afraid. At this time, the state preceptor had already pulled out the stopper of the black gourd. He then aimed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Fei, and a circle of devil light flickered on the mouth of the gourd. Die! The state preceptor stretched out his hand and slapped the bottom of the gourd. Boom! A black flame immediately rushed out from the black gourd, turning into an incomparably huge fire dragon, and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. The devil flame condensed into a dragon, and it emitted a heart-palpitating devil aura, causing the tens of thousands of cavalrymen to be extremely frightened. They felt a great danger. It's this move again. After Princess Yao Yu saw the fire dragon, she couldn't help but be incomparably nervous. Before, when the state preceptor of the Ji country broke through the capital of the Dragon country, he used this move. This was something that Princess Yao Yu saw with her own eyes. This fire dragon devoured the lives of countless soldiers of the Dragon country, and even half of the capital was burned to ashes. Although the Tianyuan continent was only a few million miles wide, the number of humans living on this continent was counted in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, the Dragon Country was a big country on the Tianyuan continent. As the capital of the Dragon Country, the population was at least several million. Half of the capital was burned to ashes, which meant that at least 1 million people were burned to death by the devil flame. This state preceptor of the Ji country had collected millions of living souls. No wonder his cultivation had soared to such a terrifying level. However, the next scene caused everyone to be stupefied. That young man only extended his right fist, and then casually punched out. Chapter 1909. Boom! With a loud sound, the 1,000-meter-long devil dragon was directly dispersed. The powerful force not only dispersed the devil dragon formed by the devil flames, but it also didn't diminish in the slightest. Bang! The black gourd in the Imperial Preceptor's hand exploded. A ball of devil flames instantly enveloped the Imperial Preceptor. Roar! The Imperial Preceptor was instantly frightened out of his wits. He roared as he circulated the devil energy in his body. A layer of devil light immediately rushed out from his body, enveloping him within. However, the devil flames were too powerful and tyrannical. The layer of devil light on the Imperial Preceptor's body only lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The Imperial Preceptor's entire body was enveloped by the devil flames. His clothes instantly turned into ashes. The devil flames directly drilled into his body and burned outwards. This kind of pain was unimaginable. Usually, when he used this devil flames to burn people, those who were burned would also suffer the same pain. Under the endless pain, they would be burned to ashes by the devil flames. Save me, I don't want to die. The Imperial Preceptor naturally knew how powerful the devil flames were. However, he also knew that once he was burned by the devil flames, everything would be over. With the devil flames burning his body, even if a true devil god came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Karma really doesn't feel good. When Princess Yao Yu and the other dragon generals saw this scene, they felt incomparably delighted. In the end, this devil still ended up dying under his own devil flames. This was truly retribution for evil and good for good. The Imperial Preceptor's entire body was emitting devil flames. His flesh and bones were gradually being burned to ashes. Even his soul was struggling within the devil flames, unable to escape. Quick, give me a quick death. The Imperial Preceptor shouted at Gu Fei. This kind of inhuman pain was unbearable to him. He was about to go crazy and could collapse at any moment. Humph! Gu Fei didn't say anything and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Princess Yao Yu galloped over on her horse. She jumped down from her horse and kowtowed to Gu Fei. Immortal Elder, please accept me as your disciple. Princess Yao Yu kowtowed to Gu Fei. Yes. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He then activated his divine eyes of martial path and scanned Princess Yao Yu. This is... When he used his martial Dao heavenly eye to look at Princess Yao Yu's physique, he couldn't help but be surprised. Princess Yao Yu actually had the water attribute physique of the 5 elements. In the martial Dao inheritance passed down by the martial ancestor, there was a method to cultivate the 5 elemental true power. For example, Gu Zhong cultivated the metal elemental true power, and this Princess Yao Yu actually had a water elemental physique. The water elemental physique could cultivate the water elemental true power and the water elemental martial body. The combination of the 5 elements is invincible. Gu Fei was muttering to himself. If he had 5 such disciples and mastered the 5 elements martial body, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the world? His eyes lit up. However, if he accepted Princess Yao Yu as his disciple so easily, it would be too casual. If you want to be my disciple, then come find me at the peak of the Divine Mountain. I'll only wait for you for half a month. After saying that, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and flew towards the capital of Dragon Country. He felt another powerful demonic energy. This demonic energy was much stronger than the Imperial Advisor of Ji Country. At the very least, it was at the level of the demon body in the Tianyuan continent. In the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, this level of cultivation was equivalent to the demigod realm. They had already seen through the mysteries of longevity. This kind of existence had an almost unlimited lifespan. Divine Mountain. Princess Yao Yu couldn't help but be shocked. When she came back to her senses, Gu Fei had already disappeared into the distance. At this time, after Prince Ji Guang and the imperial advisor of Ji country were killed by Gu Fei, the morale of the tens of thousands of Ji country's cavalry had already collapsed. After Gu Fei left, the tens of thousands of Ji country's cavalry immediately dispersed. Protect the princess. When the thousands of Dragon country cavalry saw this, they immediately surrounded Princess Yao Yu in the center. Divine Mountain. At this time, Princess Yao Yu actually began to ponder. The Divine Mountain of the Tianyuan continent was not an ordinary mountain. It was the highest mountain in the center of the Tianyuan continent. According to the legends, it was a divine mountain where gods had once descended. In the hearts of the Tianyuan continent's humans, it was a sacred mountain. To want to reach the peak of the Divine Mountain for a mortal, it was practically impossible. Not only was the Divine Mountain a sacred mountain in the hearts of humans, it was also the highest mountain in the entire Tianyuan continent. Even cultivators might not be able to reach the peak of the Divine Mountain. According to the legends, the peak of the Divine Mountain was guarded by a divine beast. There had once been people who wanted to reach the peak of the Divine Mountain, but not a single one had succeeded. Those people didn't disappear, they gave up halfway. Your Highness, I think we should forget about it. Beside Princess Yao Yu, a middle-aged general said. No, I must take that person as my master. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Even the devil cultivators weren't his opponent. If she could become his disciple, she would also have a powerful battle prowess. Princess Yao Yu had already made up her mind. Compared to being a princess or even a ruler, what Princess Yao Yu wanted to do now was to become a strong cultivator. As long as she was strong enough, she could even kill the ruler of a country. Just like the imperial teacher of the Ji country. If it wasn't for him, the Dragon country's capital city wouldn't have been breached by the Ji country's army, and the country wouldn't have perished. Princess Yao Yu finally understood that having great strength was the most practical thing. At this time, the Dragon country's capital city had already turned into hell. Black shadows roamed the streets, harvesting lives and devouring souls. Damn it! When Gu Fei arrived at the Dragon country's capital city and saw this scene, he couldn't help but be enraged. The entire capital city occupied an area of 100 li, and the eastern half of the city had already been turned into ashes, burned by the devil flames. And in the remaining half of the city, miserable screams rang out unceasingly. The streets were filled with people, and blood flowed like rivers. Every time a black shadow flashed by, someone would be killed. Those weren't true devils, but rather, they had no physical bodies and were similar to clones. Gu Fei discovered that these devil shadows all came from a black coffin floating in the air above the Dragon country's capital city. The coffin contained an incomparably powerful devil Dao energy. Humph! Gu Fei coldly snorted, and then directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. Rumble! A huge palm instantly covered the entire heaven and earth, slamming down towards the devil coffin. An extremely powerful force shook this part of the world. Who dares to interfere in this daddy's business? Chapter 1910. The sky-blanketing hand could cover the sky with a single hand. The huge hand enveloped the entire region, radiating with extremely terrifying ripples of energy. It slammed towards the coffin that hovered above the capital. What? The demon god in the coffin was shocked. The power was just too great. Even after living for countless years, he had never encountered an existence like this. Roar! The demon god in the coffin roared out furiously. Countless black figures charged out from the ruined city below the coffin. They charged into the sky and all entered the coffin. Boom! A loud bang resounded from within the demon coffin. After that, the lid of the demon coffin opened to reveal a crack, and boundless demonic energy poured out from within. Rumble! An extremely powerful demonic power burst out from the demon coffin. The space around the demon coffin trembled, as if it could not withstand such a powerful force. A demonic figure appeared from the coffin. Kill! The demonic figure's killing intent was shocking. He wielded a demonic blade and swung it upwards. Black light surged into the sky, radiating with terrifying ripples of blade chi. He wanted to break through Gu Fei's sky-blanketing hand. However, the difference in strength between the two of them was just too great. How could a mere demon god be Gu Fei's opponent? Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the 10,000 feet long demonic saber light shattered the moment it collided with the huge hand descending from the sky. The hand was unstoppable. It was like a mountain descending, unstoppable. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful existence on the Tianyuan continent? Even those old bastards on the God of Heaven mountain do not possess such great cultivation. Only now did the demon god in the coffin realize that something was off. He had underestimated the opponent that had suddenly appeared. This mistake was enough to cost him his life. The demonic aura dispersed under the hand and the coffin trembled. The demonic figure that had surged out from the coffin directly dimmed from the great impact. Demonic blood escape. The demon god in the coffin bellowed out. Afterwards, the smell of blood emanated from the coffin. Afterward, a blood-red light surged out from the coffin and enveloped it. Shwa! The void shattered as the blood light that shot out from the fiend coffin tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, this demon god had encountered Gu Fei. This demon god's fate had already been decided. Bang! Before the demon coffin could escape into the shattered void and escape, Gu Fei slapped it down from the sky. Even the lid of the demon coffin was blasted away by this strike, and a figure fell out from the demon coffin. Demon corpse. When Gu Fei saw the devil god inside the coffin, he couldn't help being startled. It was a corpse. To be more accurate, it was an ancient devil corpse. After a demonic cultivator perished, their corpses remained immortal. Furthermore, they were buried in a place where they nurtured their corpses. Day and night, they were nourished by yin energy. After a long period of time, their corpses regained intelligence. The fleshly body of the demon corpse was extremely strong. Not only that, the demon coffin wasn't an ordinary object either. It was actually able to withstand Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm without being smashed into smithereens. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the demon coffin, as though it would shatter with a single touch. Traces of devil chi seeped out from the cracks on the demon coffin. The demon corpse soared into the sky and entered the demon coffin once more. At this moment, the demon corpse no longer cared about anything else. He only wanted to escape. His opponent was simply too strong. A single strike from him was enough to give him an unprecedented impact. He could sense an immense danger. If he didn't escape now, he would definitely die here. Who in the world are you? I have no enmity with you. Why must you spoil my plans? The demon corpse controlled the demon coffin and tore through the void, wanting to escape into the shattered void. At the same time, he was shouting at Gu Fei. Everyone has the right to punish a devil who harms the masses. Gu Fei unleashed another heaven-covering palm. This time around, the might of the heaven-covering palm was even stronger. The void that was enveloped by the palm was rapidly being destroyed. Arg! The demon corpse let out an indignant roar from within the demon coffin. After that, the demon coffin that was riddled with cracks still crumbled under Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. The demon coffin, along with the demon corpse within it, were all obliterated by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Both its body and soul were destroyed. The powerful demon corpse had fallen just like that. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei slapped the demon corpse to death with a single palm, a beam of sword light appeared in the sky. A sharp sword chi rippled over. Sword flight. A sword cultivator. When Gu Fei saw that beam of sword light, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the devil chi that shrouded the entire capital of Dragon Country had been dispersed by his heaven-covering palm. These fellas sure are crafty. Gu Fei was a little displeased. He could sense a few powerful auras appearing in the distance. These people had clearly been in the vicinity for a long time. However, they didn't make a move, allowing the countless mortals in the capital of Dragon Country to be slaughtered by the demon corpse and have their souls extracted. Swoosh! A beam of sword light shot across the sky. A young man in white stepped on a flying sword and arrived in front of Gu Fei. He then stopped in the air. Junior Sikong Jian pays his respects to Senior. The young man in white bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. The young man called Sikong Jian didn't dare to be negligent. One should know that this senior in front of him, who had the same appearance as him, had just killed the demon corpse, who was known as the #1 expert of diabolism. It was no wonder that these cultivators didn't dare to make a move against the demon corpse. The demon corpse was infamous for being the #1 expert of diabolism. Apart from the one on the God of Heaven mountain, no one was a match for the demon corpse. Peak of the transcending mortality realm. If it weren't for the flying sword under your feet, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to fly. You're too weak, Gu Fei said after glancing at the young man on the flying sword. Hearing that, Xikongjian couldn't help but blush. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. The senior in front of him was probably even more powerful than the one on the God of Heaven mountain. Even if the one on the God of Heaven mountain personally took action, it would be impossible for him to kill the demon corpse, who was known as the #1 expert of the Tianyuan continent, in just 2 moves. The title of the #1 expert of the Tianyuan continent was not earned by his name, but by the demon corpse. At this moment, the other cultivators arrived as well. We pay our respects to Senior. 3 cultivators of different appearances arrived before Gu Fei and bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. Where do you come from? Gu Fei only glanced at the 3 of them before saying calmly. The 3 of them did not have a high level of cultivation. The middle-aged Taoist had the highest level of cultivation, but he was only at the first heavenly layer. We come from the God of Heaven mountain. The people answered hurriedly. The God of Heaven mountain. Chapter 1911. The arrival of the 4 cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain surprised Gu Fei. He knew about the existence of the God of Heaven mountain from Jiguang's memories, but the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain had not appeared for hundreds of years. In the Tianyuan continent, the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain were the nemesis of the demonic cultivators. The cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain and the demonic cultivators had been fighting for countless years. Since the beginning, the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain had the upper hand in this battle. The demonic cultivators were forced to hide in the Tianyuan continent. In the recent hundreds of years, the forces of the demonic cultivators developed very quickly, especially with the appearance of the #1 demonic cultivator in the Tianyuan continent, the demonic corpse. The demonic corpse was extremely powerful and had the cultivation of a demon god. His appearance directly caused chaos in the Tianyuan continent. All the human forces in the Tianyuan continent fought endlessly. The demonic cultivators took the opportunity to collect living souls to cultivate their demonic arts. However, the cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain seemed to have disappeared, allowing the demonic cultivators to harm the innocent mortals. Not a single person left the mountain. However, it was different this time. The Dragon Country and the Ji Country were both big countries in the Tunglong continent. The war between the 2 countries was bound to result in countless casualties. Of course, to the demonic cultivators, they did not care about the lives of mortals. These demonic cultivators even hoped that the more humans died, the better. The influence of this matter was too great. The cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain could not sit still anymore. The higher-ups of the God of Heaven mountain sent 4 great disciples to help the Dragon Country. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Who knew that before the 4 great cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain could reach the capital of the Dragon Country, the capital of the Dragon Country was already breached by the army of the Ji Country. Moreover, they discovered that the mastermind behind all this was actually the #1 demonic cultivator in the Tianyuan continent, the demon corpse. When they discovered that the demon corpse was the mastermind behind all this, they became even more careful. After all, if they were discovered by the demon corpse, only death awaited them. The demon corpse was a demon god. If he wanted to kill these cultivators from the God of Heaven mountain, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Gu Fei did not waste any time and directly asked the 4 cultivators where the teleportation formation was. He could not stay in this place forever. However, he had an appointment with Dragon Country's Princess Yaoyue in half a month. Gu Fei was capable of killing off the demon corpse. Due to that, the cultivators from Heavenly God Mountain dared not hide anything. Thus, they revealed many of the things that Gu Fei wanted to know. He found out from these people that there really was a teleportation formation platform at the peak of the God of Heaven mountain. However, this teleportation formation platform had not been used for many years, because it was very difficult for the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent to find immortal crystals to revive the transmission array. They could only let the transmission array fall into disuse. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. After learning the location of the teleportation formation, he immediately left. He wanted to ascend to the peak of the heavenly mountain. The 4 cultivators from the God of Heaven Mountain stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. Dragon Country couldn't be destroyed. A cultivator from the God of Heaven Mountain came out and ordered the Ji Kingdom to retreat. The king of Dragon Country was already killed when the Ji Kingdom's army broke through the capital of Dragon Country. However, one of the youngest sons of Chi Dragon managed to escape. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't care about these things. Very quickly, a towering mountain appeared in Gu Fei's vision. It's too high. Gu Fei stopped high up in the sky. He saw that halfway up the mountain was shrouded in clouds. There didn't seem to be many cultivators on the mountain. The God of Heaven Mountain's inheritance had already declined. There weren't many cultivators on the mountain that possessed true abilities. It was no wonder that those demonic cultivators dared to run amok on the Tianyuan continent. Gu Fei thought about his appointment with Yao Yu. He would wait for her at the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain for half a month. Accepting a disciple couldn't be done casually. Gu Fei wanted to test Yao Yu's temperament. Although this princess of Dragon Country had a water elemental physique, in his opinion, temperament was more important than natural physique. If a person's temperament wasn't good, then no matter how strong their physique was, Gu Fei wouldn't accept them as a disciple. It must be known that if she could reach the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain, it would be enough to prove that Princess Yao Yu had a good temperament. Only people with great willpower could truly reach the peak. Gu Fei directly flew towards the mountain in front of him. At this moment, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the demon corpse had caused a huge commotion on the Tianyuan continent. Those demonic cultivators had even gone into hiding, afraid that this malefic star would find them. At this moment, the entire Tianyuan continent felt as if a storm was brewing. Just as Gu Fei ascended the God of Heaven Mountain, in the territory of Dragon Country, a man and a horse took advantage of the night to gallop on the main road. Very quickly, they disappeared around the corner. Even though it was already late at night, the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain was still as bright as day. It was as if there was no night here. Fellow Taoist, why have you come to the God of Heaven Mountain? When Gu Fei set foot on the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain, an old voice rang out. This voice appeared very suddenly. Even Gu Fei couldn't sense the person's existence immediately. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He directly released his presence. His presence enveloped the entire mountain in an instant. Very soon an old man walked out. It was an old Taoist with white hair and white hair. He wore white robes. The old Taoist had white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, Gu Fei could clearly sense that there was an extremely great power within the old man's body. This old Taoist was not simple. Who are you? Gu Fei asked. Although the old Taoist was very powerful, there was still a huge gap between him and himself. He could crush this old Taoist with a single finger. However, in the Tianyuan continent, a demigod cultivator was already the strongest cultivator. The old Taoist cultivation was clearly weaker than the demonic corpse, but it was not by much. As soon as they fought with their lives on the line, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. I am the protector of the God of Heaven Mountain, the old Taoist said with a smile on his face. The protector of the God of Heaven Mountain. Gu Fei was rather surprised when he heard that. This was a protector of the mountain. There was actually nothing much at the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain. There was only a pavilion. A few immortal fruits were placed on the stone table in the pavilion. Clearly, this old man was enjoying his immortal fruits and wine. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything else. Then he directly walked towards a formation platform. Fellow Taoist, you? The old Taoist could not help but become extremely excited when he saw Gu Fei actually walk towards the formation platform. He was the protector of the God of Heaven Mountain, so he naturally knew the origins of the formation platform. Chapter 1912. The Tianyuan continent was only a few 100,000 kilometers wide. This was a region covered by a Saint-Tier array and floated in the boundless starry sky. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a region. Perhaps this was an area that had survived after a planet with life had been destroyed by someone. Countless humans lived in this area. There were hundreds of millions of humans on the Tianyuan continent. There were mountains, rivers, and lakes. The human world was also divided into 7 or 8 countries. These countries did not have good relationships with each other. Some countries were at war with each other, but there were also countries that were content with the status quo and did not want to start a war. However, the war between the Dragon Country and the Ji Country affected the situation of the entire Tianyuan continent. As the Ji Country attacked the capital of the Dragon Country was destroyed. However, the Ji Country did not gain any advantage. Countless soldiers of the Ji Country died in battle. Even the imperial advisor and the future ruler, Prince Jiguang, died in battle. After this battle, although the Ji Country won a Pyrrhic victory, it also damaged its foundation. Most importantly, the remnants of the Dragon Country showed signs of gathering and plotting to restore their country. At this time, the rulers of other countries took advantage of the Ji Country's heavy losses to ally with other countries to cause trouble for the Ji Country. In a short period of time, the entire Tianyuan continent was covered in the clouds of war. This kind of war affected too many people and it was destined that countless people would die. However, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived at the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain and met the guardian of the mountain. The guardian of the God of Heaven Mountain was an old man. This old man was actually a demigod. A demigod was a powerful existence that had already seen through the difficulties of life and death. They had an almost endless lifespan. In the eyes of the people of the Tianyuan continent, this kind of existence was already a god. The guardian of the God of Heaven Mountain could not see through Gu Fei's strength. He did not want to offend Gu Fei, so he only exchanged a few words with Gu Fei before leaving. Gu Fei, on the other hand, walked onto the ancient teleportation array and sat down in the center of the teleportation array. Could this person really be able to open this teleportation formation? In the distance, in front of a hut, the old man sat next to a stone table. When he saw Gu Fei walk onto the platform, he could not help but feel doubtful. However, as the guardian of the God of Heaven Mountain, the old man was also prideful. Judging from his young appearance, he should have already cultivated when he was young. However, in the entire Tianyuan continent there were only a few demigods. The old man did not believe that this youth's cultivation was higher than his. Most importantly, the old man did not believe that Gu Fei could open this teleportation formation. After all, the old man did not have the teleportation sect. The old man was more or less shocked that someone with a cultivation no lower than his had suddenly appeared. Just like that, 7 days passed very quickly. At this time, a man and a horse arrived at the foot of the God of Heaven Mountain. This person was wearing white clothes. From his clothes, this person should be a man. However, from his figure and appearance, he looked more like a woman. The white-clothed person was travel-worn. He rode a black horse and arrived before a mountain god temple at the foot of the God of Heaven Mountain. The man looked at the sky and stopped in front of the mountain god temple. He dismounted and tied the black horse to a stone pillar beside the entrance of the mountain god temple. Then he walked into the mountain god temple. This mountain god temple had been built for an unknown number of years. The inside was in tatters, and even the statue of the mountain god that was enshrined in the temple had fallen in half. The mountain god temple was not large and there was nothing extra inside. Only the stone tables in front of the statue could be considered to be in good condition. Originally, there were many humans living in the vicinity of the God of Heaven Mountain. However, several hundred years ago, the God of Heaven Mountain began to seal off the mountain. With the God of Heaven Mountain as the center, there were very few people living within a radius of several thousand li. As a result, the mountain god temple was abandoned. 7 days. The white-clothed person came to the side of the stone table in front of the statue. He stretched out his hand and swept away the thick layer of dust on the stone bench before sitting down. From 10,000 kilometers away, I didn't stop and exhausted a few divine horses to death. Finally I arrived here. The white-clothed person muttered to herself. Almost half of the time had passed, but she was not in a hurry. She wanted to adjust her body's condition and recover her strength in this mountain god temple. This white-clothed person was the cross-dressing princess Yao Yu of the Dragon Country. Gu Fei only gave her half a month's time. If she didn't reach the summit of the sacred sky mountain within half a month, even if this princess Yao Yu had the water elemental physique, he wouldn't accept her as a part of his map. If a master wanted to accept a disciple, he would not do so casually. And when a disciple accepted a master, he could not be careless. The master was choosing the disciple, but the disciple was also choosing the master. Although Gu Fei fancied Princess Yao Yu's water element body, if Princess Yao Yu could not meet his requirements, he would not accept her as a disciple. This was a kind of principle. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Princess Yao Yu was also a cultivator. Although her cultivation level was very low, she was still able to cultivate inner qi. She directly meditated in the mountain god temple. Time passed. The sky outside had already darkened. It was nighttime. The vicinity of the god of heaven mountain was a desolate place. There were many ferocious beasts roaming about. Sometimes one could even see the silhouette of ferocious beasts. Roar! An unknown beast's roar came from afar. Outside the mountain god temple, the black horse that was tied to the stone pillar became restless. Yao Yu woke up from her meditation. In this unfamiliar place, she did not dare to casually enter a deep state of cultivation. One must know that no one would know if there was any danger in this place. In the night, many ferocious beasts and even ferocious beasts came out to hunt for food. At night, the mountain was the most dangerous place because there were too many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Even someone like Yao Yu, who was not weak, had no choice but to be careful. And just when Yao Yu woke up, a black shadow appeared outside the mountain god temple. A pair of green eyes could be faintly seen in the thicket outside the mountain god temple. That black horse immediately neighed and its front hooves continuously kicked the ground. That black shadow paced back and forth in the thicket for a while before walking out. This was a black tiger whose entire body was pitch black. However, this was not an ordinary black tiger. On the forehead of this black tiger, there was actually a closed vertical eye. Ferocious beast, three-eyed black tiger. Chapter 1913. In the dark night, the sky was filled with stars. At the foot of the god of heaven mountain, in front of an abandoned mountain god temple, there was a sudden gust of wind. Roar! A black tiger suddenly roared and pounced on a black horse beside the mountain god temple. Its claws tore open the horse's stomach, causing blood to splatter everywhere. With just a fierce pounce, the fierce beast threw a rare dark cloud warhorse to the ground. It tore open the warhorse's stomach and bit the warhorse's neck with its sharp teeth. This fierce beast had some intelligence. Even if Yao Yu's warhorse wasn't tied to the stone pillar, it wouldn't be able to escape from the three-eyed black tiger. This is bad. Yao Yu carefully retreated into the mountain god temple. However, she knew that the fierce beast had already noticed her. The fierce beast bit the warhorse's throat and drank the warhorse's hot blood. It didn't seem to notice Yao Yu in the mountain god temple at all. The three-eyed black tiger was extremely fierce. It didn't eat the warhorse's meat. It only drank the warhorse's hot blood because the warhorse's essence, qi, and spirit were all in the hot blood. It only drank blood and rarely ate the meat of its prey. Roar! The three-eyed black tiger roared and let go of the warhorse. At this time the warhorse was still alive. It was panting and blood bubbles kept coming out of its mouth. The ferocious beast's green eyes scanned the interior of the mountain god temple. It sensed an aura that was even stronger than that of a warhorse. The three-eyed black tiger walked towards the mountain god temple step by step. Its footsteps were so light that Yao Yu couldn't even hear it. Looks like I can't avoid it. Yao Yu was a member of the royal family of Dragon Country. Naturally, she knew many fierce beasts. This three-eyed black tiger didn't have any special abilities, but it was good at sensing the aura of its prey. The three-eyed black tiger could sense the strength of its prey through its aura. Once it sensed that the prey's aura was much stronger than its own, the three-eyed black tiger would retreat. However, once it sensed that the prey's aura was weaker than its own, the three-eyed black tiger would immediately attack and drink its prey's hot blood. At this time, the three-eyed black tiger sensed that the aura in the mountain god temple wasn't stronger than its own. It didn't hesitate and directly walked into the mountain god temple. Shwa! Just as the three-eyed black tiger entered the mountain god temple, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared, instantly illuminating the pitch-black void. This sudden bright light caused the three-eyed black tiger to involuntarily close its eyes. This was a natural reaction when its eyes were stimulated by the strong light. However, it was precisely this natural reaction that caused the three-eyed black tiger to fall into a trap. The sword light flashed and blood immediately splashed out from the three-eyed black tiger's body. If the tiger hadn't dodged, its head would have been cut off by Yao Yu's sword. Even so, Yao Yu's sword had left a very deep wound on the three-eyed black tiger's neck. Fresh blood flowed out. This was the difference between dire beasts and humans. Humans were intelligent, but dire beasts were far less intelligent than humans. Yao Yu's sudden sword strike was to use the resplendent sword light to stimulate the tiger's eyes, causing it to reveal a fatal flaw. Then she would kill it on the spot. However, Yao Yu's attack did not succeed. The three-eyed black tiger was not killed on the spot. It was only seriously injured. What a pity! Seeing the three-eyed black tiger desperately running out of the mountain god temple, Yao Yu couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. She didn't chase after it because it was more dangerous outside. The smell of blood could attract even more ferocious beasts. If there were 2 or 3 ferocious beasts like the three-eyed black tiger, she would be out of luck. Yao Yu thought for a moment and then walked out of the mountain god temple. She jumped onto the roof of the mountain god temple and sat cross-legged on the roof. Sure enough, the roar of the escaping three-eyed black tiger could be heard from the forest in the distance. The forest shook as if a powerful ferocious beast had intercepted the three-eyed black tiger. Very quickly, the forest returned to its original calm. No one knew the result of that battle. Whether the three-eyed black tiger was eaten by an unknown ferocious beast or whether the three-eyed black tiger ate the unknown ferocious beast, no one knew. None of this had anything to do with Yao Yu. She was waiting for daybreak. During that night, many ferocious beasts appeared near the mountain god temple. Yao Yu knew that these ferocious beasts were attracted by the blood of her war horse in front of the mountain god temple. The next day at daybreak, Yao Yu jumped down from the roof of the mountain god temple. When she saw the corpse of the war horse next to the mountain god temple, she couldn't help but be startled. The only thing left of the war horse's corpse was a bloody skeleton. Yao Yu dug a hole in the empty space in front of the mountain god temple. Then, she placed the war horse's skeleton into the big hole and buried it. After doing this, Yao Yu set off towards the peak of the heavenly mountain under the sunlight of the morning sun. The heavenly mountain towered into the clouds. The higher one went, the steeper and steeper the terrain became. Some places were completely steep cliffs that were difficult to climb. Yao Yu rested for a night and recovered a lot of energy. When she started to climb the mountain, her speed was very fast. She constantly passed through the dense forest and the strange rocks. In less than half a day, she had already climbed halfway up the mountain. However, Yao Yu's speed greatly decreased. Some ferocious beasts began to appear on the heavenly mountain, and the terrain became more and more dangerous. When she passed through a cliff, a golden eagle swooped down from the sky and almost caught Yao Yu. Since the golden eagle's sneak attack failed, it flapped its wings and flew far away to avoid Yao Yu. She finally came. At this time on the peak of the heavenly mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation platform, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed Yao Yu's aura and knew that she was heading towards the peak of the heavenly mountain. This little girl was indeed not bad. She had great willpower. Although he sensed that Yao Yu was in danger, Gu Fei didn't make a move. From start to finish, he was just a bystander. Even when Yao Yu almost lost her life several times, he still didn't move. Yao Yu's mind was incomparably firm. It was as if nothing could stop her. She unceasingly fought against the ferocious beasts on the mountain. This was the best way to accumulate combat experience. Kill. Yao Yu was at the bottom of a cliff. After a great battle, she finally killed a green wolf with one slash of her sword. There were countless ferocious beasts hiding on the heavenly mountain. Yao Yu killed her way up from the bottom. In the end, her hands were trembling, and she almost couldn't hold her sword anymore. Chapter 1914. Although the Tianyuan continent was not large and could not be compared to a real planet with life, there were indeed countless humans living here. In the mountains there were also countless vicious beasts, especially the god of heaven mountain. This was the sacred mountain in the eyes of the humans. The area around the god of heaven mountain was filled with spiritual energy, and the figures of vicious beasts could often be seen in the forest. To be called a vicious beast, it was definitely a very powerful beast. The foot of the god of heaven mountain, or even the top of the mountain, had vicious beasts. Of course, the vicious beasts all had a very strong sense of territory. The stronger the vicious beast, the larger the territory it occupied. As Yao Yu walked up the mountain, she encountered many vicious beasts. After many battles, she was finally not far from the peak of the God of Heaven mountain. However, the vicious beasts she encountered this time were even stronger and more terrifying. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a black shadow pounced out of a cave. It was a ferocious ape covered in black fur. What? Yao Yu was shocked. She had just killed a large silver snake, but she had only walked a dozen miles, and now she encountered a vicious ape. This made her very surprised. At this moment, Yao Yu's white clothes were already stained with blood. The sword in her hand already had over a dozen nicks. The hand that held the sword had already split open and blood constantly seeped out. If she did not have a bottle of recovery pills on her, she probably would not have been able to hold on and would have been eaten by the vicious beasts on the mountain. Roar! The vicious ape roared angrily at the sky. It pounded its fists in front of its chest, creating loud banging sounds. A baleful aura emanated from the vicious ape's body. Yao Yu felt the threat of the vicious ape. She had no choice but to be careful. She slowly raised the sword in her hand and the tip of the sword was aimed at the vicious ape's throat. This kind of defense was very advantageous to Yao Yu because the area below the vicious ape's throat was within the attack range of her sword. She did not need to slice its throat. As long as she stabbed the ape's chest, it would be fatal. Swish! The ferocious ape suddenly leaped and pounced towards Yao Yu. A sharp claw was aimed at Yao Yu's chest at lightning speed. If Yao Yu was hit by this claw, her heart would be ripped out. Seeing this, Yao Yu couldn't help but be startled. It could be seen that this fierce ape had definitely done this kind of thing many times. The ape's grasp was incomparably skillful. Evil creature! Yao Yu let out a low roar. Her feet touched the ground and she retreated like a phantom. The ape's claw only caught Yao Yu's afterimage. Shwa! Yao Yu stopped her retreat in an instant and rushed forward. She stabbed her sword towards the fierce ape. The long sword in her hand turned into a cold light that enveloped the vital parts of the fierce ape below its throat. The martial skills of the Tianyuan continent were still at the most primitive stage. The martial artists of the Tianyuan continent could only cultivate inner qi. After that, it was difficult for them to advance any further. Yao Yu's foundation was not bad. These few movements were incomparably fast. Moreover, her attack was fast, ruthless, and accurate. If it was a normal beast, this sword of hers could pierce 2 holes. However, this fierce ape was not a normal beast. Moreover, this fierce ape was not stupid. When the fierce ape saw the dazzling sword light, it immediately retreated. However, even so, this fierce ape was still swept by Yao Yu's sword light. What? At the moment when the long sword in Yao Yu's hand swept the fierce ape, she felt that the long sword in her hand seemed to have swept a stone. The recoil made her hand that held the sword tremble in pain. Yao Yu knew that the long sword in her hand could not pierce the fierce ape's body at all. She could not hurt this fierce ape. A small clump of black fur floated down from the air. Yao Yu's sword could only cut off some of the fierce ape's fur. It was difficult to cause any damage to the fierce ape. Oh no! Yao Yu's shock was no small matter. Roar! The fierce ape roared and pounced towards Yao Yu again. This time, the fierce ape was no longer afraid of the long sword in Yao Yu's hand. It directly pounced over. At this time, on the ancient array platform at the peak of the sacred heaven mountain, 2 figures were standing. Brother Gu, do you really want to watch this girl die under the sharp claws of this fierce beast? The old man said. The moment Yao Yu came up the mountain, the old man had already sensed her arrival. The old man originally wanted to send this girl down the mountain, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. This is her fate, Gu Fei said. Since this girl was able to ascend the sacred heaven mountain, she was his disciple. If she died under the sharp claws of this fierce beast, it could only be said that it was her fate. Brother Gu, your method of accepting disciples is really unique. The old man couldn't help but shake his head. He could see that this girl's physique was not bad. Even he was a little moved. However, since this was someone that Gu Fei had his eyes on, he was too embarrassed to fight with Gu Fei over her. Only those with great perseverance can inherit my lineage. If she can't even endure a little hardship, how could she be qualified to be my disciple? Gu Fei said. No one could casually succeed. In order to become an expert, one must first put in effort. Moreover, one must put in more effort than others. That's reasonable. The old man couldn't help but nod. How could becoming an expert be an easy task? He had cultivated his entire life and experienced countless life and death situations to reach his current cultivation base. The roars of the ferocious ape were constantly heard. Although they were still a distance away from the summit, Gu Fei and the others could already hear the roars of the ferocious ape. We're almost at the peak, I can't fail at the last step. Yao Yu's entire body was incomparably tired, but she still persisted. Her eyes were incomparably bright. She used her movement technique to fight the fierce ape, avoiding a direct confrontation. However, the fierce ape was extremely agile and fast, forcing Yao Yu into a dangerous situation. Several times she was almost pushed down the mountain by the ape. After fighting for a while, Yao Yu's body suddenly swayed as if she had stepped on a rock, causing her to reveal a fatal flaw. Swish! The ferocious ape took advantage of this opportunity to swipe its right hand at Yao Yu's waist. A few bloody marks appeared on Yao Yu's waist, and the places where the claws struck were badly mangled. She groaned in pain. The tip of the sword in her hand turned into an electric light that shot straight at the fierce ape's right eye. With a light sound, the long sword in Yao Yu's hand pierced through the ape's right eye. The long sword pierced through the ape's brain, killing it instantly. It fell to the ground and twitched a few times before becoming motionless. Yao Yu relied on her wit to defeat the fierce ape. At this time she was completely exhausted. Her body swayed a few times before she sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 1915. After Yao Yu killed the ape, she was so tired that she almost collapsed. She fell to the ground and put down the long sword in her hand. Then she took out a jade bottle. It was a bottle of chi replenishing pills. It was a type of pill refined by Dragon Country's alchemists using dozens of chi replenishing herbs. Yao Yu had persisted until now with this bottle of pills. Yao Yu poured out a pale golden pill from the jade bottle. This is the last one. Yao Yu sighed. Then she swallowed the pill in her hand and threw away the empty jade bottle. After taking the chi replenishing pill, Yao Yu felt a wave of heat spread out from her dantian and gradually spread to her entire body. Yao Yu, who was already extremely tired, felt the strength in her body gradually condense. She felt more spirited and not as tired as before. The effects of the chi replenishing pill were immediate. Yao Yu's strength gradually increased. Even the blood in her body gradually became stronger. When the medicinal effects of the chi replenishing pill completely dissolved, Yao Yu's exhausted essence chi was almost completely restored. This method of using pills to stimulate one's own potential was not a good method. Yao Yu had already taken many chi replenishing pills, which left behind side effects in her body. One's essence chi was limited. Overconsumption of one's essence chi would harm one's foundation. Even if Yao Yu could reach the peak, if Gu Fei did not help her recuperate, she would fall seriously ill. If it was serious, her lifespan would be affected. After an hour, Yao Yu stood up from the ground. This girl is not bad. On the ancient array platform at the peak of Divine Heaven Mountain, the old man could not help but secretly nod. This girl's temperament was incomparably firm. Moreover, her reaction was quick. When facing an enemy, she could win by surprise. This might be a kind of innate instinct. Gu Fei did not speak. This Yao Yu was not bad. With such a temperament, she could indeed be his disciple. On the path of martial arts, the most important thing was temperament. This was because cultivating on the path of martial arts was really difficult. It was very difficult to succeed. It was not like the immortal Tao where one could progress step by step. If one followed the prescribed order, one could at least reach the realm of flight. After the fierce ape was killed by Yao Yu, no other fierce beasts appeared. This fierce ape should be the beast king of this region. In the fierce ape's territory, no fierce beasts could be allowed to occupy it. Yao Yu picked up the long sword that had more than 10 cuts on its blade, and continued to climb up the mountain. She would not give up. Yao Yu did not encounter any more vicious beasts from the ape's territory to the peak of the mountain. When she reached the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain, her clothes were already in tatters, and the bloodstains on them had already turned black. The sky had also darkened. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, she spent a total of 6 days. Finally, The instant Yao Yu stepped onto the peak of the heavenly mountain, she collapsed onto the ground. She was simply too tired. Her unyielding willpower relaxed and she directly fainted. Just as Yao Yu was about to faint, a figure appeared beside her. Very good. Gu Fei carried Yao Yu, then broke through the void and entered the inner world of his Dantian. At the peak of the God of Heaven mountain in a simple thatched cottage, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? His aura actually disappeared. Did he already leave? The old man could no longer sense Gu Fei's aura, causing him to be bewildered. Master. The moment Gu Fei entered the inner world, Gu Zhong sensed Gu Fei's arrival. At this time, Gu Zhong's senses were already very strong. This is your junior sister. Take good care of her, Gu Fei said, then handed Yao Yu over to Gu Zhong. My junior sister. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This girl was Master's new disciple. Could it be that Master was going to accept more disciples? Thinking of this, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be overjoyed. One had to know that if Master was going to accept more disciples, he would be the eldest senior brother. After handing Yao Yu over to Gu Zhong, Gu Fei didn't go to see Zhong Li Meng. He left the inner world and once again appeared at the peak of the God of Heaven mountain. What's going on? The old man could not help but be surprised when he sensed Gu Fei's presence suddenly appear at the top of the mountain. This was very unusual. How did he do it? It's time to leave. Gu Fei took out the star chart and imprinted the location of the Tianyuan continent onto it. Afterwards, he stowed it away and ascended the formation platform. Another 9 immortal crystals. Gu Fei had already studied the inscriptions on the formation platform carefully. He knew that this ancient teleportation formation was no different from the previous ones. It was no wonder that the teleportation formation had been abandoned for countless years. The immortal crystals needed to activate teleportation formations had vanished from the Tianyuan continent long ago. Let alone 9 immortal crystals. Even half a immortal crystal would be difficult to find. Space trembled. As the 9 immortal crystals were inserted into the 9 formation cores on the ancient formation platform, countless formation runes came to life in an instant. Rays of divine light shot out from the runes. What? A figure charged out from the hut. The old man was extremely shocked. He had never thought that this person could actually activate the teleportation formation. Swish. Just as the old man rushed out, a strong light flashed on the transportation array platform. In just an instant, the strong light dissipated and the transportation array platform was empty. Gu Fei was nowhere to be found. The old man was almost driven mad. The old man arrived before the formation platform and his voice began to tremble. He seemed to have lost an opportunity to leave the God of Heaven mountain, and he had missed it. How detestable! The old man roared sorrowfully at the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei was in the process of teleportation. After who knew how long, the presence of the outside world appeared again. He had arrived in a deathly silent region. This is... Gu Fei took out the star chart and looked around carefully. He finally found his location. Here he sensed a vast aura. He found himself in an ancestral planet with life. This ancestral planet was called Buzhou. The teleportation formation on the Tianyuan continent had deviated, and it had actually sent him into outer space. After flying in the starry sky for a while, he saw a green star in front of him. A vigorous life aura came from that star. The planet of Buzhou definitely had produced an extreme path sovereign before, as more than one imprint of the great path sovereign had appeared here. Chapter 1916. The ancestral star of Buzhou was vast, and not inferior to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. It was a green superstar. Even from far away in the starry sky, one could feel the aura of life emanating from this star. Moreover, in Gu Fei's eyes, he could also sense things that ordinary experts would not be able to sense. Vast, powerful, supreme. These were the ripples of the great Tao that only an extreme grade sovereign possessed. This star was shrouded in the great Tao seal of an extreme grade sovereign. This star had once produced an extreme grade sovereign. Gu Fei was advancing towards the ancestral star of Buzhou. Although he could already see the ancestral star, he was shocked to find that it took him more than 10 days to get close to it. He was well aware of his speed. 10 days was enough for him to cross a vast starry sky. As he got closer to the ancestral star of Buzhou, Gu Fei's breathing quickened. A vast and boundless aura pressed down on him, almost suffocating him. This was a feeling that only existed when one was close to the ancestral star of life. The higher one's cultivation, the clearer and stronger this feeling was. Rumble. The moment Gu Fei entered the ancestral star of Buzhou, he seemed to see several huge figures standing in the void. The supreme ripples spread out from these figures and shrouded the entire ancestral star. This is. When Gu Fei tried to sense it carefully, the shocking feeling suddenly disappeared. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him, but the mountain suddenly disappeared. He felt like he wanted to soar into the sky. Passing through the clouds, the scenery below was rapidly approaching. Boom! At this moment a loud noise was heard. Gu Fei was shocked to see a mountain 1,000 miles away suddenly explode. Countless formation runes were dissipating. Two figures soared into the sky and fought. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by this ripple. Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the two powerful auras. It was a battle between powerful half-step martial saints. Even in the soaring dragon ancestral star, existences of this level were not easily seen. Eternal reincarnation. A black-clothed middle-aged man shouted and unleashed a half-sage technique. A samsara force appeared in the surroundings and swallowed his opponent into a black hole. This was a terrifying power. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Gu Fei was still affected. He felt as if his soul was being pulled out. The black-robed middle-aged man wanted to send his opponent into the cycle of reincarnation and use the power of reincarnation to obliterate him. One flower, one world. A calm voice rang out in the air. After that, a divine flower actually bloomed within the black hole. A wave of Tao energy broke through the power of reincarnation, as if it had opened up an impenetrable world, blocking the terrifying power of reincarnation. What? The black-robed middle-aged man was extremely shocked. You really are the reincarnation of Buddha. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. The reincarnation of Buddha. Gu Fei's heart trembled when he heard that. One must know that the only person who could be addressed as a Buddha in this world was the ancient Buddha master. Could the ancient Buddhist Lord be the reincarnation of Buddha? The background of the ancient Buddhist Lord was simply too great. His name was known throughout the ages. Furthermore, the ancient Buddhist Lord had great willpower and wisdom. He actually wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation with his own power. Even though he did not succeed in the end, the merit he gained was enough to shock the world. The Buddha is the Buddha, and I am me. I am Buliozhen. A golden figure walked out from the black hole of reincarnation. With every step, a divine flower bloomed. The figure emitted a golden Buddhist light. With every step he took, a golden divine flower bloomed beneath his feet. A peaceful aura spread out from the golden figure. It's the power of Buddhism. Gu Fei's eyes widened when he sensed this power. There must be an inheritance left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord on Buzhou ancestral star. One thought, blooming flowers. Buliozhen's face was calm. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a supreme technique of Buddhism. Countless golden divine flowers shot out from his fingertips and flew towards the black-robed middle-aged man. It looked peaceful, but only those who were in it would know how dangerous it was. Thousands of divine flowers danced in the air, each containing a terrifying Buddhist power. Whoosh! At this moment, a vertical eye suddenly appeared on the black-robed middle-aged man's forehead. The vertical eye opened and closed, shooting out rays of purple divine light. The golden flowers exploded in the air, all hit by the purple divine light. You are a monster. Buliozhen's face flashed with shock. A powerful wave of demonic energy surged out from the vertical eye on the black-robed middle-aged man's forehead. Buddhas and monsters have always been enemies. The purpose of Buddhism is to subdue demons and subdue monsters. Seeing that the middle-aged man had broken his one thought, Buliozhen put his palms together and sat cross-legged in the air, chanting a Buddhist mantra. As soon as the mantra came out, the entire world resonated. Endless auspicious Buddhist light spread out from Buliozhen's body. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground and auspicious lights descended from the sky. It was as if a Buddhist land had been created. Roar! The black-robed middle-aged man suffered a great impact. His spirit soul was shaken and his demonic energy was showing signs of losing control. The Buddhist mantra was a deadly note in his ears. I will remember today's enmity. The black-robed middle-aged man broke through the void and fled. At this level of cultivation, even someone like Wuxia might not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Wuxia did not do anything and let the black-robed middle-aged man escape. He had already sensed that there was an expert watching nearby. If he and the monster were to fight, it would only benefit the hidden expert. Since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Wuxia suddenly glanced at the place where Gu Fei was hiding. A golden flicker flickered in his eyes. Your godly eyes of Buddhism are quite amazing. Gu Fei walked out. Even though his opponent was only a half-martial sacred, he was already at the peak of the half-martial sacred realm. This reincarnated Buddha was still no match against him. Most of the techniques of Buddhism were created and passed down by the ancient Buddhist lords. This was a true ultimate technique. Thus Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate it. The ancient Buddhist lords were on the same level as the supreme martial progenitor. You are. Chapter 1917. You really are the reincarnation of Buddha. Gu Fei looked at Wuxia and asked the question he was most interested in. Although this Wuxia had learned some Buddhist arts, he was still dressed like a layman. He wore white clothes and wasn't bald. I am me. Wuxia said calmly. You really look like those baldies. If you cut off your hair and put on a kasaya, you'd definitely be an enlightened monk. Gu Fei said. He really didn't want to associate with Buddhist experts. After all, he had offended all of them back in Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. You flatter me. I've never thought of becoming a monk. Wuxia said. What? Gu Fei was startled. This guy had learned some Buddhist arts, but he said he didn't want to become a monk? What was going on? Was he not the reincarnation of Buddha? In Buddhism, there was a saying about reincarnation. When a flower withered, there would definitely be another flower blooming in another place. If Buddha had truly reached nirvana, then his reincarnation would appear after countless years. All Buddhists believed in this karma. You're not from Buzhou Ancestral Star. You're from another planet. Wuxia suddenly said. How did you know? Gu Fei looked at Wuxia curiously. How did this guy know that he came from another planet? I guessed. Wuxia said. Guessed. Gu Fei was surprised. He didn't expect this answer. Guessed? Was this even possible? I really guessed. Wuxia's eyes were clear. He wasn't lying. You guessed it right. Gu Fei wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became solemn. This Wuxia wasn't simple. He must have seen something from him. However, Gu Fei didn't mind if the other didn't say anything. Brother, where are you from? Wuxia asked. He had never left the Buzhou Ancestral Star, but his family had kept information about other ancestral stars with life. However, due to the great distance between the ancestral planets, ordinary cultivators would not be able to traverse the endless starry sky. Gu Fei was an example. Even someone as powerful as him was lost in the endless starry sky. Soaring Dragon. Gu Fei did not hide it, and there was no need for him to do so. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star and Buzhou Ancestral Star were too far apart, and no one could travel between the two unless they had the star chart. Even if one had a star chart, no one would be willing to make a long and arduous journey to an unfamiliar place. He's from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. Wuxia was startled. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star wasn't simple. It had produced an extreme sovereign, and such an ancestral star was bound to be extraordinary. You seem to know a lot of things. Gu Fei looked at Wuxia and said. Obviously, Wuxia knew about the existence of the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. But did he know about the existence of other ancestral stars? It's just an encyclopedic knowledge. If you want to travel around Buzhou Ancestral Star, I can be your tour guide. Wuxia said. Thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Gu Fei didn't accept. He didn't want to bring someone he didn't know with him, especially someone who cultivated a Buddhist technique. Gu Fei was very concerned about the reincarnation of Buddha. What a pity. Brother, what is your name? Can you tell me? Wuxia wanted to befriend Gu Fei, but the latter didn't want to. Gu Fei, See you again. After saying that, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky. Using the 8 desolate void steps, he instantly disappeared into the distance. Gu Fei. Bu Luzhen looked at Gu Fei disappearing into the horizon and murmured, "How did Gu Fei come to Bu Zhou Ancestral Star from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star?" Then Bu Luzhen left the mountain range. After parting ways with Bu Liuzhen, Gu Fei flew towards the area with the most life force. The first thing he needed to do now was to find out about the cultivation world of Bu Zhou Ancestral Star. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Gu Fei finally found a town. It was a town built entirely with rocks. What shocked Gu Fei was that he could sense the people in the town had the aura of a cultivator. In other words, most of the people in the town knew how to cultivate. Without any hesitation, he entered the small town. There weren't many people in the town, but cultivators could be seen coming and going from time to time. Gu Fei captured one of the cultivators and read the cultivator's memory. He learned many things. There was a great era in Bu Zhou Ancestral Star. Countless cultivators' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through a few cultivation realms. In such a great era, mortals were like ants. Only the strong could survive. A great era. Gu Fei let the cultivator go and left the town. Bu Zhou Ancestral Star also welcomed a great era. Many experts emerged and countless people set foot on the path to becoming a saint. In this great era, there might really be an opportunity to become a saint. The reason why these cultivators appeared in the town was because there was a treasure light in the depths of the mountain range. Some people even saw a divine item. Another treasure. Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised. He headed straight for the area where the treasure light had appeared. There were many dangers in the depths of the mountain, but with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he was not afraid of anything. Even if there was a beast king hiding somewhere, he would still be safe. Gu Fei searched carefully, but it was still daytime. There was no treasure light. This is the land of the trapped dragon. This was the conclusion Gu Fei came to after studying the surrounding mountains. The land of the trapped dragon was not an ordinary place. It was a dangerous place. Who would want to attract countless cultivators to such a dangerous place? Gu Fei didn't know. He didn't want to enter that dangerous place. The dragon vein under the ground was trapped there. No one knew what was set up inside. It was the first time Gu Fei had seen a place that could trap the dragon vein. No one knew if it was a natural formation or if someone had deliberately set it up. At that moment there were people walking around. Some cultivators had already found their way over. It was a team of cultivators, a total of 8 cultivators. Every one of them revealed looks of exhaustion and some of their clothes were soaked with sweat. Gu Fei didn't come out. He stood in a forest. Chapter 1918. The land of the trapped dragon was filled with dragon qi. Those with poor eyesight would mistake this terrain as the land of the hidden dragon. The leader of the 8 cultivators was a skinny old man. His right eye was blind, and there was only a hole left where his pupil used to be. There were also 3 scratches on the right side of the old man's face. The scratches extended from his forehead to his chin, making him look extremely hideous. "Master Mu, how far are we from the tomb?" A bearded man couldn't help but ask as they were traversing through the forest. They had been following this so-called Master Mu in the Violet Cloud Mountain Range for almost half a year. He had entered the Violet Cloud Mountain Range in search of the tomb of a supreme existence. This supreme existence was the legendary Purple Cloud Sovereign. The Purple Cloud Sovereign was a legend in the ancestral star of Bu Zhou. In ancient times, this supreme once unified the entire ancestral star of Bu Zhou with his own strength and became the revered emperor, the emperor of the supremes. Therefore, the Purple Cloud Sovereign was also known as the Purple Cloud Sovereign. The Purple Cloud Sovereign established the Immortal Court. In the distant past, the Immortal Court was incomparably glorious. The Purple Cloud Sovereign's territory even expanded to another ancestral star. However, although the Immortal Court was extremely glorious, it eventually fell apart. Legend had it that the Purple Cloud Sovereign had fallen, and his supreme divine body was buried in the Violet Cloud Mountain Range. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew whether it was true or not. A tomb. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard the bearded man's words. Could the land of the trapped dragon be a tomb? It's not far away. It should be nearby. The one-eyed old man carefully observed the surrounding terrain and said with a solemn expression, "It should be nearby." Everyone was surprised and delighted when they heard this. They knew that the tomb wasn't that easy to break through. It was the legendary burial place of the Purple Cloud Sovereign. The Purple Cloud Sovereign was one of the strongest existences in the ancestral star of Buzhou. How could his tomb be so easy to break through? However, only with danger would there be opportunities. Throughout the years, countless people had searched for the Violet Cloud Supremacy's burial ground in hopes of obtaining his inheritance. However, no one had ever heard of anyone obtaining the inheritance of the Purple Cloud Supreme Being. Actually, it was a coincidence that they managed to find this place. That one-eyed old man was a geomaster. He was most skilled at chi viewing, helping people find spirit caves and dragon veins. Master Mu had obtained a map from the ruins of an ancient immortal court, which led to his trip to the Amethyst Mountain Range. As a geomaster, the one-eyed old man had many friends. Hence, he invited 7 other friends to search for the tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme. The tomb of a supreme was a fatal attraction to any cultivator. No one could ignore it. The 7 friends of the one-eyed old man didn't say much and agreed to go with the one-eyed old man to search for the legendary tomb. The tomb of the Purple Cloud Supremacy is nearby. A short man who looked like the ancient god Earth Traveler's son couldn't have been more excited. To him, the Paragon Necropolis was like a treasure trove. Of course, the most precious thing in the treasure trove was the inheritance of the ancient Paragon, followed by the Paragon Divine Weapon of the ancient Paragon, and the treasures refined or collected by the Paragon Gu Fei. One should know that the treasures that the ancient Paragon was interested in were definitely not ordinary. Although the others didn't say anything, their faces were filled with excitement too. Under the lead of the one-eyed old man, they continued forward. Soon they reached the top of a mountain and stopped. The land of the hidden dragon. The one-eyed old man was stunned when he saw the terrain in front of him. His voice trembled as his single eye emitted an unprecedentedly bright light. What? The land of the hidden dragon? The others were shocked when they heard the words. The land of the hidden dragon was a legendary terrain. On the ancestral star of Buzhou Ancestral Star, all the treasure troves were occupied by powerful factions. In the cultivation world of Buzhou Ancestral Star, it had been close to 1,000 years since anyone had discovered such a terrain. Huh. The one-eyed old man suddenly wore a shocked expression. He stared at the terrain in front of him and seemed to have noticed something. What's going on? The land of the hidden dragon should be full of vitality. Why is there a trace of death aura here? The one-eyed old man muttered to himself. The land of the hidden dragon was a place where dragons could ascend to the sky. When the hidden dragon underground had accumulated enough energy, it could soar into the sky. It was impossible for the land of the hidden dragon to have a death aura. Could it be that the legendary tomb is in the land of the hidden dragon? The one-eyed old man was even more shocked. Using the land of the hidden dragon as a burial ground was too extravagant. However, when he recalled that it was the legendary tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme, the one-eyed old man was relieved. After all, it was the tomb of a legendary paragon. However, even though he had found the legendary tomb, the one-eyed old man couldn't feel happy. It seemed impossible to enter the tomb of a paragon that used the land of the hidden dragon as its burial ground. The land of the hidden dragon was suppressed by the paragon's tomb. A hidden dragon had turned into a dead dragon. Such a terrain had probably become a place of great danger. Based on their team's strength, they might not even be able to enter the great tomb. They would probably die outside. The land of the hidden dragon, the paragon's tomb. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, heard the conversation between the one-eyed old man and the others. He roughly knew what was going on. He knew that it was impossible for the Purple Cloud Supreme to be buried in the land of the hidden dragon. However, the land of the hidden dragon might really be a tomb. However, the one-eyed old man had good eyesight. Although he couldn't tell that it was a land of the hidden dragon, he could tell that there was danger ahead. Grandmaster Mu, what should we do? Everyone was following the one-eyed old man's lead. I'm afraid that the land of the hidden dragon has turned into a dangerous place. The one-eyed old man said these words. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They had wandered around the Amethyst Mountain Range for more than half a year. They had gone through a lot of hardships to find the legendary paragon's tomb. In the end, this was the result. Everyone could see the one-eyed old man's hesitation. The one-eyed old man was the most famous geomaster in the Amethyst City in the south of the ancestral planet. If even he wanted to retreat, then the others wouldn't dare to enter the dangerous place. Grandmaster Mu? The bearded man wanted to say something but stopped. If you want to live, retreat. If you enter, you will definitely die. Chapter 1919. The one-eyed old man couldn't tell that the terrain ahead was a land of trapped dragons, but he could tell that it had already turned into a land of great danger. If one barged into that kind of terrain, it wouldn't just be a slim chance of survival. However, no one was willing to retreat just like that. They had worked hard for half a year to find this place. Who would be willing to retreat just like that? Even the one-eyed old man was unwilling. However, so what if they were unwilling? They knew that it was a dead end ahead, but they still had to barge in. Sigh, I'm going to retreat. Life is all that matters. If I die, everything will be for naught. The one-eyed old man chose to retreat in the end. He wasn't confident in barging into that land of danger. If his cultivation had broken through to the immortal god realm, he might have some confidence. But now he could only choose to retreat. Master Mu Yu, as the initiator of this operation, the one-eyed old man actually wanted to retreat. This shocked everyone. If the one-eyed old man retreated, then they would have even less confidence. One must know that this Master Mu was a geomaster. Geomasters were best at finding dragons and sealing acupoints. With a geomaster around, even if they were in a land of great danger, they would still be able to turn misfortune into fortune and not be devoured by the danger. However, this time around, even Master Mu did not dare to recklessly barge into this dangerous place. Everyone wants to obtain the sovereign's divine treasure, but life is equally precious. The one-eyed old man said these words. When Gu Fei, who was hidden at the side, heard the one-eyed old man's words, he couldn't help but nod his head. This old man was actually able to resist the temptation of the sovereign's divine treasure. This was a person with an incomparably firm will. Master Mu, do you want to reconsider? Someone didn't give up. There's no need to. The one-eyed old man shook his head and turned to leave. Everyone on the mountain was dumbfounded when they saw this. The legendary sovereign's tomb was right in front of them, but the geomaster they could rely on had left. Someone almost went crazy. What the hell is going on? The shorty stomped his foot anxiously. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that there were very few people who could resist the temptation of the sovereign's divine treasure. I don't believe it. As the bearded man spoke, he immediately rushed down from the top of the mountain. You! Everyone was shocked. As the one-eyed old man was walking back, a shrill scream came from behind him, causing him to immediately stop. However, he did not turn around. I was the one who harmed them. The old man let out a long sigh and continued to walk back the way he came. He wanted to leave this place that was filled with fatal temptation as soon as possible. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist. The temptation of the sovereign divine treasury was too great. This person's willpower is much stronger than ordinary people. Gu Fei hid at the side and saw everything. The one-eyed old man's willpower was very strong, and he could resist the temptation of the sovereign divine treasure. This was a man of great perseverance. However, it was a pity that this old man was not the 5 elements martial physique that Gu Fei wanted to cultivate. Otherwise, he could consider taking this old man as a disciple. Soon, a second scream was heard. They really don't care about their lives for the sovereign divine treasury. Gu Fei shook his head. He did not stop those people. Since those people knew that it was a dead end and wanted to go in anyway, there was no need to stop them. What exactly is trapped in the land of the sleeping dragon? Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to hear the sound of iron chains clashing. None of the 7 people were spared. They all fell into the land of the sleeping dragon, and the odds were against them. All of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He walked out of the dark and came to the mountain where the one-eyed old man and the others were. He looked at the land of the sleeping dragon in front of him. A huge figure disappeared into the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. That is, Gu Fei was shocked. How could such a being appear here? Could it be that the thing trapped in the land of the sleeping dragon was really the corpse of an ancient supreme being? Even with his level of cultivation, he could not see through this trap. 7 cultivators fell into it one after another. This made Gu Fei have to be careful. What kind of terrifying danger lay in the dangerous land ahead? Humph! Gu Fei rushed down from the mountain. He had been in contact with the real tomb of a supreme being. There was no need for him to be afraid of a fake one. Whoosh! Just as Gu Fei stepped into the dangerous land, a beam of divine light suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. It swept towards Gu Fei's waist. Even Gu Fei would have been injured if he had been hit by that beam of divine light. No wonder those people went silent so quickly. They must have died in there. Gu Fei used the speed of 8 steps and rushed into the sky. He dodged the beam of divine light and continued forward. Bang! As he was walking, a muffled sound came from the ground. Then the entire dangerous land seemed to have been turned over. It seemed that something was trapped in the depths of the earth. Gu Fei knew very well that it could not have been the tomb of a supreme being. However, the aura under the ground made him feel uneasy. Boom! When Gu Fei walked past a cliff, the top of the cliff suddenly exploded. Endless amounts of sand and rocks came crashing down on Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. All the sand and rocks that were crashing down on him disappeared. They were scattered by his palm. Whoosh! Just as Gu Fei scattered the rocks and mud, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked open. An evil aura seeped out from the cracks. That is, there was something in the cracks. Gu Fei activated his martial path Heavenly Eye. What he saw gave him a huge fright. Within the cracks there were actually many coffins. Gu Fei did not expect it to be like this. The coffins floated in the cracks on the ground, as though they were devouring the chaotic qi around them. Trying to be mysterious, Gu Fei refused to believe it. He unleashed his full potential and cultivation base. After that, he slammed out with his palm once more, causing the space in front of his palm to collapse. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's palm slammed into the cracks on the ground. The ferocious force directly destroyed a few coffins. Some corpses even fell out from the coffins. The person buried in the depths of the earth was definitely not an ordinary person. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the ground. The entire ground shook along with the roar. That terrifying existence that was trapped in the formation was about to break free. Chapter 1920. The land of the sleeping dragon had indeed trapped an extremely powerful being. Countless living beings were buried under this area, and endless death qi was gathered there. It was no wonder that the 7 cultivators who entered this place were met with a calamity. Even when Gu Fei came in person, he felt a great pressure. Roar! A huge shadow loomed over the area, surrounded by death qi. It was as terrifying as the Grim Reaper from hell. Cracks continued to appear on the ground, and chaos qi surged. There were stone coffins buried in the cracks, and there was a strong evil aura coming from those stone coffins. This really is the land of the sleeping dragon. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. This place did not seem to be as simple as the land of the sleeping dragon. It was more like a place for raising corpses with the dragon qi of the earth. Such a move was a little scary. Bang! Just as Gu Fei was approaching the depths of the area, the lids of a few stone coffins suddenly flew up from the chaos cracks. 3 shadows rushed out from the stone coffins. This is... Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help narrowing. 3 powerful death qi spread out. They were 3 powerful corpses that were shrouded in corpse qi, as if they were devils that had rushed out from hell. Swoosh! The 3 evil corpses pounced at Gu Fei. The 3 evil corpses all stretched their arms forward. When they moved, they did not move their joints. Zombies! Gu Fei noticed this detail and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch with his right hand, sending a charging zombie flying. However, the zombie's body did not explode. What a strong zombie body! Gu Fei was a little surprised. The power of his punch could even shatter a half-sacred divine weapon. Could the body of this zombie be even harder than a half-sacred divine weapon? At that moment, the corpse qi arrived. The other 2 zombies had already rushed over, and their skinny and sharp claws scratched at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei did not dodge. Instead, he threw another punch. A powerful fist force spread out from his fist, and the void in front of him produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two zombies were sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. When Gu Fei saw that these two zombies still hadn't been blasted apart by a single punch from him, it caused him to be inexplicably surprised. These zombies' bodies were definitely tougher than half-saint divine weapons. Gu Fei had already used 50% of his strength in this punch. He was a peak half-step saint, and he possessed 50% of the strength of a half-step saint in the martial Tao. He could even blast a mountain apart with a single punch, and even a divine weapon of a half-step saint would probably be shattered by his punch. Deep roars came from the mouths of the three zombies that were sent flying by Gu Fei. These three zombies were like three enraged ferocious beasts, staring at Gu Fei with an ominous glint in their blood-red eyes. After being nourished by the chaotic dragon Qi in the earth dragon vein for countless years, the bodies of these three zombies had reached an unbelievable level. Moreover, it was obvious that these three zombies had developed some intelligence. They knew that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so they didn't attack Gu Fei again. Although they didn't attack Gu Fei had attacked them. Bang! Gu Fei waved his hand, and a huge palm immediately appeared in the sky. It emitted a terrifying energy wave and slammed down towards the three zombies below. Rumble! The huge palm covered the sky, and blocked all the escape routes of the three zombies. This time there was no suspense. Gu Fei used 100% of his strength, and struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The huge palm fell, and the three zombies were finally ground into three clouds of black blood mist by this force, and dissipated in the void. He continued to walk towards the depths of this area. Every once in a while, a stone coffin would explode, and terrifying zombies would rush out from it. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Bang! The huge palm fell, and the zombie was directly obliterated. This time, Gu Fei used 110% of his strength. The combat strength of this zombie was much stronger than the previous three zombies. In this way, Gu Fei only walked for a few miles, and encountered four incomparably powerful zombies. These zombies were most likely zombie kings. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked after killing these four zombies. Gu Fei continued to walk forward. He only walked for about 100 feet, and a stone coffin stood in front of him, blocking his way and intercepting him. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. He was bewildered. This seemed like a very ordinary sarcophagus, but he had a feeling that the zombie in this sarcophagus was stronger than all the zombies he had encountered before. There was not a trace of death qi coming from this stone coffin. This was too abnormal. How could a zombie not have corpse qi? He couldn't even feel any energy fluctuations from the stone coffin. How was this possible? Could it be that the zombie in the stone coffin had been reborn? However, it was too difficult to defy the heavens to be reborn. Since ancient times, not many supreme existences had succeeded in defying the heavens to be reborn. Seeing that there was no movement from the stone coffin, Gu Fei planned to go around it and continue forward. He wanted to see what was in the depths of this great tomb that made him feel uneasy. However, just as Gu Fei was walking to the side, the stone coffin suddenly moved. Whoosh! The heavy lid of the coffin suddenly flew up. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure sat up from the stone coffin. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His face was incomparably pale, and he had a pair of normal eyes. However, his eyes lacked a kind of vitality. Retreat quickly or else you'll die here. A wave of divine sense came from the middle-aged man in the stone coffin. Then a voice directly rang in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. This zombie was not as simple as it seemed. After being shocked, it had developed a complete consciousness. To be precise, this middle-aged man was already a living being that had been reborn from the dead. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He didn't retreat. Instead, he calmly looked at the middle-aged man in the stone coffin. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone else. In the next moment, the middle-aged man directly shot up from the stone coffin. Like a huge bird, he swooped down towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. This middle-aged man's joints were no longer stiff. He was actually no different from an ordinary person. Zombie King. Chapter 1921. The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. He was one of the strongest existences that Gu Fei had ever encountered. Boom! The middle-aged man directly pounced down from the sky. The powerful force caused the space around him to crack and then collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Gu Fei immediately dodged and was not hit by the middle-aged man. Eat my fist. Gu Fei began to counterattack. His right fist seemed to have struck out casually, but the air immediately vibrated and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from his fist. The middle-aged man seemed to feel danger when he saw Gu Fei's fist. He didn't receive Gu Fei's fist, but instead took a step to the side, dodging Gu Fei's fist. At the same time, his right hand was like a blade, chopping towards Gu Fei's ribs. Close-range combat technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the middle-aged man approaching him. This was a martial arts close-range combat technique. Once the opponent got close, he would have to endure the continuous attacks of the martial artist. If this kind of combat technique was used against others, they would definitely be flustered. But in front of Gu Fei, this kind of combat technique couldn't gain any advantage. Bang! Gu Fei changed his move with his right fist and collided head-on with the middle-aged man's chop. At the moment when Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged man's hand blade, the two of them attacked one after another. The speed of their hands was so fast that even their shadows couldn't be seen. Bang! 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 Concentrated sounds of collision rang out. Gu Fei and the Undead King began an incomparably dangerous close-range combat. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's fist had collided with the Undead King's hand blade no less than 1,000 times. In the end, Gu Fei's fist landed on the Undead King's abdomen. However, this punch gave Gu Fei the feeling that he had hit a sandbag. It was a little weak. Bang! At the same time, the Zombie King slashed at Gu Fei's waist with his hand. The violent force sent Gu Fei flying hundreds of meters away. The clothes on his waist exploded, revealing the skin underneath. As for the Zombie King, he was also sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The clothes on his chest and abdomen were also torn into rags, floating in the air. A fist mark appeared on his chest and abdomen. Gu Fei did not feel good after receiving the Zombie King's hand blade. The muscles on his waist had sunk in, and had already injured his muscles and bones. However, such an injury was nothing to Gu Fei. In just an instant, the force on his waist had completely recovered. Good heavens! Gu Fei noticed that the Zombie King's injuries had also recovered. This kind of recovery speed was almost on par with his own martial body. It was truly terrifying. You are a warrior. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. The Zombie King was also incomparably shocked. He was the emperor of the countless zombies here, and his zombie body was incomparably powerful. Over the countless years, countless experts had died in his hands. However, today he had actually met someone who could fight him in close combat, and was even on par with him. I'm afraid you were also a warrior in your previous life. Gu Fei looked at the Zombie King and said indifferently. The Zombie King was too strong. This was the first time he had met an existence that could fight with him in close combat. One had to know that during the duel, the other cultivators did not dare to let him get close. Once he got close, those people would die. My previous life. The Zombie King obviously did not remember his previous life. This kind of unique life form that was born from death would not remember anything about his previous life. This was because this was a completely new life, a new life. Unless he was like He Tian and cultivated some kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique, in the cycle of reincarnation, his soul would not be destroyed, and only then would he be able to retain a portion of his memories from his previous life. What on earth is buried here? Gu Fei asked. This is the master's place. You should leave quickly. Hearing this, the Zombie King was stunned for a moment, then said such words. What? After hearing the Zombie King's words, Gu Fei could not help but be incomparably shocked. There was actually an incomparably powerful existence behind the Zombie King. To him, this was not a good thing. This Zombie King was already able to compete with him. If the master behind the Zombie King came out, he was afraid that he would really have to give up his life here. Gu Fei felt danger. Clang! The sound of the iron chains colliding was heard again, and a dull roar came from the ground. The entire area shook, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. A few auras that were not weaker than the Zombie King exploded. Gu Fei retreated. He had no choice but to leave. This place was very strange. It was unknown how many stone coffins were buried underground. Someone had used an unparalleled great technique to arrange all of this. However, Gu Fei could be sure that, although there was a super big tomb there, the master of the tomb was definitely not the Purple Cloud Supreme. The Supreme Tomb would not be like this. If there was really a Supreme buried there, a wisp of the aura released from the Supreme's corpse would not be something that Gu Fei could withstand. Even saints would probably find it difficult to get close to the Supreme's corpse. Gu Fei retreated from the land of the sleeping dragon, but he did not leave. Instead, he found a cave outside the land of the sleeping dragon and temporarily stayed there. Then, on the second day, he barged into the land of the sleeping dragon again and fought with the Zombie King. When the other powerful existences in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon were about to come out, he retreated again. Roar! Angry roars were heard from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. The aura of death spread in all directions, causing the living creatures in the area to feel great danger. They all fled far away from the area. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, Gu Fei barged into the land of the sleeping dragon every day, provoking the terrifying existence in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon to roar again and again. The sound of the iron chains colliding could be heard far away. However, Gu Fei had calculated that the existence in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon could not come out, so he challenged the powerful subordinates of that existence every day. The combat power of the Zombie King was undoubtedly powerful. The Zombie King had a body that was close to immortality. Even Gu Fei could not completely suppress it. Apart from the Zombie King, there were three other powerful existences in the land of the sleeping dragon. They were a burning corpse, a dragon corpse, and the corpse of an ape that shone with golden light. The burning corpse was formed after a fire elemental living creature died. Once the burning corpse appeared, the land within 1,000 miles would turn red. Its divine fire could burn everything. As for the dragon corpse, it was formed after a real Nine Heavens real dragon died. It had regained its spiritual intelligence and was extremely powerful. The appearance of the golden ape shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. That was because the golden ape looked exactly like the golden spiritual ape in the heaven realm. At first glance, Gu Fei thought that the Monkey King had appeared there. Chapter 1922. The land of the trap dragon was not as simple as it seemed. The existence deep underground was actually guarded by 4 great Undying experts. Each of the 4 great Undying experts had the combat power to fight against Gu Fei. In other words, these 4 great Undying experts could easily kill half-saints. Even if a demi-saint came here, they would also be in danger of dying here. Although such a place was very dangerous, it was a place for Gu Fei to gain experience. He entered this dangerous place almost every day and fought with the Zombie King, the Fire Corpse, the Dragon Corpse, and the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. Gu Fei returned injured every time. However, the next day, he would go back to the land of the Trap Dragon energetically after a night of recovery. Half a month later, the number of times Gu Fei entered the land of the Trap Dragon began to decrease. Sometimes he would not go in even once every few days. Proving one's martial way in battles and transforming and sublimating oneself in life and death battles was a shortcut for martial artists. Lingering between life and death was the easiest way to stimulate a martial artist's potential. Over the past half a month, Gu Fei had been constantly comprehending his own way and perfecting his combat skills. The potential in his body had been stimulated bit by bit. His martial body had become more powerful, and he could hold more and more martial way true force. The 9 Tao runes of primal chaos were still evolving on his body. However, the traces of the 9 Tao runes were still very blurry and dim. It was difficult for them to become clear. Even with the cultivation of the 9th heaven of half-saint, it was still difficult for him to truly comprehend the 9 Tao runes that belonged to him. However, although the Tao runes of primal chaos were blurry, they began to emit the aura of the divine way. This caused Gu Fei's entire aura to gradually change. During this time, Gu Fei had been constantly evolving the Fist of Primal Chaos. He rarely had the time to truly evolve the martial way combat skills that he had created. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One had to know that with Gu Fei's current cultivation and combat power, it was very difficult to find an opponent who was truly on par with him. However, there were 4 such opponents at the moment. The origins of these 4 opponents must be very great. The Zombie King should be an unparalleled ancient martial body. After his death, he was buried in the land of the trapped dragon. After countless years, he regained his intelligence and became the Zombie King. That fire corpse was not a human, but a fire spirit born from heaven and earth. This fire spirit had also perished and was buried here. The 9 true dragons were the true rulers of the dragon race. They even had the bloodline of the dragon ancestor. In ancient times, such an existence was definitely an invincible overlord. But the one that Gu Fei saw through was the golden essence corpse ape. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, the golden spiritual ape clan was extremely rare. Even in the heaven realm, the only known golden spiritual ape was the only descendant of the paragon divine ape. The golden spirit corpse apes that appeared in the land of the trapped dragon should be the clansmen of the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong. Among the 4 Undying experts, the Zombie King was not the strongest. The strongest was the golden essence corpse ape. In the cave, Gu Fei sat with his legs crossed. His body was surrounded by chaotic true power, and there was a thunderous sound coming from his body. The qi and blood in his body kept scouring his muscles, bones, and flesh. The sound of qi and blood flowing made a terrifying sound. Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were constantly being refined by the qi and blood, gradually becoming stronger. However, it was still a long time before his martial body would transform again. He was accumulating before erupting in one go. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, his martial body was transparent inside and out. With a thought, the true power could reach any part of his body in an instant. His control over the martial body had reached a level where everything was as he wished. After a few hours, Gu Fei woke up from his cultivation. Phew! He let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. At this time it was already dark outside the cave. It was already night time. There was no day or night for cultivation. Gu Fei was already used to this kind of life. He walked out of the cave and looked at the sky. There was not a speck of dust in the sky. The crescent moon was hanging in the sky. Under the hazy moonlight, the forest was extremely quiet. During this half a month, Gu Fei and the 4 immortal realm experts in the land of the sleeping dragon kept fighting. The terrifying waves from the land of the sleeping dragon scared away all living things within a radius of thousands of miles. The land of the sleeping dragon was not far from the cave that Gu Fei was in. He looked in the direction of the land of the sleeping dragon, then took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. The next moment, when Gu Fei reappeared, he was in the sky above the entrance of the land of the sleeping dragon. "You're here again." With Gu Fei's reappearance, a wave of divine will came from the land of the sleeping dragon. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. "You don't know what's good for you. If the boss was serious, you would have been killed." Another divine will appeared, and a figure shrouded in divine fire appeared in the land of the sleeping dragon. A scorching wave of energy came. Burning corpse. When Gu Fei saw the figure, his pupils shrank. This was a difficult opponent and it was ferocious. He had been injured by this burning corpse several times. The boss is just playing with this little guy. A dragon shadow appeared, and an extremely strong aura of death immediately spread in all directions from the area in front of them. That was the corpse dragon formed after the 9 true dragons fell. Among the 4 immortal realm experts, this corpse dragon had the strongest aura of death. Gu Fei noticed that the strongest golden corpse ape did not appear. "Gu Fei, I think you should leave. The boss is in a bad mood today." The Zombie King transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Oh! When Gu Fei heard that, he could not help but wonder why the golden corpse ape was in a bad mood. Could it be because of the existence in the land of the sleeping dragon? There was another powerful existence behind the 4 immortal realm experts. This existence was imprisoned in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon and could not escape. "This time my cultivation has increased again. How can I leave?" Gu Fei did not leave. Instead, he looked at the 3 powerful immortal realm experts in front of him. A shocking battle intent suddenly erupted from his body. His black hair immediately moved without any wind, and his eyes were as bright as stars. "You are treating us as whetstones." The burning corpse and the dragon corpse could not help but be shocked and angry. Only the Zombie King remained calm. In the past half a month, The Zombie King had long seen through Gu Fei's intention. This human wanted to use them to break through the shackles of cultivation. Among the 4 Immortal Realm experts, the Burning Corpse and the Dragon Corpse had the weakest cultivation and battle strength, while the Golden Corpse Ape and the Zombie King had the highest strength and intelligence. The Burning Corpse and the Dragon Corpse finally realized Gu Fei's intention. "Damn it, I will kill you." The Burning Corpse roared and fiercely pounced at Gu Fei. A monstrous fire immediately erupted from the Burning Corpse's body, instantly enveloping the entire world. Under the shroud of the divine fire, the world and the void were silently annihilated. As long as it was burned by this divine fire, even godly iron would be instantly turned into green smoke. Good timing. Gu Fei let out a long roar and directly rushed forward. Bang! With just a punch, Gu Fei dispersed the mighty divine fire that filled the sky. His fist was indestructible and directly hit the Burning Corpse in the sea of fire. The Zombie King and the Dragon Corpse could not help but be shocked when they saw how fierce Gu Fei was. This guy's cultivation seemed to have improved a little, just as he said. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Burning Corpse's fist. This time the Burning Corpse did not gain any advantage. The 2 great experts were shaken away by each other's strength. The Burning Corpse could not believe it. How long had it been? How did this guy become so powerful? Shocked and furious, the Burning Corpse had to display his real killer move. A large area of divine fire turned into various living creatures and pounced at Gu Fei. Roar! A terrifying strange beast appeared between the heaven and the earth. This was a heavenly beast completely condensed from the essence of divine fire. It emitted a peerless and powerful wave. With just a leap in the air, it had already arrived above Gu Fei. It stretched out its claws and clawed at Gu Fei's head. "Your real body is no match for me, let alone these things." Gu Fei executed the primal chaos fist and punched out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Not only did it shatter the heavenly beast's claw, it even punched a hole in the heavenly beast's enormous body. Swoosh! At this time a fire dragon rushed over and swung its divine dragon tail at Gu Fei. The huge dragon tail whipped at Gu Fei. The Burning Corpse's power of fire condensed into countless strange beasts. These strange beasts surrounded Gu Fei and launched a fierce attack. If it was an ordinary half-sage, the terrifying temperature of the divine fire would be able to roast them to death. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary half-sage. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. Even if the divine fire could burn divine iron into green smoke, it still did not pose any threat to him. Bang! Boom! Gu Fei used a pair of fists to fight against countless living creatures. Powerful living creatures condensed from divine fire were constantly smashed by his fists. 9 Chaos Dao patterns appeared faintly on Gu Fei's body. A divine aura spread out from Gu Fei's body. Ult 4 is going to lose. This man is really heaven-defying. The Zombie King muttered to himself. He could already see that the Burning Corpse was no match for Gu Fei. The speed of this human's cultivation was too shocking. It had only been half a month and this human could already defeat the Burning Corpse. If he were to stay here for a few years, even his master would not be a match for him. Although the Zombie King was the subordinate of the terrifying existence in the depths of the land of Sleeping Dragon, he was not willing to be someone else's subordinate. The 4 Undying experts were restrained and could not leave this place. Otherwise, the Zombie King would have left long ago. Why would he still stay in this damned place? If Gu Fei could kill the master of the 4 great Undying experts, the 4 great Undying experts would be free. Sure enough, the Zombie King's words came true. Gu Fei used the Chaos Fist to scatter the endless divine fire. Then, he punched the lower half of the Burning Corpse into ashes. Chapter 1923. The fact that Gu Fei had displayed his powerful combat strength and managed to injure the Burning Corpse greatly shocked the Zombie King and the Dragon Corpse. Half a month ago, the Burning Corpse was able to injure Gu Fei. Only half a month had passed and the situation had reversed. Gu Fei had actually injured the Burning Corpse. How is this possible? The Dragon Corpse was in disbelief. The Dragon Corpse was in disbelief. Although the Burning Corpse was the 4th of the 4 Undying experts, its combat power was stronger than all the zombies in the land of the Trapped Dragon. Apart from the Golden Essence Corpse Ape and the Zombie King, it would take a lot of effort to defeat the Burning Corpse. Roar! The burning corpse roared angrily. Countless fire essences converged from all directions. The lower half of his body that was shattered by Gu Fei immediately reformed. In just an instant it was restored to its original state. Gu Fei knew that it would be difficult to kill the burning corpse given his cultivation. Very well, you have angered me. The burning corpse was truly enraged. The divine fire burned 3 kilometers and countless Dao patterns rushed out from the burning corpse's body. Those were the Dao patterns condensed by the fire essences. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void that was enveloped by the fire Dao patterns suddenly collapsed and turned into a world of fire. This was the fire divine territory that the burning corpse had cultivated. Gu Fei only felt that the world was spinning, and he had entered a void that was filled with flames. He could no longer sense the aura of the outside world. Domain. When Gu Fei realized where he had entered, he couldn't help but frown. This burning corpse was really impressive. He could actually open up his own domain. If he went one step further, this burning corpse might be able to open up his own inner world. However, it was not an easy task to open up an inner world. Even if the burning corpse had the combat strength of a sage to be, it would still be difficult for him to do so. Haha, kid, are you afraid now? A loud voice resounded in this fire void. An incomparably huge figure appeared in front of Gu Fei and laughed arrogantly. Scared, haha? Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. He had never been afraid even when facing the Golden Essence Corpse ape, so why would he be afraid of this burning corpse? You! Gu Fei's disdainful tone completely angered the burning corpse. Go to hell. The burning corpse was enraged. Its huge palm slammed down towards Gu Fei below. A terrifying fire elemental power spread out from that huge palm, shaking the entire void. Bang! Gu Fei did not hesitate. His long hair danced behind him as he punched upwards with his right fist. An invincible fist intent spread out from his body. 9 chaotic runes appeared on his fist. Although the runes were blurry, the sacred aura they exuded was definitely real. What? 9 Dao patterns? The burning corpse was shocked. His opponent had already condensed 9 Dao patterns, which made him feel a great threat. 9 Dao patterns, that was the foundation to achieve Dao. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the great Dao changed from complexity to simplicity. In ancient times, those who could condense 9 Dao patterns would not stop at the quasi-sage realm. Such existences would eventually leap over the dragon gate and become sages. Boom! With a loud bang, the burning corpse's mountain-like huge hand that was surrounded by raging flames was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei's punch contained the power of 9 Dao patterns. The power of this punch did not dissipate after smashing the burning corpse's huge hand. Instead, it directly penetrated the void of this area, causing the burning corpse to suffer a great impact. The fire elemental body that it condensed almost collapsed. Gu Fei did not kill it. Otherwise, the burning corpse would not only be injured but not killed. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei defeated the burning corpse, an extremely powerful force suddenly surged out from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. A golden figure walked out. Boss, you have to avenge me. Seeing the golden figure, the burning corpse hurriedly rushed over. Humph. I'm not in a good mood today. You're unlucky. The Golden Essence Corpse ape did not even look at the burning corpse. Its pair of golden eyes were only looking at Gu Fei. Bring it on. Seeing that the Golden Essence Corpse ape had finally come out, Gu Fei's expression became solemn. The burning corpse could not be compared to this Golden Essence Corpse ape. The Golden Essence Corpse ape inherited the supreme bloodline of the Golden Spiritual Ape. Such a bloodline would not lose its divinity because of the fall of the Golden Spiritual Ape. The body of this Golden Essence Corpse ape still had the supreme bloodline of the Golden Spiritual Ape. Alright. The Golden Essence Corpse ape's golden eyes immediately shot out 2 rays of golden light that were several meters long. A violent and powerful aura surged from its body towards Elder Kai. At this time, Gu Fei only felt his body tighten, as if he was bound by something invisible. This? Gu Fei was startled. He knew that the Golden Essence Corpse ape had locked onto his aura. This made him feel a great pressure. The Golden Essence Corpse ape could attack at any time. In just a dozen days, you've actually improved again. Not bad. When the Golden Essence Corpse ape sensed the aura on Gu Fei's body, its golden eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Of course, it knew what cultivation Gu Fei had. At this cultivation level, it was extremely difficult to take a small step forward. However, this person actually improved in such a short period of time. This kind of cultivation speed was really a little scary. The Golden Essence Corpse ape was as short as a child, but no one dared to look down on it. It took a step forward and directly punched at Gu Fei. The golden fist energy was like a golden ocean, rushing out from its fist and surging towards Gu Fei. The powerful force caused the heaven and earth to collapse. So powerful. Feeling the power of the Golden Essence Corpse ape's fist, Gu Fei could not help but change his expression. On the golden fist of the Golden Essence Corpse ape, there were also indistinct Dao runes appearing. Facing the Golden Corpse ape's punch, Gu Fei took a deep breath. His muscles and bones immediately let out a series of explosive sounds as his muscles and bones rumbled like thunder. His right sleeve immediately exploded. His tendons were vibrating, his muscles were trembling, and a powerful force was released. Streaks of primal chi curled up on his arm like lightning. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His long hair crazily danced in the wind. He raised his right arm and exerted all his strength to punch out. This punch was a complete fusion of martial path true force and the power of his tendons. This punch contained the result of Gu Fei's half a month of hard work. Boom! Chapter 1924. A Battle of the Peak. Gu Fei and the Golden Ape went all out right from the start. Boom! After a loud rumble, the entire world was shaking. Dark cracks in the space with the two fists as the center extended outwards like black lightning. Each crack was at least a dozen miles long. Terrifying waves spread in all directions. If it were not for the fact that the land of the trapped dragon was protected by some sort of power, that attack would have turned the place into dust. Roar! Countless roars came from under the ground. All the ancient corpses buried here seemed to be affected as they let out blood-curdling roars. What's going on? In a mountain range a few hundred miles away from the land of the sleeping dragon, a group of people who were heading towards the land of the sleeping dragon stopped. The violent tremors from the ground shocked them. Whoosh! Someone soared into the sky and arrived high in the sky. However, just as that person was about to soar up into the sky, he let out a tragic cry and fell down from the sky. An extremely powerful pressure came crashing down, causing one's heart to tremble. The blood in one's body was rumbling, making it hard for one to gather any strength. Bang! That person fell from the sky, creating a huge pit on the ground. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Then they hurriedly ran over and rescued that person from the huge pit. What? When everyone saw the miserable state of this person, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This was a void-controlling realm cultivator who could fly in the air, yet he actually fell to such a state. One of his arms was severely deformed and his leg was broken. Even the bones were exposed. His clothes were dyed red with blood. He was originally a good person, but in an instant he became like this. Everyone wanted to laugh, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't laugh. Could it be that old man Mu lied to us? Someone said. That old man wouldn't dare to lie to us. We used his precious granddaughter to threaten him. A man dressed in luxurious clothes who looked like a young master said such words. Young Master Wuxian is right. That old man wouldn't dare to lie to us. A young cultivator agreed. But now? Someone hesitated. The vibration just now was powerful enough to make people feel hopeless. Plus, that direction was where the treasure ground was located. Could it be that someone else has set their eyes on that treasure ground? Young Lord Wuxian looked in the direction of the ripples, and his eyes became deep. By then, Gu Fei and the Golden Fine Corpse Ape had separated. The two of them faced each other in the sky above the land of the trapped dragon. Their auras continued to grow. The powerful force caused the void around them to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks constantly appeared around them. Too powerful. At that moment, the Zombie King and the Dragon Corpse had already fled far away. The burning corpse had already hidden deep within the land of the trapped dragon, not daring to come out. Your progress amazes me, the Golden Essence Corpse Ape said. Golden light shot out from its golden eyes. It seemed as if its entire body was made of pure gold. Golden lights coiled around the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's body like golden lightning. This was really hard to imagine. Was this Metal Essence Corpse ape really an ancient corpse that gained intelligence and came back to life? Didn't seem like it. He could clearly feel that the Metal Essence Corpse ape's chi and blood were extremely vigorous. It didn't seem like a dead creature at all. You amaze me even more. You don't look like someone who has died before, Gu Fei said. From the body of the Golden Essence Corpse ape, he saw Yuan Hong's figure. In the heavenly realm, he and Yuan Hong were sworn brothers of life and death. Talk is useless. If you don't die in my hands today, your cultivation will go to the next level. The Metal Essence Corpse ape looked at Gu Fei and said, "Come on then." Gu Fei's aura had been raised to its peak. At that moment his spirit, chi and spirit were highly concentrated. His chi and blood were boiling, and beams of chaotic divine light suddenly appeared. All right. The next moment, the Metal Essence Corpse ape suddenly disappeared into the void. At that moment Gu Fei felt his hair stand on end. This was a natural reaction of the martial body to danger. This reaction was even beyond Gu Fei's consciousness. Whoosh! Gu Fei directly soared into the sky. At that moment, a golden fist punched out from the void without any warning, turning the place where Gu Fei was into chaos. The barrier between heaven and earth was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The Metal Essence Corpse ape's movement was extremely fast. Just as Gu Fei soared into the sky and dodged that punch, Gu Fei immediately felt his right leg tighten. His calf was already caught by the Metal Essence Corpse ape. Roar! The Metal Essence Corpse ape roared and directly swung Gu Fei around, then fiercely smashed him into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater was formed on the hard ground. Whoosh! In the sky, the Golden Essence Corpse ape's right hand emitted a ball of golden divine light. This ball of divine light emitted a terrifying energy wave. Then, without any hesitation, he threw this ball of divine light towards the big hole in the ground. Boom! The ground exploded. The golden divine light enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Within 100 feet, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. The Metal Essence Corpse ape controlled this force very well. Otherwise, this area would have been destroyed. Bang! At this moment, the ground in the distance exploded. A silhouette soared into the sky. Very good. If it ended so quickly, then it wouldn't be fun anymore. When the Metal Essence Corpse ape saw the person who rushed out from the ground, its golden pupils couldn't help but shrink. It didn't expect that it couldn't hurt this person. It seemed like it had underestimated this human. Now it's my turn. Gu Fei directly used his true power to shake off the dust on his body. After that, he directly punched out. It seemed like a casual punch, but one could see the entire void in front of his fist rippling. This punch of his seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Whoosh! The Metal Essence Corpse ape grinned and reached out its right hand to grab Gu Fei's fist. It completely ignored the terrifying power of Gu Fei's punch. The golden claws seemed to have passed through layers of water and grabbed Gu Fei's fist. At this moment, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This Metal Essence Corpse ape's fighting strength was so strong. It seems like I have underestimated this opponent. Gotcha! At the moment when the Metal Essence Corpse ape grabbed his fist, Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his right arm. The bones in his forearm were actually broken. The bones pierced through his skin and flesh. What? Chapter 1925. How is this possible? Feeling the sharp pain from his right arm, Gu Fei couldn't believe it. One must know that his martial body was already strong enough to resist a quasi-saint divine weapon. Perhaps even a true saint weapon would not be able to hurt him if it hadn't awakened. But now, the Golden Essence Corpse ape had broken his arm. Moreover, what made Gu Fei truly shocked was that he didn't know how the Golden Essence Corpse ape had broken his arm. This was a battle skill that he had never seen before. It was hard to imagine that apart from the martial path created by the martial ancestor, there was also such a terrifying battle skill. Gotcha! 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 An irresistible shockwave was transmitted from the Golden Essence Corpse ape's sharp claws. The bones of Gu Fei's entire arm, starting from his forearm, were constantly cracking. Although his bones had been tempered thousands of times, it was still difficult to resist this powerful shockwave. In just a moment, the shockwave had already reached his shoulder. If this continued, all the bones in his body would be broken within a few breaths. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struggled with all his might. Puff! His entire arm was cut off from his shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The blood that splattered out came from Gu Fei's broken right arm. However, not a single drop of blood came out from the wound on his shoulder. Gu Fei's martial body had already been cultivated to the point where it could automatically bind his qi and blood. His blood essence wouldn't casually flow out unless his martial body collapsed. One must know that for a cultivator, their blood essence was incomparably precious. Damn it! The flesh and blood on Gu Fei's shoulder quickly grew back. His bones were reforming. In just a moment his right arm had completely regrown. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that his broken arm was quickly shrinking in the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's hand. The blood essence of his arm was quickly being devoured by the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. Preposterous! Seeing the Golden Essence Corpse Ape devouring the essence of his severed arm, Gu Fei was both startled and angry. This Golden Essence Corpse Ape was too powerful. What should he do? If this is all you've got, then I can only beat you to death. The Metal Essence Corpse Ape threw away the severed arm that had lost all of its essence and spoke indifferently. 5 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. An extremely powerful wave burst out from his body. The space around him could not withstand this power and was rapidly destroyed. Yes, when the Golden Essence Corpse Ape sensed the changes in Gu Fei's body, he couldn't help but become serious. Gu Fei's battle prowess was soaring, and this was not a good thing for him. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The clothes on his upper body were torn to shreds by the power that erupted from his body. The shreds danced in the air. At the same time he attacked. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the Primal Chaos Fist. This was a great technique that he had created after countless deductions. With one punch, the space in front of his fist would turn back into primal chaos. It's starting to look like it. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape directly clawed at Gu Fei's fist, wanting to use the same secret technique to injure Gu Fei again. But this time, the technique of the Golden Essence Corpse Ape didn't work. As a cultivator, it would be very difficult for Gu Fei to fall for the same trick again. Bang! Gu Fei's fist was once again caught by the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's claw. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the Chaotic Secret Technique, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. The fluctuation that came from the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's claw was completely reversed by Gu Fei. Gotcha! A bone-cracking sound came from the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's arm. This time Gu Fei's arm didn't break. It was the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's arm that was broken. You! The Golden Essence Corpse Ape was extremely shocked. It had never thought that there would be someone in this world that could reverse its martial technique. The fluctuation rushed towards its heart. While the Metal Essence Corpse Ape was still in shock, Gu Fei had already appeared above its head. Gu Fei then stomped down on the ape's head, and a terrifying power came crashing down from his right foot. This was the 8 kill steps that Gu Fei had cultivated. 8 kill steps, 8 kill steps. As soon as his foot landed, the void under his feet collapsed. The destructive power instantly enveloped the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. Bang! The Metal Essence Corpse Ape only had enough time to raise its left arm. Gu Fei's foot directly stepped on the Metal Essence Corpse Ape's left arm. Gotcha! The Metal Essence Corpse Ape's left arm was broken. A golden figure fell from the sky. Boom! Dust rose high into the sky. Gu Fei was paying the Golden Essence Corpse Ape back. Previously, the Golden Essence Corpse Ape had smashed him down from the sky. Now the tables had turned and it was the Golden Essence Corpse Ape's turn to be trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Zombie King and the Dragon Corpse Ape were extremely shocked. One should know that the Golden Essence Corpse Ape was the strongest existence apart from its master. This person called Gu Fei actually knocked Boss Jean down from the sky. It was truly unbelievable. Very good. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape stood up from the crater on the ground. It raised its head and looked at Gu Fei with its golden eyes. Its battle intent grew even stronger. Swish! The Golden Essence Corpse Ape soared into the sky and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Chaotic Universe! Gu Fei shouted and performed one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Chaotic Universe secret art. An unfathomable power reversed all of the Golden Essence Corpse ape's attacks. Bang! 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 The Golden Essence Corpse ape was incomparably depressed. All of its attacks were reversed, and its body was hit by several of its own attacks. This made the Golden Essence Corpse ape both shocked and angry. The power of 5 times ascension was extremely powerful. The current Gu Fei could already compete with the Golden Essence Corpse ape. However, it was still unknown who would win. Very soon, the Golden Essence Corpse ape changed its fighting style. It no longer released its power, but completely restrained it inside its body. Then it used its own power to resist the Ascension secret art. Because its own power was no longer released from its body, Gu Fei would have a hard time reversing the Golden Essence Corpse ape's power even if he wanted to. This was a real close combat battle. Gu Fei and the Golden Essence Corpse ape were fighting fiercely. Gu Fei's chaotic fist and the Golden Essence Corpse ape's golden fist kept colliding. It was like 2 pieces of immortal divine iron colliding, producing a metallic sound.